Okay, I think we're live. Seems like we got good bouncing bar here. Um, Sorry about the webcam, friends. It's still on the fritz after the last desk exploded. It went down and fell into a mess of sticky tea. So I'll try to mess with it, but we need to buy a new one. Friends, I'm also about to leave, but I'll be back a little bit after 10. I have to go get some groceries. There's a mix-up. They're supposed to be delivered. They were not. And I really need to get them. I have a friend who's really ill with COVID. But meanwhile, breaking news, oh my God, while we can see the fire crews desperately trying to save this radio tower. This is live right now. I need to show you guys this live because this is so dynamic and crazy. So I'm going to put this up. It started a little bit earlier than I can actually be here. Hey, Husky. Hey, J.E. Cat. Thank you, Husky, and all other mods available for helping hold down the fort if you can for about an hour to an hour and a half here. It takes me a little while to get to the store here, but look at this dynamic, crazy situation. This is the airport fire that broke out today, and yeah, so this is going insane. This is the Santiago 1 and 2 cameras. I'll show you the bigger map in a second, but there's a desperate struggle to save this critical infrastructure. We've got two different cameras. So what I want to do is set up the cameras for both in like one of these tile things. I'm looking at the clock nervously, but I'm sure I can get that done. Santiago 1 and 2, excuse me, Santiago 2, we have number 1. We got two different views. Somebody seems to be at the camera, actually directing the camera. So I think we actually have 3 different views, really. 4. Santiago Peak 1, 2, and north and south. Oh, okay. Well, all right. You can even see one camera looking at another. But you can see how desperate this situation is becoming. Yeah, Dr. Elephant says, hold on to your butts. You get the award today. You get the award, Dr. Elephant. Well, welcome. Yes, I need to get that Samuel L. Jackson sound effect. So what we'll talk about when I come back right about after 10:15 here is do the cameras survive? And I hope all these firefighters must have a shelter in place option, otherwise they wouldn't be here. But look at the 6-hour time lapse here. It's been a going concern, and it's just now peaking. So I'm sorry. I had a tough choice today, and that was try to stream today or tomorrow. And tomorrow's a red flag for Nevada, where the Davis fire is still giving everybody some heartache. So I feel like I'm trying to prioritize tomorrow, but I wore myself out. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm just trying to get my destroyed room situation back in order so I could properly stream again. And this, I overworked myself. I've got arthritis, and so I just want to apologize. I'm in pain. Otherwise, I would have been here at least part of the afternoon. But I lay down for a bit and then woke up recently. And it's been hard to move, but I've got to come through for my friend. He's kind of depending on me, who has pretty bad COVID. So I'm going to get his groceries, put him on his porch, and it's just something I got to do. You just got to pick yourself up and do what you can. So yeah, hey Kate Garcia, good evening. When we come back, I'm setting up memberships, everyone. If we can get 100 memberships, then that's going to be $1,000. 100 people with $10. That equals $1,000 of YouTube memberships. If I can do that in 30 days, YouTube gives me an extra 1,000. I was selected for a program, I guess, as far as I could tell, where they will match the first $1,000 if I can do that in 30 days. If I can get 100 people to sign up. So we'll talk about that and what you guys want memberships to be. I don't even know exactly what they are. So something like Patreon, but for YouTube. So I will be back to do a good roundup and a good at least a couple hours of stream proper tonight, but I have to do this for my friend. I'm going to set up the tile cameras, and maybe you guys can see how it's done. It's kind of a brief thing, but thank you everybody for being here and your kind support. I'm so blown away. We'll make it. We'll get this done. I want to leave for California as soon as I can. I wish I could be there, like especially the Boyle, the Davis fire. I could have been there if I had made my trip earlier, but we're doing the best we can. So this is how you do tile sets. Right here. And thank you everybody. Remember to hit the like button so more people see. Count you in. Thank you. You're so wonderful, friends. So what we do is we go to customize the tile set and we choose our cameras. They're all called Santiago, so this should be quick and easy. So once you do customize, you can do the minus button, but don't do the very last one or it screws it up. So then we choose Santiago. This will be another camera burnover. Here we go again, friends. You can see the actual firefighters desperately trying to get rid of the brush around it. They've pulled up there in trucks. They've been there for at least 3 hours. So we have Santiago Peak 1 and 2, and then north and then south. Okay, so if now we can get rid of the first one, and then you do save and copy. I'll share this link because you guys can have this up in another window or whatever you want to do. Because what you guys can do, which is a lot more exciting, is hit the time lapse. Yoshi T, hey, welcome. Yeah, we're going to look at the Davis fire. Blanco Lirio had a good video on that today. You guys have got to see it. It was via one of his friends. If you're not familiar with the Blanco Lirio channel, man, you got to see that. I tweeted it. So let me just give you a link to that. He's a pilot based out of Grass Valley, and he has an amazing aviation air crash investigation kind of show. But he knows people from Cal Fire and a lot of the pilots. So this is his channel. Go ahead and look at it. And there's some very close-up views of the drops of the Davis fire from up the ski hill from an actual journalist friend of his who's with some Reno station, I believe. I just don't quote me on that. Yeah, Husky, thanks for sharing the links here. This is the tile set link. You can share with others. I'm so sorry. I saw a Cash App donation yesterday that I didn't notice until I unlocked the phone later. So let me make sure to credit that person. I gotta go immediately. The store closes at 10. So let me see here. Who was it yesterday that I failed to credit for a $10 donation? How do I go back in time and look? Oh, it was 20 from Jean Blackford. Thank you so much. And Sabra as well. Thank you. So I hope they tune in and hear this. So this is the live view. Let me show you the time lapses. Here's the fire crews. This camera will it may make it through the war if it makes it through the night. That's the way it goes sometimes. So let's do the 6 hour. Oh, sorry, this was a rotator. Yeah. So this has been the airport fire, Orange and Riverside County. The description of this video, you can get the evacuation maps, the watch duty links, but it's all this oily chaparral, flashy, fast stuff. There's a miniature fire whirl. That's of big size right there. That's like a full-size tree size of a fire whirl, even though there's no tree. That's much taller than a person in scale here. So this is major. That's some of the thickest brush I've ever seen in my life. We had quite a bumper crop with this wet spring. That's incredible. Husky was saying also that this hasn't seen fire in many years. Wow, look at the retardant splash right there. So they've been doing low pass, desperate maneuvers with the aircraft, and they have been dropping retardant on and around this hilltop. Looks like this was looking down, and we couldn't see the entire view. There's people. See, here's people for scale. There's a person. There's It's the yellow Nomex. That's likely a firefighter. Nomex is their fireproof clothing. But look at this hellscape. Just, it's beautiful hell because of sunset. Just, that's the weirdest, oddest thing, you know? It's like being at sea where the ocean's beautiful, but you don't have any fresh water to drink, so you're in a beautiful hell. I don't know. It's just an odd feeling. So this is coming up on 8:30 right there, 8:45, up until right 9 o'clock, which is right now. So this just totally crazy. Here's the first one. Let's do another 6-hour real quick. We do have new evacuations that are coming down the pipe right now for very rural Oregon. So I'm not too concerned. We'll cover that later, but I'm sure since they're remote ranches, people already know that's a sort of a thing where the sheriff knocks on your individual door because it's a small town kind of thing. Crook County, Deschutes County. We're going to take a look at them though when I get back. So I'll be back after a little bit after 10. Now that I'm getting a little bit of a late start, it may be up to 10:30 here. Oh, Bugs, hey, welcome, Spyman. Hello, Josh. How good, welcome. Yeah, the Harmony Grove fire is a good comparison to the airport fire in Orange County, Josh says. Yeah, do share your knowledge about this. This is current. So these are the 4 cams, the 4 cams on Santiago. So you have, you probably can't read that very well unless you have a big screen TV. Santiago Peak 1 and 2 is the top. South, north is the left, south is on the right, on the bottom, okay? So you're looking north, bottom left. I hope that's a good, oh, maybe I could put up the thingy. Yeah, there I can. Okay, so Santiago Peak Burnover. The bottom left equals north, right equals south. Yeah. So whoops, that's from yesterday. Will return for proper stream about I don't know, 10:30. And it's going to be like a roundup thing. I mean, I might be able to be on a little bit through the night, but I'm sorry, guys. I'm in so much pain from having arthritis and trying to get all the cleanup done here at the glass situation. I really overdid it, so we'll see. But sometimes doing Firestream helps me forget about my own pain. It's odd, right? You guys ever felt that before? Hey, Christopher, welcome. Thank you for being here. Andrew Swanson says, unsure if it's been said, but the line fire now has evac warnings for Big Bear. God, okay. Yeah, yeah, we'll come back and properly cover that. I heard that happened wasn't it 3 hours ago? It was still daylight when they told people, right? Hey, Small World Life, welcome. Thank you, everybody. We'll, Husky, J-Cat, if you guys have got the, maybe Christopher, if you want to, I know it's kind of late. If you can hold down the fort for a bit and give people links and share info, I'll be back as soon as I can. I've got to do the grocery thing, drop it off to my friends, and get some food on the way back. So we'll do a proper thing. It's a very active night. I didn't expect there to be so many updates and so many things happening. I was hoping to just save my strength for tomorrow, but hey, membership. You're going to bed early, so you'll miss there at 10 p.m. It's like a thing where people subscribe to the channel like a magazine. And I don't know if it's $10 a month or whatever it is, but you're supposed to get special things. So like you'll have special emotes, for example, if I can come up with them. And you're supposed to do special things for your members, which is emotes are like smiley faces, Maybe we could get an emote that says "Hold on to your butts," like it's like a sticker. You can use it any time, but it's the size of a smiley face. And then you get a little thing, a badge by your name that shows you're a supporter. I think there's different tiers. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much because we've been busy with fires, haven't we? What a summer. So then the other thing that you get is I'm supposed to show you guys things first before other people. So you get access to special videos for other people. And that'll be relevant to things like, when we go flying, like flying Mount St. Helens or something like that, or flying over a burn scar, or you get to see first what some footage I shot. Yeah. So, but the cool thing is, Bugs, is that with channel memberships is if I can get 100 people to do it within the first 30 days, then that's $1,000. And then YouTube matches another $1,000. Wow, what we could do with that, guys. Pro audio and stuff, and no longer to get a webcam, right? So, yeah, we're going to do it now. You guys voted. I listened. We'll do it. Yeah, hold on to your butts decal for my car. Oh, my God. Okay, Kate Garcia, write that down and tell me about it later. Like, remind me. We will make that happen. We will put that. If we can get the 10,000 subscriber goal, we're gonna put that in the store. We're going to have hold on to your butts coffee mugs, too. Dude. Yeah, we got to be playful a little bit about this stuff. Please remind people to donate if they can. With the pinned chat message, we want to remain advertisement free. That is the goal. Thank you everybody who has helped so tremendously much, including yesterday. I'm blown away by the generosity. I feel like utter crap not being here as much as I should have, but freak accidents, we just gotta pick up and carry on, right? So, yippee, yes, we're going to have cool stuff. So, guys, be brainstorming and thinking about what kind of emotes we want. Things like hold on to your butts as a chat bubble. Maybe a plane flying and then behind it splashing retardant. Something like there's Tanker 911, our favorite tanker or something. I don't know if that's trademarked. We'll figure it out. But I want to sit here and watch this with you guys. This is exciting. I mean, there's these fire crews pulled up and, they've got there's a fire truck down there. They got the hands full. They really do. This is hard to peel myself away from this, but friends first. So this is I wanted to show you where this is at. So this is Orange County. I don't know why it's called the airport fire or what. We're going to investigate that when I come back, but it went up into these mountains here, and it's climbing up to the peak. I think they have the strong west wind. Husky can explain it. He's been on it. He's been monitoring it. He's a Chad. Thank you everybody who's been helping too. It started by accident, Husky says. There was a fire safety drill. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. All right. Yeah, you can see the fire crews right there. This is the last 1 hour, and so they're rolling up and they're doing their thing. The windsock is weird. See how the windsock is showing the wind blowing away from the peak. This is the Cal OESN camera. I don't know which direction it's facing. I guess I can hit this button. The Cal OESN. North, right. But it's not facing north. It's facing southwest. Okay, then I'm going to remove my stupid guide here because they're not facing that direction. Okay. It's a desperate fight, though, to save the towers. So I'm just going to put that. So it's looking south by southwest, and so that's now discombobulating me for which way the wind is going. If we're looking south by southwest and the windsock's going that way, whatever. But it's surrounding the hill, as far as I can tell. So sorry, I gotta go right now. Before the grocery stores close, I'm dropping off at my friend who has COVID on the porch. I'll pick up some fast food. I'll come back. We'll do this. Spyman says tomorrow and the next day the winds are forecast to really picked up in the afternoons on the Southern California fires. Well, are they still going to be thunderstormy, though? Is that still around? I think there's a red flag for Nevada, too, so hold on to your butts there. We'll investigate the Boyle fire as well, the one at Clear Lake, the aftermath, and we'll check on what's going on with Davis, of course. I'm going to leave you with the tile set that shows all 4 of the cameras. So they'll rotate and change directions at will. But you can tell from the city lights which general direction they're looking. I mean, the city lights are to the west. So this is overlooking Orange County to the west. I don't know what's right at the base of the hill. I don't know what neighborhood that is, but I think the worst part of this, the major part is it's going up the hill. Hey, Billy Bob Welcome says Intel 24 is infrared ground mapping. Oh, it's over the line right now. Great. So hopefully we'll get some better perimeters and such. We've got good nighttime cameras for the line as well. There's a million cameras down there. Husky says the airport fire ran up the mountain for 4 miles. Wow. What is the elevation? 5,673 feet. So what you can do, guys, remember, here's the tile set. Keep sharing it with people. You can actually do your own time lapses like this in the tile set. So we can do 6 hours like this. Oh no, it's kind of changed the size of the window. Oh well. And if your computer can handle it, with just 4 windows, it should be able to. But you get more than that, then it kind of breaks it. The website kind of breaks. So do we have do we have an audio that we can listen to, Husky? I'm sorry. This is what should happen is I just realized there's a silent stream really sucks. Do we have audio for what's going on at Santiago down here with Orange County or Riverside? Shoot, I should have thought about that. Crap. All right, bear with me. This is a professional stream. All right, let's see. California. No. Clear Lake. No. Do I have a pre-made Orange County? No, I have Santa Barbara County pre-made. All right. We will just go to Broadcastify. Okay, Watch Duty just jingled me. MF Fire west of Brock Creek, south of Meadows Trailhead. Where the hell is that? All right, show on the phone. I've got alerts for all 3 western states and part of Nevada. So Lane County, Oregon. Okay, that's part of the lightning crap. All right, that's not that relevant. Hey, Husky, do we have audio? Let's see. Draw me post OC fire in chat. Huh? Okay. Billy Bob says my friend's parents live in Elsinore and can see a glow from the house. That's a dang. Hey, California Cat, welcome. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you guys are about to go to bed and you'll miss me, but I swear to God, I'll be back right around 10:30. Where do we have audio? Do we have audio for Orange County or anything right now? I'm scrolling through California Broadcastify. We gotta have some sort of audio, or it'll be kind of dead space crickets, and sort of don't want that. Any kind of audio, even if it's not the same fire, any kind of audio is better. Other than that, I could do a rain soundtrack or something, but that would just be weird, you know? Okay, Orange County Fire Dispatch 58. Oh, okay. And Orange County Fire, OCFA Fire. Okay, we have 465 people listening to this one. So let's try that one first. Yeah, 465 people. Let's try it out. All right. Hopefully it's not too loud. Brace yourselves. All right, it says we're connected. I don't hear anything. Brace yourselves for nothing. Okay, I feel like it's a mistake if I were to put that louder. All right, let's just create a dashboard for Orange and Riverside County. Orange and Riverside, yeah, let's just do that. Create a dashboard. Then I can see the bouncing bars with the dashboard if that occurs. So you want to see that 6-hour time lapse again? Yikes. No, not Canada. California. You know what we need? Write this down, friends. Remind me later. We need a sound effect of Arnold Schwarzenegger saying California. He goes, California. That is going to be a meme on the channel. Okay, Orange County. OOO is for orange. All right. Let's see. There's 465 people listening. I can't imagine it's offline. Play. No bouncing bars. Okay, I'm going to add a second one. That's weird if it doesn't work. On my phone, I have access to Studio. I have access to YouTube Studio. But what's really frustrating is, like, say I even walk across the street, take my trash out, go get the mail, and that's like I see YouTube Studio, right? So you'd think I'd be able to control what's going on in my stream from the phone, like start and stop it, or mute the audio, or unmute it, or anything like that. But you can't. It I can moderate chat by watching my own stream and being a moderator on my own stream. But it's just like, really? I wish I had a little bit more control. That would be great. Okay, so we have dispatch of Orange OCFA fire. Just 318 people listening. Or actually now it's playing. I don't hear anything. Like, okay. It is making a click sound. So it's live. It's alive. Yeah. It's alive. Okay. I don't know if they're saying anything though. Sorry, I have buried chat in my windows right now. I need another monitor to look at chat all the time. Let me check it out. You're in, it's Fire OC. Oh, were you telling me about the channel, Chris? Or, thank you, Husky, for the links. Yeah, Dispatch 5B, has that one been active? 5B? That one's, okay, that's playing at the same time as OCFA Fire OC. Okay, and let's see, you've got the 5B link. Thank you so much. And the 5B and OC. Those are playing at the same time. Do you think they'll run? Do you think they'll talk over each other? Or should I leave just one on? Husky or anybody else who's been monitoring this. Sorry, I forgot about this. Mark Scheinfeld said, "Hey, welcome back, Mark. Feel bad for Reno area? Yes, I do. Same thing for Clear Lake. That's just everywhere. The line, San Bernardino County, LA County, the San Gabriel's, everything. Yeah. You're a Mac person, Bugs? We can't be friends. Michael Jones says, I thought you were going to do groceries. Oh God, yes. Okay, I have to leave like immediately. So, okay, both of them are playing, but I don't know why nobody's saying anything. So how do I put this thing here? Just say long periods of silence, Orange County Firefighter audio. Yeah, sorry, I'm leaving now. I'll be back about 10:30, guys. They issued evac warnings for Riverside County, headed towards Orange County, Riverside County line. Oh, you're not an Apple person, but IBM. Okay, all right. Well then, all right, we can remain friends. I'm changing my mind about banning you then, Bugs. Okay. All right, long periods of silence. Yeah. Hey, Resort Dog, welcome. YouTubers use Apple products. Okay, yeah, that is a trend. But the same, I don't think that you can do that on any app though, even if it's Apple. I just don't think YouTube has that as a feature. If it does, I have to switch to iPhone and then I'll just cry myself to sleep. But hey, iPhones aren't all that bad. It's just I don't want one. There are extra things you can do with an Android. All right, so are these updating? Are these okay? They are now. Got it. All right. Yeah, it's a long night ahead. I wish I could have gone to sleep right about now for the long day ahead that we'll probably have tomorrow. But hey, we'll do this as we can. Um, yeah, Brayton says thank you for doing this. Well, thank you, and thank you, donors and friends. Yes, I have to get going. Please remind people to donate. The best way to do that is the pin chat message at the top, which I believe worked. You could do it through super chat, super stickers. But hey, the like button is free, right? Wow, we've had 1,400 views already. Okay, awesome. The like button is the best way to help, and so is just sharing. I'll tweet later that I'm live. Gotta go. We'll see you back at 10:30, friends. Thank you. Bye.
Bubble and step one. Bubble one, step one. 38 from operations on Fire OC. Irvine Helibase from Orco Helicopter 1 on Fire OC command. Orco Copter 1, Irvine Helibase on command. Irvine Helibase from Orco Copter 1, we are on station. We've made positive contact with Helicopter 47. We'll be going to work in Division Foxtrot, working out of Roseau Reservoir. Orco Copter 1, Irvine Helibase copy. In line with Taker 47, working on Division Foxtrot. Traffic for engine 38 on Fire OC. Off, engine 38 on Fire OC. Operations, go ahead. Off, engine 38, do you have traffic for engine 38? Negative. Operations from Division X-ray training. X-ray training, operations, go ahead. From Division X-ray training, just confirming, we're going to get Orco Copter 1 to support at the top of Bell View Ridge Trail and Patriot to assist with our Lima Strike team top, pushing down at the Death Canyon. It's starting to stop over a little bit on our community line. Okay, we need to protect the infrastructure first, and then I'll get them over to you. I told Foxtrot to release them over to you as soon as he can. Okay, copy that.
Orange County Fire to all units and stations. All personnel, check your email regarding a staffing update. Repeating, all personnel, check your email regarding a staffing update. 2133.
Division Foxtrot on command.
Foxtrot, go ahead for operations.
Alright, operations from Division Foxtrot. Fire's making a run. That's probably going to impact main divide. I don't think we're going to be able to hold it. I'm looking for permission to light a defensive fire around the antennas up here. I've got about less than 10 minutes before impact. 320, 323 is going to be my lighters. I'm going to hold it with 31 Charlie Type 3s, and we're just going to bring this thing fire around the towers. Good chances that we're going to lose it over main divide though. How do you copy?
I copy that plan and confirm you do still have support from the Type 1 helicopter as well.
Yeah, we only have the one. He's inbound now, but he's just not going to be able to effectively stop it.
I copy that. Let's go ahead and continue with that plan, and then as soon as you can get a better estimate of how much it's impacted the other side of the main divide, just let us know.
Yeah, from my vantage point, it might have already gone over. Let me work with 12 Charlie to get a report on conditions.
Operations copy.
Park Engine 83, a seizure, 1530 Concordia, Building 23, Unit 215 Alpha. Delta. Orco Truck 56, Engine 58, difficulty breathing, 17 Reese Creek, 5 Echo, 2148. Park Engine 73, chest pain, 2101 West Myrtle, Unit Delta. All Mike. Park Engine 23, abdominal pain, 8732 Walker Street, 2149. Park Engine 2, divert medical aid, Burnover person at Ivy Park, 3850 Lampson, Unit 312, Port Delta. Orco Truck 17, back to bed, 39, correction 3191 Rowena, Port Delta, 2151.
Elevate, hello, thanks for 47 on deck.
Alpha Gear 47.
Air 47 off the airport fire inbound Deschutes to get fuel.
County Fire, copy.
Point 47 and L person 17 Buttonwood, 5 Delta. Point 19 difficulty breathing. 24032 Elron Lane, 5 Delta 2156.
Operations Bravo on command.
Traffic operations, go ahead.
Yeah, just an update. Fire has bumped Tribuco Creek Trail between Santiago Creek Trail and Joplin Center. It's bumped the line. It's going to cross that Tribuco Creek Trail.
Okay, I see the current perimeter right now. Do you have adequate resources into there, or do we need to start worrying about Joplin and Rose Canyon? Hey, Deputy 18 WS1, you 522?
I think we're going to let it bump. I've got two dozers up there right now. They're going to try to pick up the slop. My only issue right now is access. I'm trying to get them to open the road so I can actually get engines up there. So no resource need at this point.
Okay, and I'll need you to stay on top of the threat to Rose Canyon, especially if we get a downwind wind in the morning. So let me know. We do not have resources in there currently.
Yeah, firm. I'll keep you posted.
Yankee operations on command.
Operations go for Yankee.
Yankee operations, we're going to give you back 1401 Alpha
1402 Alpha, based on the new plan up there on that corner.
Okay, that's a good copy. That's a good plan because if dozers are not able to soak this, we're going to need them.
So they're going to tie in with you. They're going to feed their troops and then fuel up and head up there. And I would rotate 1400 Alpha to the same thing. And then have a plan for Robinson Ranch and Dove Canyon.
Okay, firm. Thanks.
Operations Division Foxtrot on command.
Okay, Foxtrot, I didn't hear you identify. A little bit of wind, but go ahead.
Yeah. And, I'm sorry, operations from Foxtrot. Wind's picking up here. Copter 1 on their last drop reported that it has gone over the main divide. About 1,000 yards down below our position. We're not going to be able to pick it up. I'm going to try to use the copter to drop on it, but it has gone over. The winds are starting to shift here. Can I get a spot weather forecast for what's going to happen for the next couple hours? But right now it has gone over the main divide.
Okay, so this is an additional swap over versus the Indian truck trail, or is this a continuation of the truck trail?
Not sure. 12 Charlie couldn't get eyes on it because of where he was. The copter 1 just reported it to him.
Okay, I copy additional swap over. We'll work on that spot weather forecast.
Yeah, and it sounds like I lost 12 Charlie. They're going to get bedded down for the night. But we're going to have to scout that out in the daytime. We're going to get some eyes on that side.
I copy. Operations Bravo, on command. Operations, Division Bravo on command.
Bravo, go ahead.
Okay, based on the intel I'm getting from 35 Lima, go ahead and deploying 2 Type 3 strike teams into Rose Canyon at this point. It hasn't reached there, but if the thing moves laterally anymore with we've got some erratic winds at the top here, it may impact Rose Canyon probably within the next hour or so. So I've got 2 strike teams deployed into Rose Canyon.
Okay, confirming you have 2 Charlies into there, correct?
Affirm. I'm moving 2 Charlies into the Rose Canyon.
Okay, I copy that. We still don't have any resources. It's heading this way, but nothing's checked in recently.
Copy that, and then I would like to backfill those 2 Charlies with 2 additional Charlies when you get them.
You're probably going to be stuck with what you have for the night. We're going to need the balance for tomorrow unless we get into active structure control.
Bravo, copy.
Are going to 21, conscious person, northbound 5 at the 4th Street off ramp. Or Mike 2212.
Foxtrot, operations on command. Division Foxtrot, operations on command. That's 61 Charlie. I think he's Foxtrot changing out of battery right now. So relay message. Copy. He just relayed on. I had to take one of the helicopters. He can keep the L-10 or 47 for as long as he needs them up there. And either holding the, protecting the infrastructure or holding the main divide. I'll be losing one copter. We could use the Helitanker 47. I'll relay the Foxtrot. Copy, thanks. Foxtrot, operations on command. Go for Foxtrot on command. Yeah, I'm going to hold the CAL FIRE back to support tomorrow's plan and possibly use it as a contingency down here, so you will not be getting the CAL FIRE strike team up there.
Yeah, that's a good copy. I checked with Copter 1. It's a quarter-acre swap over that's gone over the line. The winds are getting a little sporty up here, kind of mixed in. I don't think we're going to be able to hold it, but I don't think it's going to go ripping down into Riverside either. So we're just going to have to try to pick that up first thing in the morning when it's safe to do so.
That's our plan here, Neil, so I support it. We have 0800 air attack and tankers over the fire, so we'll go to work on that first thing in the morning.
Foxtrot copy, thanks.
Foxtrot, operations on command.
Go for Division Foxtrot.
Okay, I got 2 private water tender fields. I believe they're fairly large, six-wheel water pit. Should we position them up there for tomorrow's plan?
I think a Type 2 tanker with 4-wheel water tender, Type 2 water tender with 4-wheel drive will make it all day long. If we have a large support tender, we can put them at the bottom of Maple Springs or Bedford Trail and fill up off of them. I'm not quite sure what's going to be best access. The Forest Service guys said Bedford Trail had some rough areas, but they made it up here a lot faster than us going through Maple.
If there's a Type 2, we'll send them up Bedford. Otherwise, we'll put the large one at the gate at Maple Springs, and I'll use the other one down here.
That's a good copy.
Control 7.
Mark 1 Dramatic 45, an unconscious person. 21972 via Del Lago. Evac go. Mark Medic 57, engine 5, TC with injuries. 5 Delta. Mark 119, an old person. 25342 H.
Patrol 7, let's assign you to Division Bravo. We'll put you into the Rose Canyon area. Go direct with Bravo on Fire 22. Division Bravo, Operations Command.
Operations Bravo, good.
I'm giving you Patrol 7 to support Rose Canyon.
I copy. Just have them tie in with 50 Charlie.
Marco engine 79, just dispatch, cancel. Engine 79, cancel.
Foxtrot, Station Bravo, on command. Foxtrot, Bravo, on command. Are you freeing up the copter?
Sorry, Bravo, Foxtrot, can you copy traffic?
You're broken. Repeat.
Okay, looks like we have a swap over main device in Foxtrot. I had the copter dropping on it to check it up, but it looks like based on the winds we're getting, it's just going to kind of skunk around on top. We'll have to pick it up in the morning. I was offering them up to Ross or to X-ray because they're taking a hit in Robson Ranch. But if you need them, go ahead and go direct to the station for a little bit.
Local Copter 1.
Foxtrot, he had 2 more drops on his fuel cycle. He's head to the ditch. Might be down the ditch now.
I copy. Get back on the radio. Just have them make contact with me on the underground.
Foxtrot, copy.
Go for Foxtrot. Bravo, operations on command. Bravo. Local Copter 1's going to remain in X-ray. You can have helitanker 47 if Foxtrot is done with it.
Marco Battalion 59, Engine 73, Truck 61, Truck 75, Heavy Rescue 6, Technical Rescue, Stage away, First and Fairview. Stage away, 4 Foxtrot, 2237.
Division Foxtrot, Bravo, command.
Go for Division Foxtrot.
Perhaps I'm going to get helitanker 47 when you're done with them. So when you're done with them, you have to come up on air ground with me and I'll put them for you.
Okay, I tried to get a hold of Helicopter 1. Air ground was broken. I'm on the other side of the hill. He's over an X-ray. I'm sorry, he's over an X-ray now. I can hear him talking for a second. If I hear 47, I'll send him your way.
Bravo and Foxtrot from operations. Bravo is definitely the priority for helitanker 47. So as soon as we can get them down here, let's do that.
Yeah, Foxtrot, a good copy. I agree. We're looking really good up here. They were going to load me in fuel, so there might be a few more minutes. And if I do hear them, I'll pass them over to the Morty.
Okay, Morty operations. We're at top of Road Canyon here, looking at the stuff that's kind of north and east of it. We'll get the helitanker support here on that. Stop on that.
Bravo, copy.
Foxtrot operations.
Over Foxtrot.
Neil, can you draw up a traffic plan for me as well? What is our best access to getting resources to the top? It sounded like we've been struggling in multiple directions, so talk with resources up there, find out what is going to be our best travel route for tomorrow.
Yeah, without seeing it, it's going to be Bedford Canyon. There's a washout on Maple Spring that I don't feel comfortable getting. Side 3 bucks down. If we get a Lima to tracking up Maple, they can fix that road for us. So for now, Bedford's our best access.
Okay, Bedford primary access, Maple Springs with Dozer improvement.
Lambert and La Habra is closed. Repeating, northbound beach between Lambert and La Habra is closed due to a traffic collision. Motorists advised alternate routes for the next 2 hours. Control 1.
Okay, friends, I'm back. Just hang on. I gotta get situated here. Use the bathroom, and we'll get started. I think we can call JB.
Problems at Lion and Norman, or my 2242.
County, helitanker 47 with the access.
Tanker 47, go ahead.
Tanker 47 is back off Chino en route to the airport fire. 3 souls on board at 2.4 and $5 fuel.
10-4.
ops, go ahead.
Operations reading Yankee. We have 1400 full in my division. I'd like to give you guys tracking from 16 and have them to O'Neill Park.
Park 21 and 0%.
Release 16 O'Neill Park. Feed them, tell them to bed down tonight, and then on the plan tomorrow.
Oh, that's frustrating how loud one of them is and the other guy isn't. Sorry, friends. Okay. Interesting Morse code usage there.
1008, I'm training.
Okay. I've got my food, and I just got disconnected from being on the phone with JB. So hopefully we can give him a call here. How is it looking, friends? Sorry, the line at the drive-thru just went extra long. And somebody cut in front, and I was like seeing red. I'm like, I have a life-saving show to do, or at least informational show to do right now. But then I realized, hey, Zen, be calm. It's a delay of 5 minutes.
September 9th, 10:47 p.m. This is Sigler Traffic Bulletin. Santa Ana Police Department reports that eastbound and westbound 1st Street from Susan to Fairview is closed. Repeating, eastbound and westbound 1st Street from Susan to Fairview is closed. This is due to police activity. Motorists advise alternate routes until further notice. Control 1.
Well, that's all the fire crews need is oh, there he is. He's called back. Okay, great. That's all they need is roads blocked due to police activity. Okay. Hi, JB. You're live and on the air. Sorry we disconnected. I don't know how to use the Bluetooth in a Jeep. Hello, friends. Hello? You there, JB? Hello?
Stand by.
Okay. Sorry, friends. This is retired fire captain John Bruno from Shasta County. He was just calling, and he knows a little bit about what's going on here. Up here at this fight.
I'm having some power source problems with my battery.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm back on. Go ahead. Good evening.
Oh, we're all ready to hear. So can you explain what you know about what's going on at this specific tower and the fight to save it?
Yeah, it looks like they sent a couple task force or strike teams of resources of engines and crews up there to keep the fire from the infrastructure of those towers. So as the fire approaches the edge, they do a burnout. They actually light fire on the edge of the flammable vegetation where it meets the mineral soil, and then they just protect it from impinging upon any of the infrastructure there. The cables would probably be the most susceptible to heat.
The cable.
I just took a radio tower down for a nonprofit organization last week, and I learned a lot about how those are vulnerable to fire. But probably the conduit, the cabling, the exterior cabling and such, that would probably be more prone because everything's up there is metal and steel and aluminum. So.
Yeah. And
they have if you look, there's a little house. You'll see a little house. That's called a vault. Inside there's computers.
Really?
And there's a heater, and sometimes an air conditioner to keep the temperature within a certain range. And there'll be a backup, like it'll be a generator or a gas generator backup when the power goes out to keep everything legit. And then probably once a week or so, someone's going up there and checking on it because it's very expensive equipment that has to be up and running and well maintained.
Right.
So I just wish that I think after this year, these guys are going to be brushing these hillsides a lot better than they have in the past. The ones who actually own the land would be responsible. Like if the Forest Service owns that, then the Forest Service would be responsible for keeping it maintained, or Caltrans or whoever it may be.
Right. Yeah, we've seen like in the Fresno bolt and flash fire situation that one tower burned just because it wasn't supervised. Now the tower was fine, but an ember got inside the building, and the vault thing burned down.
Yeah, the vaults are normally block or or metal. In fact, I talked to a friend of mine yesterday. He's a retired battalion chief from North Ops, and he and another guy were hired as retired annuitants to go and survey every vault in North Ops, and there's several dozen. So they actually drive and go up and document what needs to be done to make them safer or make them stronger.
Right.
And, you know, for technical services, going to do that. But yeah.
Okay. Well,
But anyway, this airport fire, you know, it's got, like we said earlier, on the fire that we talked about earlier this month, you've got slope, and you've got fuel, and you've got wind, all in alignment. And that's why it's burning as actively as it is,
Yeah, it's something coming off the ocean from the west, right? And we're going to get more of it tomorrow, right?
Onshore, and there's supposed to be more of it tomorrow afternoon. Yes.
Great. You know, somebody
especially on the line incident.
Somebody said the airport began as a safety exercise that got out of hand. I haven't verified this, but
which incident?
The airport. Am I wrong, or was it a different one?
I have not heard what the cause is.
Yeah.
Normally when they have a definite cause that they know in the first, let's say, couple hours, you'll probably see a press release within 12 to 24. But if it's something that's unknown or undetermined, it'll take several days and sometimes weeks to determine what could have been the cause.
Yeah.
And they'll do a press release. They'll probably have a press release on it tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so. Did it actually start by an airport? I mean, this is I set the stream up
by not a commercial airport. I think it's a hobby airport where they have model planes, hobby planes. You know that guys and gals fly those little hobby planes.
Gotcha. That makes more sense because that would help the drafts. You know, help
which can start a fire. You know, they have fuel in them, and they can start a fire, especially on a dry day. You know,
right
with a breeze.
Yeah, I was very confused because that would be a very difficult type of airport to land with a real plane in the mountains.
Right.
I was like,
so
really?
where it started, the vegetation right outside the urban area of the city of Mission Viejo, that's called SRA. That's under contract to Orange County Fire. So the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, contracts with Orange County and 5 other counties in the state to protect the state responsibility areas, which is normally a strip of land between the urban cities and the national forest, in this case being the Cleveland. So that's called a contract county, which Orange County is.
Okay.
So, but when it goes beyond extended attack, like it is, they're not going to have the fire contained in 2 hours. All the cost for that fire will be borne by the state, not the county of Orange.
Oh, okay. It's in Riverside a little bit too. I hear we got a couple more evacuations that were, I don't think it was for the airport, but let me see. It was jingling my phone as I was in the car. I didn't have a great ability to check on it. They've opened up shelters for the airport fire in Yorupa Valley. But then there's a new fire called Yorupa, which is a street name, which is a little bit confusing. So that's totally different, guys. The Yorupa fire versus the shelter at the Yorupa Valley 6851 Van Buren Boulevard.
There was a camera that I was looking on today, and I was going back over and reviewing it, the blow up of the airport fire, and as I was looking at it, you could see the blow up on the Yorupa, which is Yorupa Valley, which is in Riverside County.
Okay.
But they got on it. They jumped on it right away. The initial attack.
Okay.
Resources were able to contain that fire very early, but it did blow up pretty good.
Okay.
I don't think it's. I don't know if they've. I don't know if they've considered it completely contained or.
Yeah, we've got more evacuation warnings. I guess it's for the actual airport. Which
see, it's only 10 acres.
Yeah.
And it's it's actually in San Bernadino County. So that would be San Bernadino County Fire and Rialto Fire probably responded to that, and maybe Colton.
Oh,
so
good.
That's right south of Highway 10.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's basically in an urbanized area, which is blocked by roads. It's not in what we would call open country, so it's going to be fine.
Gotcha.
They're going to catch it.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, they're spread thin, though. That's what your big point was, is some of these can get larger because they're so spread thin. The bridge is probably their lowest priority at this point, or what do you think?
Well, yeah, I can only talk about California because I'm Oregon and Washington and Nevada and Idaho. You can look at the National SIT report. People can Google National Situation Report, and they can Google that, and they will get every morning, I think it comes out at 07:30 on Pacific time, all the fires that are what we call major fires. You know, we're not talking about initial attack fires or a fire like this, 10 acres, they're going to have it contained. Major fires burning in the country, and you can look and see the list for the Idaho-Montana area, which is, I think, the Great Basin region of the Forest Service. They have dozens and dozens and dozens of fires. And then California has about 6 or 7 active fires that have, and plus people got to remember that these other fires that we've had in the last 30 days, like the Park Fire and the fire up in Trinity County, the Boise and such, they all have people on them. They might be 90% contained, but they all have engines, crews, and dozers mopping those things up.
Right.
Because, they have to stay on it. So they're not available for these other fires.
Right. So you're saying that the line, which we haven't forgotten about, that's still pretty vigorous and active, was being taken over by CAL FIRE because the feds didn't have anybody to send, right?
They didn't. The Forest Service is pretty depleted as far as their incident management teams.
Okay.
And so what they do is they go into the war room in Sacramento and they ask the Department of Forestry and Fire, CAL FIRE, they give them a delegation of authority to manage and contain this fire. And so they bring in their management team. CAL FIRE brings Incident Management Team 3, which ironically was the exact same team that was spent on the Park Fire.
Yeah, Incident Management Team 3. Yeah, we like them.
Billy C is the incident commander, and Chief C is a very good incident commander. He's very well experienced. He knows what he's doing. He's been around the block a long time. He has a very good team, and so they work. They do the business of putting this fire out, but they do it under their authority is delegated by the feds to CAL FIRE, and of course the feds pay for it all.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Mods. A, for holding down the fort, and B, for the link. It's true. ABC 7 said the fire in Trabuco Canyon was sparked by public works crews performing fire safety work. It's dated today. This is Trabuco.
That could have been a case. They might have been mowing. And if folks ever look in California, at least, if you look at Caltrans when they mow, you'll always see that the mower will have a truck, a water tender that can pump about 100 gallons a minute right behind it. So when because those are metal blades, so they could get a fire easily start right off the freeway. And of course, they've got some suppression tools to put it out. In this case here, that could have happened. I don't know the details.
Well, you win the prize. You are psychic because it says the cause of the fire was a spark from heavy equipment being used to replace barriers.
Heavy equipment used to do what?
To replace barriers.
Replace barriers. So they were doing some highway construction. So, it could have been a spark from a piece of equipment, and maybe they were doing some welding, and it was some slag. If you look at fires, there's a lot of fires that we have in this state on breezy, dry days. Case in point, the Bel Air fire in 1961 was a construction crew that accidentally started a fire, and that became the Bel Air fire that destroyed over 500 homes.
The infamous Bel Air fire. Well, this one says that they identified that a dry area was at risk to fire risk for the county, and so they decided to place boulders to block road access. And while placing the boulders, a spark. Wow. So.
Right. And it might have been. It probably was very breezy at the surface level. If you go back and look at the weather at that time, there was a onshore wind, southwest wind, a west wind blowing pretty good.
Yeah, let's look at the wind.
If you look at the first half hour of the fire, you'll see that how that wind impacted that fire.
Wow.
You know, so
Absolutely nuts. So what sorry?
There's a myriad of causes. We talked about this, I think, a month ago, but most all the fires are man-caused. There are natural cause fires, such as lightning, but most of our fires in California are man-caused. And out of the man-caused fires, the number one cause is equipment-related. Vehicle fire, a piece of equipment, you might have some kind of fencing material that shorts out. You can have friction from something scraping something like a blade of a dozer or a piece of equipment on asphalt. And then you have, you know, those are the equipment related vehicle fires. Then structure fires, we've had several structure fires, and the structure fires burn and spread fire to the vegetation and take off from there. A lot of auto fires,
Yeah, so
dragging of chains.
If people have their car catch fire and it's a fire season and windy especially, they should probably not pull over too far in the shoulder, right? Just get out of the vehicle. What do you think?
Get out of the vehicle first. Get out of the vehicle to be safe, and activate 911 as soon as you can. Sometimes people will panic. But I travel with a 5-pound fire extinguisher everywhere I go, for the simple fact that most of the time the fire will start under the hood. Most of the fires start under the hood.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it's either fuel related or electrical related. And then, but if most cars now are not steel framed, they're all fiberglass. My Honda is mostly all fiberglass. So if they can have a fire extinguisher and knock the fire out in its incipient stage, then they've won the battle. But they have no suppression tool, and they're out in the wildland. By God, all means, keep it on the asphalt, because if you go into the if you're on the edge in the dry grass, it definitely will burn the vegetation. But at least you have somewhat of a chance. It depends if the wind's blowing. The wind's blowing is probably going to radiate fire into the vegetation.
Okay.
You know, but
Or maybe if you're on the freeway, go to the left side of the freeway by the center divider if there's no median, right? Something like that.
Normally on a state highway, you're going to have some type of shoulder, asphalted shoulder. You know, now you might cause a traffic. Then you got to be careful on a freeway for your safety. But that's why the new standards, when they do a lot of repaving and realignment, they'll put a full 10 or 12 foot emergency shoulder to the right of the fog line for that purpose.
Yeah. So people should just remember, you can always pull over to the left lanes, and that
you can do that too as well. You just have to be careful when you exit your vehicle that you don't get into the oncoming lane.
Right.
You know, and then sometimes people spend too much time getting luggage out of their vehicle and stuff.
Oh.
And they have to be careful, you know, that they don't get trapped by the fire or injured by the fire. But basically, that's all they can do. And then they should keep clear of the vehicle. And especially, you know, we had a firefighter die this year from a vehicle fire. It was a tractor fire. A large tire blew and a fragment nailed him and killed him. LA County fireman here earlier this summer. So people have to stay clear. You don't want to get within 100 feet of that burning vehicle.
So it was a burning vehicle. The tires were heating up, and so hot air expands. So
it was a tractor. It was a front end loader. It was one of those big heavy duty tires that you see. The tires are about 6 foot in diameter.
Okay.
A chunk of it blew off, and that chunk had probably steel belts in it, and it blew up, exploded. And when the explosion occurred, the fragment, like shrapnel, hit the firefighter and killed him.
Oh wow!
And it injured a second firefighter.
Oh man. Yeah, I saw an incredible viral video where a firefighter is approaching, you know, a type of vehicle like that, like a tractor trailer, and it looked like some sort of a gas. I don't know what it was hauling, but it was like some sort of a gas canister, kind of like a propane tank but bigger, shot out of the burning truck like a missile and just missed him by 2 feet. And
it was a compressed cylinder of some sort. Could have been LPG. Or it could have been something else, but
unreal. Well, you know, it's looking very good at the tower up here. I think they probably saved it because this is all the flashy fuel stuff, the chaparral stuff, and that doesn't burn forever. I'm just looking at
it's LA brush.
Yeah, and just looking at the reviews of the how it kind of started today, it's going to be spreading out along the sides of the hills. It's what I can see it doing, but it's hard to tell.
Well, it's good dozer country if they can. It's good dozer country if they can get the dozers in there. But I did look at the weather forecast, and the humidity is really going to come up tonight.
Oh, good.
Like at the top there, that's about 4,000 or 5,000 feet up there where that tower is, and so the humidity is going to come up well over 60%.
Oh,
maybe
good.
75. So that'll help slow things down. And the wind too. But it's all open line, so they're not going to have a line around this thing by noon tomorrow, and then noon tomorrow they're going to have some winds. It'll spill down into, well, you can already see where it's already going to spill down toward Riverside County. Get right, it's almost crossed into Riverside County.
I think I see that vault thing you're talking about. I just noticed it. It's got little air conditioner things. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little green building down here.
Right. Normally there's either underground or above ground power supply that goes to those things, and then they all have emergency generators, which they're probably running on right now. And sometimes in my career, we've had fires actually on knobs like that. We call them knobs, the top of the hill, with our frequencies in them. The frequencies we're actually using on the fire are being operated by computers in those vaults. So if we were to lose it, we would lose our ability to use the repeater. Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, if they would only just mow the grass, in the off season, or just gravel this down, or
Well, yeah, it's mostly brush removal. The light grass isn't much of a threat, but the heavy brush would be,
Yeah, if only they would do that, then these firefighters could be doing something else somewhere else. It's just that always boggles my mind. That
well, it's just like structure defense. They have at the beginning of this thing, they had a lot of resources that initially came, and what they did was structure defense down there. They didn't know where there were a lot of buildings down there initially, so that's the priority. And then the fire ensues, the perimeter takes off, and now it's doing its thing, And so, they put in big orders tonight for tomorrow.
Okay.
Now, how much of that they get filled? If you go to Wildfire, there's another. I use it a lot. It's called wildfireintel.org.
Okay.
Have you ever used that?
Let me see.
Wildfireintel.org.
All right. Let's see if I recognize it. Punching it in. Free and open for. Oh, the forum. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you stay abreast of things here.
That's kind of like the old bulletin board days of computers, where if you click on questions and discussion, different people like John Bruno, retired fireman types, or like Catherine Davidson's that are listening on their scanner will enter information in, and there's just input from it. And then you get a lot of, like, for example, there's several folks that have been retired firefighters from that area that will say, yeah, I was on a fire up there in 2004, and we put dozer line at this location. Maybe they can open that up, or they'll say, this is what the winds normally do at night here. They give it local input, and they have monitors that monitor what's being put in there, but it's quite unique. But that's another informative. I look at it all the time. They'll also tell you what frequencies to listen to, how to click on what websites to listen to the frequencies on Broadcastify and things like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's the bee's knees. Okay, I'm going to link the one that's for the airport fire right now in chat, so people can go ahead and click on that. Thank you for that. And also, I have a huge thank you.
Right, and you can scroll down, like, for example, like this, for example, this has 102 entries. And the first entry started 10 hours ago when it was a half acre with a moderate rate of spread. And then as you scroll down, you'll see it's getting bigger. And by the time you get, into it 20, 30 minutes, then someone puts a picture up, and boy, it's really moving out. And then, so it's kind of, it's like watch duty, but
Old school.
Watch duty, you have one monitor that gives you information, which is good.
Yes.
But a lot of times they will take the information from watch duty and transcribe it or paraphrase it and put it in this.
Yeah. I think.
But, like, for example, a normal citizen can take a picture of the fire from their home and upload it to this website, and people can see it.
That's what I'm encouraging people to do, is notice the little camera button on watch duty. Go ahead and snap that photo and send it to Watch Duty. And I also encourage people to send to my email, what they see out their back porch or whatnot. And I'll be happy to share it, online. But yeah, I think they saved the tower, at least this one side. Let's see which view it's looking. The south side is looking excellent. They're just sort of, there's just minor glowing.
I think they saved the tower too.
Yeah, yeah. So where I'm thinking is like
Santiago Peak, I think it's called.
Yes, it's awesome. It has 4 different cameras, excuse me. But how ironic that they tried to get people away from this area, knew it was extra fire hazardous, and then moving a boulder, wow. But I wanted to thank you. I got the package. I'm so sorry. It took me a while to get to my P.O. box and open it and get it. Thank you so much for the field operations guide and the pocketbook. Man, this thing is a treasure trove of info. And it's like a little...
the field operations guide, people can actually get that online, but, you'd have to have a good printer and a lot of paper. I think it's probably, 300 pages. That's designed for the fire officer to have in a briefcase when he goes to an overhead assignment. But you'll find that field operations guide will be in the glove compartment of every fire engine, every ladder truck, every rescue squad, every bulldozer, every crew van. And not only are they in the vehicles, they're also in a briefcase for the individual officers.
Right. Okay.
And one time I had a fire in 1990 called the Devil Canyon Fire, and I just graduated from helibase manager school about 3 months earlier, and I'd never been on an actual helibase running it. I just went through the classroom portion. I didn't have any training assignments, but we had a siege of fires, and I got pressed. I told the boss, I said, listen, I'm only a trainee. He said, that's okay. You're the only one we got. You got to go up there and build us a helibase.
Oh, wow.
And I read that. I had a driver, and I read my fog guide all the way up. So I knew what positions I needed to have, and I know what I needed to do for that function. It tells you exactly what your job description is when you have it.
Oh, wow. So you can distribute this to volunteers in a disaster and say, this is your assignment, go?
No, that's kind of different.
Oh, all right.
That's a little bit different. This is for first responders. This is for the incident command system. Everything you wanted to know basically about the ICS, what we're afraid to ask is, and that's the Bible of the ICS, the Field Operations Guide.
Gotcha. Oh, and I wanted to not only thank you for this copy, I attended a Washington County emergency response workshop, and I represented not only myself as a person who does social media, but also ODART, which is the Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team, which CPRO, David, he was a founding member of that and got me into it. So when the big Cascadia subduction zone quake happened, which I didn't realize was 600-mile long fault, which will probably affect a lot of California too. It's basically for city of Portland, but it has 2 counties, Washington and Multnomah. So this is why I was in Washington. But they approached me, and I didn't know what to expect. Like, they're like, what do you do again? And I kind of explained. And then instead of getting I kind of half expected to be dismissed, or that's neat, or scolded, like maybe you should have let the officials do that. Instead, we got a heartfelt thank you, which blew me away, which was, thank you so much for doing this. And because one of the biggest problems we have is if we do submit the information to the public, many people just don't trust the government. And
I understand.
Yeah, and so I was blown away. You'll be very important. Do other emergencies too, especially this earthquake thing. I assumed, here's just one thing everybody should know. I assumed that everything would be offline, no power, no cell phone the moment that the quake hits, or any quake that hit Portland, for example. But representatives from Verizon explained that they are required, at least by the state, I don't know if it's federally, to have at least 3 days of battery backup in these little bunker things at the towers. So we actually
have battery backup, and then they have access to generators.
Right. So we have at least 3 days where we actually might have social media before people start running out of power and can't charge their cell phones, and then the towers go offline. So we may be more important.
Yeah. The only thing is that people, we had this happen during the car incident. When people get on social media, they need to be prudent, and they need to be have integrity, and only report facts. Don't embellish anything. Don't surmise anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for example, during the car fire, it was moving from the west to the east into the city of Reading, and all of a sudden, people started putting on Facebook, and it went rampant, that there were spot fires all around Interstate 5 in the inner part of the city because they heard on their scanner the city fire department responding to a vegetation fire. Well, that's true. They were responding to a vegetation fire that was caused by some other than a spot fire from the car. It was just a standalone little quarter-acre brush fire off the freeway.
Oh, dear.
And people got all riled out. Spot is taken off. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Help me, Mr. Wizard. Getting crazy. So you got to stay calm, and you got to get the facts, and then you make a decision, and you go with that, and you pray to Almighty God that your home is saved,
Right.
Like my friend during the Rio Dosa fire in Arizona, he was the only house out of 550 that made it.
Wow.
And I said, what did you do? He said, I prayed. I prayed a lot.
There
But
you
he
go.
did have a metal roof. He had clearance. He had metal roof. He moved all his wood piles away from his home. He left his sprinklers on. He had raked up all the pine needles around his house.
Right.
It was early May when this started. He did everything he possibly could do. His trees were all trimmed. He had no brush. So the fire naturally, he did have a couple spots that started on his back deck, but they self-extinguished. The fire went around him.
Well,
Burned everybody around him.
yeah.
He had no yard fuel, no boards and 2x4s and plywood, dry grass in between them all. He never had none of that. He had a defensible environment.
Yeah,
So,
that's what many people don't realize.
No rain gutters.
Your home.
No rain gutters on his house. So there's no rain gutters collecting leaves and pine cones and debris. There were no rain gutters. It had a metal roof.
Yeah.
So he came out of it. Yeah.
That's what I try to tell people is if you have a defensible space, your home will likely take care of itself. It will probably just be fine if nobody is ever there, because that's the most important thing. Plus, sealed up attic soffit vents and the vents, of course. Like, don't allow fire to get in your home with the laundry vent or the, especially attic vents, because embers hit the side of the house and go up into the attic through the little mesh things. You got to staple that down and make it super fine mesh. But as long as that's in place, your home will take care of itself, likely. So it's
if you go to the Wildfire Intel link to the airport incident, somebody posted about 3 minutes ago a beautiful picture taken from the Newport Beach coast, looking southeast of the fire.
California?
I know that area pretty good because I have family that lives down there.
Okay.
And boy, it's quite a picture. It was taken about 3, but you can see how this fire's now gone all the way up to the top.
Is it on the airport page?
It's on the Wildfire Intel website, and then you have to click on the airport incident discussion and questions.
Yes. Okay. So I see the HP Ren cameras are in the area. Those are incredible. They'll have nighttime views.
Entry number 98. There's 103 entries. I told you it's like a bulletin board. And so if you go to entry number 98, 3 minutes ago, somebody posted a picture here. His name is Lawrence Curtin. That's his web ID, and it's quite a picture. Kind of gives you and that's basically looking from Newport Beach, Irvine area, looking to the southeast, and that's that mountain ridge there. So, like I said, when you have a fire like this in a highly populated area like Orange County, Southern California, it gets a lot of media coverage, lots of media coverage. And then, of course, you have millions of people seeing this as we speak. They become a big media event.
Okay, I just asked
people. The fire's not real big. I mean, I think it's around 8,000 acres right now. It will probably double in the next day or two.
Oh, only 8,000 acres 8 hours later. Oh, God.
Yeah. Well, it started from the bottom and burned its way up. Thank God there was no homes in the area.
Right.
I don't know if they've had any structure loss at all on this thing.
Yeah, if it goes up over to the top of the ridge, there's homes on the other side tomorrow. That's my big concern is can they stop it at the top? What do you think?
Stop it at the what?
At the top of the ridge line, because there are...
Probably not tonight. They don't have enough resources and they don't have enough time. It's already there at the top. So they're probably looking at some control lines that they've used in other fires up in that area. And they're going to open up those dozer lines and they're going to build their box with that. And then they're going to pound the heck out of it tonight with night vision copters. You got, the ocean right there. You got the water. They've got heliports where they've got fire engines sitting on fire hydrants that support the helicopters. And they'll pound it. They'll pound it hard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I see the photo you're talking about. That is incredible. My camera can do that kind of photography. Photo, huh? Yeah. So, this is a great resource here. Somebody's saying it may be beyond 8,000 right now. I'm not really sure. I hope the Cirrus plane flies over it tonight. It already went over the line fire earlier, correct? That's what I think happened.
And here's another little tidbit. If you go to any of the sites, whether they're the agency sites are always delayed, but you go to watch duty here, and if you click on the airport fire, then when you push your finger actually on the flame, the little orange flame, it tells you it's 5,431.7 acres. That's coming from the Intel flight that flew over it probably an hour or two ago. So that's always delayed. So you can add a certain percentage. Depending on the rate of spread, that fire is much bigger than 5431.7.
Yeah.
It's probably about 6,000 plus.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the fire behavior tonight. And so they'll fly it again. They'll probably fly it again maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And then that'll come out on the 7 o'clock briefing or the press release.
Yes.
So big orders are being placed right now as we speak. South Ops is placing orders to North Ops, to NIFC for aircraft, helicopters, air tankers, bulldozers, engines, and crews. Yeah. And so people will be migrating tonight sometimes, it's really difficult. I remember as a CAL FIRE employee in North Ops, we would have a couple fires during the day, and we would bed down about 9 and 9:30 at night. And then the phones would go off, and it'd be the command center, and it'd say, hey, strike team to San Diego, form up at Fire Station 43. And we would suit up and, close the gate, and cover engine would come in behind us later on. And we would be on the road that night to LA. Now, we would travel probably 4 or 5 hours, and then we would go to a MOB center in Madera, which is below Sacramento. Yeah. And we would spend a night and sleep at least 6 or 7 hours, have breakfast, get back on the road, and be in Southern California by that afternoon.
Right. Well, look at the Davis Fire next. Yeah. Sorry, I need to talk to chat. But what I would say right now, the best thing, Riverside County's on the other side. It's on the other side of the mountains, I believe. The east. Now the fire is up on the hill. They could probably see it now. It's crested the ridgeline. So right now, when I'm thinking, what is the best advice we can give to people who now have maybe until noon or something to prep their homes before they're maybe told to leave, I would say do as much of the vent clearing up as you can, right? Like close up the vents to the house, especially like the laundry. Make sure that the embers can't go into wherever the laundry goes.
Anything combustible, like combustible wicker, lawn furniture. If they've got some people who may heat with wood, if they're getting wood piles. If they're in an area that has a good water system, they could set some rotary impact sprinklers up. They need to get all their stuff ready to go to evac. They're probably, if you look at the yellow zone, it's evac level 2, which is get set. So you should have the car backed in, and your important papers and your pets and your dog food and grandmother's wedding ring and all that in the car.
Yeah, and check on your neighbors. Make sure they have fuel.
Or have it in the garage ready to put in the car. Just be ready. Be vigilant in watching what the fire's doing.
Yes.
And a lot of people, you got to remember that a lot of people who live on the Riverside County side of this thing, they've lived with fire in those hills for years. They know what fire does, and they've lived with it right on the edge there.
Yeah.
So they're pretty savvy. They're pretty savvy, and they're pretty well educated.
Yeah, at the end of the driveway, like where it meets like the curb, that's where you should put your flammables, like your propane tank for the barbecue, any ammunition that you have in the house should be there too. Flammable paints and stuff that, like, if people don't know, if you're even your garage heats up because the fire's proximity, the paint and spray cans, insecticide, whatever, can self-combust, like within your garage if it gets too hot.
Right.
So those chemicals
well, that's true, that's
outside.
true. But basically what they want to do is just not have any kind of continuity between the vegetation that's behind their house and where their yard is.
Yeah.
But if you put a wind in there, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, if you can.
Because the wind will blow it. If it gets intense enough and it starts burning the homes on the edge of the subdivision, then those homes that start burning, unless they can knock them out right now, will expose to the other homes, and that's when it gets crazy. But it's normally wind driven, and I don't think you're going to have those kind of winds. I think they're going to be able to get this. I really do. It might be a while down the road, but they're going to be able to get it.
Yeah, and just prepare anyway.
They know they get fire in this country all the time.
Yeah. If you
Riverside County.
Clear the porch, and then also if you do have yard debris or leaves or any kind of vegetation debris, it's too late to like burn it, of course, but you can scrape it up, put it in a pile, put a tarp over it with some bricks or something, and put that away from your house. Any leaves that accumulated under the deck or next to the home, and if you have a trellis with some creeping vines up beside the house, you rip that down right now. Yeah,
I think if you lived in rural Shasta County, it's a lot more challenging to get your home prepped than you live in an upper middle class tiled room home in Orange County with a fire hydrant every 300 feet out in the street and fire engines up to wazoo. I mean, there's literally thousands of engine companies in Southern California that they can access.
Yeah,
a little bit different than if you're in Wairika, California.
Right. Some people might put sprinkler stuff on the roof or whatever, but don't turn it on. Let the fire crews handle that. You don't want to turn it on and leave because they'll lose all of their hydrant pressure.
It doesn't. It can't. It definitely draws down the pressure for the water systems for the hydrants and all. But people just need to get set, get their important papers ready, know where they want to go. Take their prescriptions. Everything's on the list. Everybody can find this on the internet.
Right
now.
Yeah. So I've got a question. Amy D says, with my battery-operated string trimmer, I guess the weed whacker, with polystring, can it cause a spark if she wants to cut dead mustard weed? She's scared to use it, but she wants to do more clearance.
I use nylon. That's what I use. What causes normally the fires is when they use blades, and some of the landscapers will use a blade because it's heavy duty, and they've got normally now they have a lot of battery powered ones, but that blade spins, and if it hits a rock, the slag, the hot metal from the blade, can spray out and start a fire, especially on a breezy dry day. So normally you're pretty safe with nylon, but to even be safer is do all your string trimming in the morning before 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
When the humidity's higher, and it's cooler.
I think the friction could cause that, so not on a red flag kind of situation. I don't know if she could sprinkle it a little bit with some sprinklers, first.
Normally she's fine. If she does it early in the morning and she's using nylon, she should be fine. The only problem is if metal scrapes against rock, or a hard rock or concrete or something, or a block, but the nylon string trimming, battery operated, is probably about as good as you can get, But I tell people, for example, my son-in-law has 2 acres of grass in the Sacramento area. He has a 0-turn ride-on mower. I said, and it gets drier. He cuts it four or 5 times, starting in March till about June. I said, hey, when you're out there when it's super dry, because those are 2 big blades underneath that thing, you better do it early in the morning. And then have the kids put buckets of water out there, so if there's a fire, you can have them grab the buckets and put the fire out right away.
Yeah, have the hose and all that ready, and also
have it on standby.
Obey. When in doubt, call your local department. Call the county. the same number where you call to see if burning is allowed. Ask those questions there. Different cities have different rules. So
yeah, just use common sense. Just use common sense. For example, we had a gentleman. He was a retired policeman on a red flag day, right here by Shasta Lake, between Shasta Lake and the city of Reading. And he was out on his ranch. He had a couple acres and a home. He was in a rural residential area where, you have homes about every 5 acres. And he was grinding a fence post with a battery-operated grinder, and the hot slag flew off into the dry grass and started a fire. And he had a little tractor with a dozer blade, and he had a bucket of water, and he didn't know what to do first, so he got on the tractor. Oh. Well, by the time he got on the tractor and started it, the thing was already about 100 feet square, and it was a windy day, and that was the end of it. 27 homes, 27 neighbors' homes were destroyed.
Yeah.
From that fire. Yeah. So, he probably said, I should have just taken the bucket. I would have been able to grab the bucket and just douse it out. Or, he just wished he had made a different choice. But yeah, it's just common sense. You don't go out on a hot, dry, windy day and grind metal around dry grass. It's just common sense. You don't drive your car in LA City on a red flag. You can't drive your car off any concrete or asphalt. If you do, they ticket you.
Yeah.
Because catalytic converters, your undercarriage, you don't. One day I had a guy that had a barbecue, and he set the barbecue up, all right, in 12 inches of grass, and he was making hamburgers, and the grease caught fire and dripped through the drain holes in the barbecue. It was a Weber, and the drippy, burning grease started a grass fire. Yeah, they got him for negligence. The law enforcement officers wrote him up for negligence.
Dang hot dog fires.
Hot dog fires, yeah.
Yeah, I would say, I would say, Amy, you can always carry extinguisher on your back in a backpack or set it, carry it around. If you do anything sketchy, you'll
just use common sense.
Yeah. So sand buckets, people should keep sand buckets around their yards just for something like a barbecue, like
the
falling
only problem
over.
is most people can't lift them. If they have a good 50 to 100 foot garden hose with good pressure, and I have a fire ring in my backyard.
Yeah.
And you can use it for, I use it for the little picnics with the grandkids and all. But I've got a garden hose right there available.
Sure.
So,
well,
common sense.
Yeah. Thank you, JB, for your guidance about the Davis fire.
Okay.
People want a quick take on that. I think that what we were kind of discussing is that the neighborhoods look best, I think, as far as the Davis is concerned, because they've now had more than 24 hours to prep them. We're just mostly concerned about climbing the mountain, where they're putting retardant there on the left flank of it all day.
The western portion of that fire is going up the mountain.
Right. So that's what I wanted to.
They normally try to do, because the fireground commanders, they have to set priorities when they have limited resources, and they're going to protect those structures.
Right.
And they will allow the perimeter of the fire that's not going to impact homes to burn, because they have to set a priority.
Right.
And as resources get assigned and attached to the fire, then they can encompass the rest of it. But, like I said, so this whole thing with wildland fire suppression, a lot of it's weather-driven, fuels-driven, and we talked about topography-driven. But if you don't have the resources and you're in drawdown mode, that will impact the ability for the fire to be suppressed. So it's what we call a critical danger day or high-risk day.
Yeah, and tomorrow will be, I think, a red flag over there. You can always get a sickle, Amy. You can always get a sickle. So I think, though, like Truckee Fire
Unless she uses a sickle. The sickle's got a metal plate, and if she hits a rock, she can start a fire.
Oh, dear.
Just tell her to use nylon. Just tell her to use nylon.
Nylon, okay.
She'll be fine.
Okay. Carry around a fire extinguisher, use the nylon. Sounds good. The situation with the Davis, Truckee Fire and Meadows, they're extra cautious with what they put out, and so they're usually 24 hours behind whatever they're saying. The situation with it climbing the hill, I'm actually surprised that it's as stable as it is. Like it seems to just from what I'm looking at, holding in most places. They did.
Yeah, the weather's cooperating.
Yeah, at least for tonight. So if it burns extremely brightly but stays within its lane, that's the best option today because that'll be getting rid of the understory, which is the thing that lights the trees.
Ground fire,
yeah. Yeah, which lights the trees on fire too. So we did a yesterday.
And they've had fire. I know Zeke Lunder does this a lot. Of course, he has access to every map in the world. But when you pull up, and you can do it on your Calpog map.
So you're breaking up a little?
Yeah, Caltopo.
Okay.
If you can pull that up and you can see where the fire scars are, that tells you that as fire enters those scars, especially if they've been in the last 5 years, that fire will slow down.
Right.
Now, unless it is overwhelmed by a wind.
Yes. Let's check out the fire history there. That they had nothing in recent years, actually, on the Slate Mountain, just a tiny little blip that happened.
Yeah, I know that the Verdi fire was there but that was 15 years ago.
Right.
15 or 17 years ago.
What was it called?
Verdi fire, V-E-R-D-I.
Oh, like Verdi, Verdi, yeah. So that's, Verdi's a bit away from the area, around the corner, yeah. I see that. So, all right. So let me orient myself. Wow. Okay. This gets very busy on the. Yeah, the Verdi. Let's see. Let me just put that. That's pretty far away, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is to east of it and south, in the actual Washoe City area. So you could see, Reno in the distance to the north/northeast.
Right.
But this
anybody who's traveled to Reno, California knows that it's what we call the high desert plateau fuels. It's basically sage and grasses and sage, But once you get into that elevation in that I-80 corridor, that's timber, So once it goes from a light fuel like grass and brush into a heavy fuel like timber, it's gonna burn more intense. And for every 20% increase in slope, it'll double in speed. So if you go from a flat piece of ground to 20% slope, you're gonna double your rate of spread.
Oh, how does that work again?
Well, if you have a fire burning at X amount of feet per minute, and it's burning on flat ground, and it moves to a slope that's 20% slope, which is a 20% rise for every 100 feet.
Okay.
Then you're going to have the fire double in its rate of spread.
Wow.
It's going to spread faster than when it's on flat ground.
Of course.
Just take a match, light a match.
Yeah.
Hold the match horizontally, then invert the match with the unburned part of the stick above the flame and watch how it burns that stick, how fast. So fire burns up. We all know that. Oh,
yeah.
So
it loves to climb.
Fires start at the bottom of a hill, or, like over here in Trinity County, Highway 299 going to the coast. All those fires start at the bottom of a canyon and burn straight up. Because that's all that is. That canyon is parallel with the creek, or the river, Trinity River, and so that fire goes all the way to the top. It's what we call slope-driven.
Right.
So when you have a slope-driven fire, get out of its way because it's coming up,
Yeah.
Perfect example is what you see right now in front of you at that Santiago Peak. Came out of the bottom of that country with a wind. So you had wind burning, pushing from the west to the east, and you have a hill that goes from the bottom to the top from the west to the east. So you have slope and wind in alignment. And that's what really cranks off. And that's what happened on the Park Fire. Why did the Park Fire burn like it did? Well, it was right in the middle of a massive heat wave. But the wind, the southwest wind and the southwest canyons were in alignment, and bammy, it's off to the races.
Yeah, it's that explosive cheatgrass stuff, which is like a suicide bomber evolution strategy to destroy all other plants, then I can thrive and grow back from the root. So California has to get rid of that stuff if we ever want to be serious. But,
I don't think they're ever going to get rid of it. There's too much rain in the state.
Well, there's
And
a
that's why they put the advisory out. They put a fuels advisory out in Southern California a few weeks ago, and they basically said that there is a unusual amount of heavy fine fuels in the region. So that's because of 2 years of heavy rains. So you have all the dust from last year, 2022, and then you have this last winter, 23-24, horrendous amount of above average annual rainfall. And now you have a grass crop that's thick and tall, and that's all over the region.
Yeah.
North and south, really. Northern and Southern California, both. I mean,
Yeah.
That was a contributing factor to the park rate of spread.
Oh yeah, the wind was crazy. I used to play there all the time at Bidwell Park. I just still don't understand why they didn't close to road access and car access the levee areas. Somebody, there's gates there. Somebody screwed up.
Yeah,
or somebody
I've really
broke
seen
in.
local parks rarely do that. The only time you'll see that is on federal lands. The feds will actually close their forest and restrict public access during critical fire times. You'll see them do that. They have restrictions like you can't have a campfire, you can't park off the road, you can't smoke outside of your vehicle or outside of a building. That's their standards that they have on their forest. But I have never seen a local park ever put any kind of fire restrictions. I'm sure their state parks can do it.
The levee, with the levee system, there's so many river bottom fires around those counties, Yuba, Butte, Sutter, that, they generally do close the gates when it's red flaggy, or if it's, heat of summer and they haven't burned off the levees or they haven't grazed the levees. So that's pretty routine. I used to go there all the time. It's just very strange to me why they didn't burn them off either, which could have prevented stuff. I remember growing up in all my childhood, you just see the black levees are black part of the year. And, that's the way it is. I was absolutely surprised to see shoulder-high cheatgrass, and they allowed vehicles to drive up on the levees where it's right next to them. So, but maybe I'll interview somebody about that in the future. I just wanted to point out that Blanco Lirio channel, and I just put it in the chat. You guys should watch this. This is a journalist friend of his showing from a vantage point how the Davis fire of Reno is trying to go up the hill. So that
guy does a good job. He's a commercial pilot, I believe.
Yeah, One Brown. Yeah. So he knows a lot of the CAL FIRE guys. This is what they did through most of the day with 737s, is a big, long sweeps of retardant on the left flank where it's trying to climb the hill, and even back towards the heel where it started is where it's trying to do this. But you can see that the person filming up here is at a vantage point, and I'm doing this I hope he doesn't mind, that One Brown doesn't mind, just to showcase his channel, and I hope people go click and subscribe. But this is being filmed.
Yeah, he does a good job.
Yeah. I
really enjoy that man's channel, Yeah. So you can imagine what's going on tonight now in the operation centers of Redding and Riverside. You have all these incidents requesting all the same kind of resources to fight the fire.
Yeah.
Helicopters, air tankers, crews, engines, and dozers, plus all the logistics, food, fuels, vehicles, repair equipment, sleeping resources, sleeping facilities, and fire hose, tools, fuel, all that stuff. Every one of those incidents is demanding, is trying to fill those orders to set up, and then personnel to be. You have to build a mini city, a fire city for each one of those incidents. So they're all pulling off of the same system, and so whatever can't be filled in California has to come from outside the state. Well, what's going on nationally? Well, there's tons of fires in Oregon, tons of fires in Idaho, in Montana, some in Washington. So everybody's drawing down, and so those resources will have to come from federal, state, local, and tribal firefighting resources nationwide. So if you look at the National SIT report,
Yeah,
this morning, I think it was under 20,000 firefighters, troops on the ground. Probably by tomorrow morning, that's probably going to go up to 22,500 or 2,500.
Yeah, and drawdown means that, well, it's kind of confusing. They have ramped up response, but because they did that, because there's so many new fires, it means that they are stealing resources away from the existing ones that are now less of a priority, right? Am I getting this correct?
Right. Drawdown is simply like a household that has X amount of dollars of bills every month, and you got X amount of income. But when the bills exceed the income, it's drawing down your cash. So you don't have enough money to pay all your bills. You don't have enough firefighters to fight all the fires. So because you got to remember that, let's just say, for example, here in Shasta Trinity, CAL FIRE, for example, has 20 engine companies, and they have 3 dozers, and they have about 10 crews. If they send all of that to all these other fires, and there's nothing here, what happens when we get a fire tomorrow afternoon?
Right.
It's going to burn from head to toe.
Yeah.
You might have some local people here, but what I'm saying is, so each county and each jurisdiction, each city fire department, each fire district can only send so much. Everybody can send something, and it's a synergistic effect. That means you have all these resources of state, federal, tribal, and local firefighting resources that come together. They have prearranged agreements to do this, to pay one another for each other's help to put these fires out. But when the fires get so demanding, like in 1987, there were 1,800 fires from lightning from the Mojave Desert all the way up to, Mount Hood. And boy, I'll tell you, it was crazy. And some of the fires were never staffed for days on end. They just burned. They were up in the high country and they just burned, like the good old days back in the 1900s and 1800s.
Wow.
But in this day, you have 40 million people that you have a life factor, and you have infrastructure. You have schools and churches and homes you have to protect. So it can get kind of crazy. So you kind of, like right now, if we did have a couple big ones take off during the red flag areas tomorrow, that's really going to tip the scale.
Oh, God.
Because, we're kind of stretched thin now,
Yeah. So that hold on to your butts, Southern California. Just hold on to your butts. Fingers crossed.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah, fingers crossed and prayers that everything holds at the Davis and the Reno area, but Washoe area. But Southern California is, oh God, be on high alert. Report any smoke. Report any suspicious vehicle or anybody being stupid with fire. Do it.
So here's another thing that happens when you have these fires burning in these jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions that don't have fires send a certain amount of pre-designated resources of engines, crews, and dozers. But at the same time, the fire stations who have been emptied to go to these fires, they have to move and cover with other resources. So it's like, we used to call it musical engines when I was a captain on an engine company. Like musical chairs, a game you play when you're a kid.
Sure.
You have to move and cover, move and cover, move and cover. So what happens is CAL FIRE will move and cover with their own resources. And then when they get so drawn down, they will tap into local government fire districts and city fire departments and county fire departments, and they will hire them to cover their fire stations, move into their quarters, and staff those fire stations. Or they might have, like in Shasta County here, we have, in our county fire department, we have about 17 volunteer fire stations. We will tell the volunteers to hard cover their engine. That means 3 of the volunteers show up at the station, they take cots out, they sleep there, they eat there, they stay, and they're there for immediate response.
Wow. Now,
and we pay them for that. We pay them for that immediate response status. We hire them up to hard cover. That's the term that's used. Hard cover that volunteer engine, because otherwise they're at their home or their ranch or whatever, or they're at their school or wherever they work, and the tones go off, their pagers go off, and they respond to the fire station and staff the engine. In this case, they would be staffing the engine either at their fire station or drive that engine with the personnel to and move in and back into a quarters of a firehouse that's been emptied, like a CAL FIRE station or something.
Sure. Now, if somebody, say somebody has a day job or some other thing, but they're fit and they want to be a volunteer type fireman or some helper during a crisis, how do you become a volunteer firefighter And is it kind of like on call, or like certain days of the week you staff the firehouse, especially in a rural area? How do you know how that works?
No, most volunteer fire communities, everybody is a volunteer. They might get a stipend of X amount of dollars for every hour they train or every hour they go to a fire. They get a stipend, but they're basically volunteer their time. But in Shasta County, for example, it's pretty typical. It takes about a solid year for a person to get all the training they need to be a bona fide certified volunteer firefighter, just because the OSHA laws now require volunteer firefighters to have a lot of the minimum training that a career firefighter has. Okay. So what they normally do is they respond. They normally have pagers, or they have some kind of activation on their cell phones. And when they get toned out, they respond from their homes or their business or wherever they live to the fire station, and they staff the engine and respond it. That's now some volunteer companies, like back east, they have so many volunteers in some of these companies, they actually rotate and cover that engine around the clock with volunteers. That's rare. You see that a lot back east because they have so many that per capita they'll have a town of 2,000 people might have 120 volunteers. Well, that's not the case in California.
Yeah.
And the rest of the country, it's rare. Most of the volunteers are suffering now because, first of all, people have a hard time right now volunteering anything. People's lives are busy. Mom and dad's working. The kids are going to four or five different venues besides school, soccer, whatever. They have, or people can't physically do it. They can't pass the physical exam to be a volunteer, or they use drugs, so they can't pass a drug test, or they just have no interest in volunteering.
Well, I mean, just say somebody did have the means. Where would they start? Are there online classes you can take, and then you sign up with?
Well, they would apply.
Okay.
Well, let's say they lived in your area in Clackamas County or whatever.
Okay.
Whatever jurisdiction they lived in, they would go to that jurisdiction and inquire. They have to make application, and they have to go through a process like anything else, like a job. They have to be live scanned. They have to have a physical exam. I mean, if you have a 65-year-old construction person that has a back that's had 14 surgeries, I doubt if a doctor's going to clear him to be a firefighter.
Right.
So they have to pass the physical, and then they have to pass the other requirements, and then they have to go through a series of training in various subject matters, from EMS to structural fire to wildland fire. You don't just hop on the fire engine the first day. No way, no how.
Oh, man.
Too much liability.
Darn. That would be a fun first day, man.
Now, if you wanted to volunteer for a non-physically arduous firefighting position, but you wanted to be involved in emergency management, a lot of counties have CERT teams.
CERT, yes.
Which are called Community Emergency Response Teams.
Right.
And they deal with more the logistical part of helping during an emergency, like small animal sheltering, large animal sheltering, helping set up shelters for people, other logistical things. Yeah, CERT teams, and you can spot them on the internet when you investigate it, because you'll see they wear green hats and green vests. That's kind of their color bond. Their what they call their tagging, or their markings.
It looks like there's it's FEMA sponsored, and so it's established in all 50 states. So it's a long waiting list if you ever want to get certified. This will teach you how to unbury people from a collapsed building, like somebody's leg is crushed.
They do other stuff. Yeah, they do that kind of stuff.
And so, but get on the waiting list, because there's always waiting lists for these places. I've been on one for years. I always miss out, but they have
that green. They wear green vests and green hats, and that's their branding. That's their branding.
Oh, I see.
And then there's other things. People can volunteer, like American Red Cross. I've worked with them a lot. So the American Red Cross, they're the ones that designate and set up the shelters. Now, believe it or not, I doubt if many of the people in Orange County will go to a shelter. They're going to go to a hotel, or they're going to take their RV and go to their daughter's house or their cousin's house or their friend's house, or they're just going to go to a motel if they got evacuated. And there's now the people who don't have those resources, they will go to a shelter.
Right.
They'll get food. They'll get medicine there. They can help them with their prescriptions. They can help. They feed them. They clothe them. They shower them. They help them out.
Right. Yeah. So that's something that everybody can get involved in, and you could be a hero helper for real. Like when the time comes, and especially in an earthquake or something, where you can actually have the skills. And what they do is they have these amazing little classes where they teach. Somebody's leg is crushed by some beams or something, so that you can stack other things like bricks underneath it, and then lift just like a second, just for a second.
Yeah, make a cribbing,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, all those techniques, for earthquake and all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the CERT training is excellent. It's a great organization, and but they don't just train for wildland fire. They train for all types of emergencies. And the other day, I don't know if you knew it, but I think it was today.
Okay.
My wife said there were 3 or 4 earthquakes in the region of Southern California at the same time these fires were taking off.
Oh, 4-pointers or something like that? Okay.
Yeah, they were 3.5ers, 4.0ers, which you definitely can feel, and they could do some slight damage, but normally once they get beyond 4.5 and get into 5.0 arenas when they start cracking walls and breaking things, and things start falling off shelves and stuff.
Yeah, people forget it's exponential.
California knows it's just a matter of when. It's a matter of when.
Right.
When it comes to earthquake activity,
Yeah, Cascadia is coming.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what people can do. They can volunteer in a lot of the nonprofits. I know in our area, a lot of the churches, because churches think about it, at least the church I attended, has a huge gymnasium, and they have bathrooms, and they have showers because they had a school there, and they have huge kitchens. And so the Red Cross was able to tap into that. All we did was give it up, give the facility up. And boy, they took care of, hundreds of people. And a lot of churches are used because they have these built-in resources now. Most churches have like a community room or a community building where they have their dinners. So it's a big room where people can sleep. They've got kitchens. They've got electricity and power. They've got male and female bathrooms. They've got parking. They've got everything you need. Because schools right now, everybody's in school, so you can't use a school.
Right.
So that's what they normally, or fairgrounds. They'll use a fairgrounds, but most of the fairgrounds locally are used by the incident to set up the fire camp, the incident base.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, man, you're a fountain of knowledge and information. We're so grateful to you, JB. You have.
No biggie. We'll just keep an eye on things, okay?
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Get your rest. Take care of yourself. Watch that glass on the desk.
Yep, I'll do that as much as I can. But thank you so much for your kind support, the donation, and of course sending me the these awesome books and stuff. These are wonderful.
If you need anything else, let me know.
Yeah.
I'll take you a few days to read that stuff.
Yeah, that's like a telephone book in the pocket, man.
It's like it's kind of a thick. When I first got my first field operations guide in 1982, it was about a quarter of an inch thick. Now it's about an inch thick.
Wow.
So they've added all those new things. So. All right, have a good one. I got to go. Thank you much.
Thank you, JB. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Okay, friends, we're so blessed to have him on speed dial, and he tried to contact me throughout the day. So sorry, friends. I walked in. He called me when I was in the car, and I said, "Yeah, tell me what I need to know about a real retired fire captain's take on things." We'll be looking at the Davis for real in a second. We just did a little precursory thing there. This is the current view, by the way. What you're looking at is still Santiago Peak over here. This is the best view. We still see these are little people, little fire crews that are, fire crews, not little fire crews, but in the camera they're little, trying to save the tower, and I think they probably did, which is incredible. Some of it is the actual fire that ran up to the Santiago Peak. We could see clearly in the fire footprint that it just came up and overwhelmed it. So they said that probably they lit little black backfires, as what JB was saying, in little strips down the hill, so that it didn't ferociously roar up all at once. It's like a speed bump kind of a deal. And who knows? I wish we could have helmet cam video, but you could see over here on the ridge. What I was trying to show you guys with my pointer finger is where is this? So when I turn the camera doodad on the beam, it shows this. It doesn't show very well with that background, but now you can see the blue beam, it shows the camera's viewing angle, which is just awesome. Whoops, sorry, mouse is broken and scrolling the wrong way sometimes. So it's hard to tell if it's right up on this ridge. I don't think it is. I think it's this ridge because you can see it's kind of like a distance. But we know it's the left side there because we're looking south by southeast, right? So I think we're seeing a fire that this perimeter. Ignore it. Ignore this outline. It's old. So I think it is the ridge here burning actively because it was missed before. So there's unburned fuel that was right here. I think that's why it looks so ferocious. You see that ridge line? That's a ridge line right there. That's why I guess I'd turn off the perimeter. So that I would think that right here, which was a little pocket, is on fire. That's what's going on over here. That's still pretty dang wow. So the big question is the Riverside County site is the most vulnerable. You know, the Orange County, I think it would take a pretty severe, crazy change of the weather. Because from what I could tell, I don't want to be talking out of my thing here, but from what I could tell, it's mostly a west wind that's going to, you know, during the heat and you know, lower humidity of the day or whatever, is going to be trying to push this airport fire over to Riverside County towards the east. I want to make sure that there's no wind change in the forecast that I'm not aware of or something. So we can go to the National Weather Service. What's the nearest town for the airport fires thing? And thank you. I'm so sorry. Many of you have gone to bed. I wanted to say, hey, good night and all that. Amy D. Husky, all the other mods, Christopher Luttrell, thank you so much for being here to help me hold down the fort. Let's see, National Weather Service. What town is the nearest one? What should I look up, guys? For the airport fire. Let's see, Lake Forest, maybe? Los Flores? Trubaco Canyon itself? I wonder if they have Tribuco? Is it? Oh, Trabuco. Trabuco? Let me see. How do you say Trubaco Canyon? Trabuco, right?
Trabuco Canyon.
Trabuco. Okay, I was somehow right in the first place. Somehow. Wow, hell just froze over. Okay, so let's do that then. We'll do National Weather Service forecast. Trabuco Canyon. I'm patting myself on the back. I'm gonna strut. All right. Husky says the ridge line I'm saying is burning bad is not what it is. It's the ridge line of Bell Ridge. Ah, okay. Hey, Dylan M., welcome back. He says, you're saying, long time no see, huh? I can see a red glow in the sky from Tribuco. Okay. Bucky says Rancho Santa Margarita. Okay, let's do it. Rancho Santa Margarita. Margarita. All right, now this is like the fake forecast, everything down here, 10 days and blah, 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 blah. The real forecast is whenever there's a hazardous weather condition, it's totally different from what's down there. Like you get the rest of the story, especially when winds are involved, which is something that drives me nuts about forecasting in the United States. You've got to look at things like the excessive heat warning and why, and it'll explain to you the real deal. Huh. That beep was an earthquake detection. Let me see. Let me just check my earth. It's usually like a small earthquake, but I want to check the phone real quick. Oh yeah, Middletown, California, a 3.42 earthquake has struck. Oh yeah, nobody can feel that. Okay. Excessive heat warnings remain for Trabuco, right? Canyon. Hot conditions with high temperatures in the 90s, the upper 90s. And lows in the low 70s at night. Oh, God. So that's still pretty balmy in the Orange County inland areas until 8 p.m. on Tuesday. So welcome to Tuesday. It's 5 minutes after midnight. Hold on to your butts. Hopefully it won't be terrible Tuesday, but it'll be terrifying Tuesday, perhaps. Impacts, heat-related illnesses, drink plenty of fluids and all that. I don't see a red flag that is forecast. It says San Diego. Oh, local forecast office. There. Okay. We got a great 31% humidity. It's not great. It's not terrible. Right? Below 40 is like, oh, fire dangery, but it's not 12 at least. At least it's not like by Washoe County. So excessive heat warning and overnight calm wind. Now we'll look back at the Davis. I was trying to show you guys that the Davis has some pretty severe winds still happening right now. At least 10 miles an hour of constant, up to 10 to 12-ish over by the Davis fire by Washoe County. But they still have some pretty big wind gusts. We'll look back at that in a second. But going back here to Orange County / Riverside, sunny with a high of like 95, light northwest wind becoming 5 to 10 in the morning. Winds could gust as high as 20 though. So at least on Tuesday night, a low around 59. At least a low around 59. I'm gonna put this into my phone and read you the NOAA weather on the phone, which has got a whole lot more details than this. I wish they had a desktop version, but it's by Pandemonium Software. If you ever want to download it on Android, I believe it's on iPhone too. So let's see, Santa Margarita, California. Okay, so when I go into it like so, current temperature 63 is what it's saying. Am I not in the right spot? That says San Luis Obispo. Oh, no. That's the wrong Santa Margarita. Okay. All right. I'm just going to put in, let's see, where are they on the map? Sorry, guys. I'm low blood sugar. I just had a little bit of a meal, but I need more. I came in and it's gone cold here because JB called us back and I don't want to keep him up all night. I want to get this as much info out as we can. ABD says choose your weather location from the map on that WX page, weather.gov. Oh, is it like a map? Weather.gov. Okay. Help me orient myself. So I thought there was a red flag warning. Okay. So let's go into wrong. There we go. So this magenta is excessive heat warning, and that magenta is red flag. That I have exceptional color vision, and I can barely tell the difference. So it's red flag over there. Let's just call it orange flag. If it's not red flag, it's like just underneath it. So just consider it the same thing. For the love of cars. So that's saying Lake Matthews is not what we want. There's Big Bear over there, Oceanside, Newport, Santa Ana, Anaheim. All right, we could go to the problem with choosing a map thing is I still don't know where I am on the map. So we go back to El Topo Rancho Santa Margarita. All right, that's what I'm going to put it. Rancho Santa Margarita. All right, so I'm looking at the phone. It says the current condition is 79, and that lines up. Excessive heat warning and air quality alert. Overnight, a low of 71, mostly clear. Calm wind becoming east, around 5 miles an hour. So that would be nice if it tries to push the fire back over the hilltop, and the fire would have to fight against the wind slightly to go on the other side. We do have an actual. We have a road here. I didn't see it underneath the colors. I hope they could hold it there. Maybe a forlorn hope. So I didn't quite see it. See that little guy right here? Tribuco, probably road, and at least they've got some access. This looks like a trail or something. Let's see. Let's turn this. No, it might be a full-size, decent dirt road. Cool. All right, let's put on scan topos. It's a little bit easier to see. These sometimes are old, but shaded relief. Yeah, it's still nightmarish terrain for some of these canyons. Like if it got in this Indian Canyon, it could just, it will align with the wind speed, but we've still got truck trail. And whether or not it still exists, you can use, you can usually use a slider to kind of see. It does exist. It looks pretty robust. I mean, who knows what kind of repair it's in. I don't know if you guys have been there before, could guide me, but that looks in better condition than I would have expected. Maybe it's because people have to get up here to man the towers and whatnot, but that's heartening. They've got they've got road access, at least a decent amount, but has it gone past it already? What they can do is take drones from the bottom of these canyons, especially if tonight the wind was going the other way, and then fire from the base going up towards this ridge so that they could possibly burn this stuff off tonight so that tomorrow when the wind comes over from the west, the embers falling down might hit a lot of black. I mean, that would be a possibility that I would hope that they have in their back pocket as an option, because it will be a little bit difficult to prevent a fire that's on the top of a very ridge from raining embers on the other side. So I would expect that if that wind reversal thing is occurring, that they might do more backfiring than what JV has already explained around the tower. So some of this that might get extraordinarily bright. Don't worry too much. I'm looking at this is a 15-minute time lapse, so I'm looking at the strength of the wind here. We've had 10,000 views, guys. Wow. Please hit the like button if you didn't already. We've had 228 likes. Let's put that up. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So I wouldn't be too concerned about seeing big things like this. A lot of this is the hot smoke, and it is the reflection of the fire's own light off of its own smoke. It's not like fire that's like the sides of a 6-story building or anything. It's just, it's reflection. These are pretty crappy cameras. Your phone, whatever phone you have right now is guaranteed to kind of be better than these cameras. They were put up a while ago, right? So a lot of this is exaggerated. But the hallmark of seeing a lot of firing operations happen is usually a little bit, and then it kind of dies down. They wait, and they do another section. It may die down, and then they wait because they want to observe how well it went. And if it was sketchy, they won't do it again. But if it went well, then they'll do the next section. They'll try to get them done in sections or in tiers. Like you think about it, these mountains as a cake, a wedding cake. They'll go to the different layers, like the layer cake, and depends on what their strategy is. But usually they'll start from the top and light a little bit of fire that goes directly up to the top towards them. If that went well, we'll go down to the next tier and then do that. If they don't have a whole lot of access, which I don't see that they do, they just have a couple of roads. Now, if the mountain would have many different roads spiraling around the mountain, then they could just do them in between all the roads. But they would have to kind of carefully do that if they just basically have like road access at the top, and they might use drones to do it or whatever they need to. If they're doing the firing ops, they no longer try to send somebody hiking down there, you know. That's really sketch. So especially if you just see one area that's like just that area that's really fierce, and then it might die down, and then you see another one get that way. That might be the clue that it is a firing op. But we can't really tell. We speculate, right? But if you do have the calm wind, like they're saying, like the forecast is saying, like the 8 miles an hour with almost no wind gusts, then that gives them the opportunity. Let me look at the humidity and when the winds are supposed to pick up. Let's see. This was Rancho Santa Margarita, Orange County, right? Compare this again to what I'm looking at. Yeah, 79 degrees. It's got a 31% humidity. So the app that I have that pulls NOAA weather, I click on the day, and now I can see the temperature, like hourly, what it's scheduled to be. So let's see. 77-ish now. It'll drop down to 73 by 3 a.m. By 6 a.m., it's going to be around 72. Lowest is 71 at 7 a.m. Now let's flip over to almost no precipitation chance and 7 to 5% cloud cover throughout tomorrow, pretty much all the way through the day. The humidity, though, right now, it's 43-ish. Let's see, wait a second. It's registering is 43. That's odd. At Rancho's St. Maria. Strange. So we've got a discrepancy. This is saying 31. I wonder if they were two different. I wonder if there were two different weather stations. This says elevation's 970 feet. Okay, let me make sure that the forecast I'm reading is for a similar elevation, 896 feet. Okay, so the Rancho Santa Margarita and the NOAA app that I'm reading is a couple hundred feet higher. Okay, that makes a lot more sense there. So up at the 800 something feet range, we got 43% humidity. It will peak out 59-ish by 7 in the morning, which is also when it's most cool, like 71 degrees. But it drops pretty drastically to 26% by 2 p.m. So I trust this. This is pulled straight from National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. It's not WeatherBug. It's not some random, thing. It's NOAA. So as far as wind directions and gusts, right now the winds are dead calm 2 miles an hour with gusts of 7 miles an hour from the east-southeast. So let's see in the cameras how much that kind of lines up. When we do the shortest time lapse, shows you the most accurate kind of wind speed. So this is a 5 minute. This is about as quick as can be. And while wind is present, I don't know how frequent the gusts come. And it seems like that's about accurate. At the very, very tops, you can sometimes add a 10 to whatever the weather service is saying, because the very ridge tops will get a lot more wind. So you can plus or you can add a plus 10 and kind of be on the safe side when you're looking at mountaintops and ridge tops. So it's not tremendously fierce. That's a good thing going for it. Husky says there's no firing ops in the mountains. They just did a backfire for the Santiago Peak cams only. Okay, I'm going to put the radio back on. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. They almost never say anything, but the radios are back on.
77, stage away for an assault. California Lodge, 2909 South Bristol. Stage away for Mike. Park 174 TC versus a pedestrian. 405 East McFadden. For Mike, midnight 19.
Oh God. Okay, so that's OCFA dispatch. Oh God, I'm praying for that person. Vehicle versus pedestrian. I'm keeping OCFA fire OC on. I last night I had problems sleeping because there's too much dramatic, stuff on Reno. I tried to go to bed at midnight. Like more than an hour later, I'm like, why am I wired? It was because there's so much domestic violence and emergency calls on Reno 911 that I trying to monitor just the Davis fire that I was not feeling great. So I'm going to mute that one that has the medical calls for a bit, but the fire one is still going. So, hey, Express Band Exorcist, welcome. Pacific Nature TV says the flyer seems to be headed towards Los Pinos Peak and Jaeger Mesa. Okay, let's find out where those are. So there's Santiago Peak where the cameras are located. So which one is the Pacific Nature TV says Los Pinos Peak. There's Tribuco. Sorry, I totally forgot already how to say that. I gotta reheat the food in front of me and get some blood sugar. So let me see, Los Pinos. Maybe it just has it as a Los Pinos Peak, Orange County. Let's see if it. There we go. Now we found it. So it's got a geodetic survey marker there as well. So that's what that triangle means. So sometimes there's a facility, towers and things like that, but it's generally they have roads and trails to them if they have a survey marker so that they can survey from that spot. It looks like a round disc that's made out of brass, and fools try to pry them out of the rocks and whatever they're embedded into. But they're like 5 or 6 feet long. It's a staff made out of brass or bronze, and it gets driven into rock to stay. Because to survey, you have to put your survey equipment in the exact same spot as you did last time, and last time may have been decades ago. So a lot of people, including me, we take pictures of these to collect them, and it's kind of like a fun, exciting thing to do while you're adventuring. So some of them are rare, some of them are gone. Some people don't quote collect them very often, but you take a picture and you put it in your app if you're interested in that sort of thing. But wherever you see them, there's usually a trail, at least access of some sort, and it's a good sign. This is a little bit of an older map. It's just easier to read. I think we could go to Foresters, maybe. Yeah, we can. This will be up to date as much as possible. So if we put on our heat detection, okay, so it goes. We do have red. Let's see, when was last time? 3 minutes ago, probably, when the GOES satellite came by. Remember, hot drifting smoke can give you a whole bunch of false readings, but every square here is a margin of error. They're all the same size. I wish they had little borders on them, but just like the gray one. So the gray one, when they go gray, it's 6 to 12 hours old. So there's been no new heat detection in that section. Now, the satellite goes around every 20 or so minutes. Big margins of error, even if it was just a tiny, like this part of the hill one side, and it overlapped both, like right here, it would set up 4 different squares. It would trigger them all. Just like if this one, say that was a big mansion and it was on fire, or 3 acres on fire, that would trigger all 4 of these squares at that section. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't mean the whole area is on fire. Now, Modus and Veers is a lot more pinpointy, and they detect heat that's a lot less than, I believe, than the GOES does. So sometimes they're just little spot fires, and boom, they chased after them, they got them, and they're out. So that's what scared a lot of people at the Davis. So I want to just go back to the Davis real quick, explain something about the map. Yesterday, what I was doing was trying to figure out where the most northern flank of the Davis was. And I got in a gentleman's, friendly argument, speculation thing about, did it go past the Mount Rose Highway? And so this, before this perimeter was updated, right? So when I was using the CalTopo, I'll just duplicate this and we'll go back up to Washoe. I pat myself on the back because with the aid of the cameras, which is all critical, we were able to find out where the fire was and where it was stuck. Now, the gentleman's argument, like here's the road, right? The Rose Highway, I guess we call that. It squiggles around. Let's see if we could put, yeah, there we go. So it's a lot easier to see now. Modus and Veers kept showing hotspots beyond, like to the north and to the west of that highway, where that would be a great place to stop it. I mean, that would be a good goal to have if it's possible, right? So like this detection over here. But remember, it's margin of error. So this is within a circle. Each little snowflake is the center of a circle, right? So even if there was a little spot fire right here, like here where the hand is, the margin of error will trigger for a much broader section. So the argument was, did the highway hold ultimately or not? Like in general, there's always some spot things that they chase after, but they don't become a new big thing if they catch them real quick, right? So my speculation was that Modus and Veers picked up little spots near the highway, just on the other sides as it tried to push on it. As it tried to push, but they had a nighttime helicopter. They had some other help. Good response, great access. Looks like they took care of it, but there was still speculation of like, where exactly is the fire? Is it if it's past this highway, it can climb all the way to the top. Like it could climb all the way up here and get totally loose and free and wild. And then rain embers down on the rest of Washoe, and maybe even try to get up west of Reno. Like it would try with the winds, right? So that would be a big deal if it was outside there. So what we did was we used the cameras to pinpoint, and we looked at all the cameras were looking right here at this spot. And then I saw that the highway curves like so, and I thought, great. If all the cameras line up and we do see that the northernmost part of the Davis fire is right here, it's trapped in a pocket, in a bubble with the major roads here. And then I flipped on the satellite, and I liked what I saw because we had actual road access into what looked like deep woods because of these water tanks. Where the heck they are. Assume water tank. Which, well, it's road access. So I thought that is great that it's over there. There don't seem to be any new housing or anything right there, right? So I speculated that this is where the most northern edge of the fire was, based on the best view that we had is Calaveras. So you see, if you put the beam, you can put the beam left to right. It's looking almost due west, so to the right is north, where my crosshair is, right? You can see that you can sweep left and right, like where it is. So that beam is right there, here, where the pocket was. So we never saw it move. We never saw if it was going to the right. If the bright spot of the fire was going to go to the right, that meant it would be traveling north. If it would go up to the top of the screen, it would be going up the hill. It'd be going up the mountain. But it never did. So we kept doing the replay. And something must stop it from going up the hill, because even against the wind, fire loves to climb, right? So what I concluded was it must be holding at the Rose Highway. Nothing else explains it. Otherwise, it would be at least steadily or slowly climbing, and it was not. And the same thing with the Slide Mountain. I was a lot of people were concerned looking at it, and I want to reassure them that I don't see anything truly concerning here from the Slide Mountain camera. We saw it holding right here for more than 12 hours. It's doing that. So what I identified there over on Slide Mountain, and with the help of the viewers, it was like I said, friendly gentleman's speculation thing. I don't know this area. I learned from you guys. It's right here. There's this access road. Like here's where the camera is. So Slide Mountain camera looks down directly. There's a very steep drop off with ski lifts. So you can't see this section, but you can see down here, down the hill. And so it's this access road for the ski area. The one that curves around right here, that seems to be stuck right there. It isn't. It has not climbed up to the camera, as we can clearly see. So it doesn't mean that this area is not in danger. It's in serious danger. But the wind in general has been pushing it away from these mountain tops, and so it's on hard mode to climb. It still can, but they had that amazing road access. And look, it is not coming close to the camera. It's been like that for a very long time. So let's see if there's a 24-hour time lapse. So I wanted to. Why is it looking at the wrong area? So that was last night. Dawn, please look to the right. The love of cars. Okay. See, it just stays down there. Now, we've seen a lot of pink retardant splashes over there. But I am delighted by what I'm seeing, because that's incredible that they were able to hold that. The first night they held the fire where the Davis, where the P-Vine camera was looking, and that was when it went down through here and tried to climb up this mountain. So the P-Vine camera is to the northwest and looks southeast like this, pretty far away, and it just looked like a huge roaring thing of flames trying to eat these neighborhoods. These particular ones right here, Galena, Whispering Pines, cemetery area, these. And over here, like, I mean, it was just, there's like a tidal wave on the cameras of white heat, like just trying to get into the neighborhood. I'm sure it wasn't a cakewalk over at Pleasant Valley, but we didn't have a good view. So if we look at, long story short, here is, I ended up being correct. I thought we'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out who won the gentleman's bet. But just as we were speaking, they uploaded the new perimeter. And so it was true. It was holding out of the highway this morning, or this afternoon, because I had to take a nap. I went down. I was like a zombie. This afternoon when I looked at it, they had an update for the morning, which said that it did hold throughout the night in most of the areas. And they always have to chase something over the line, if you have an active windy night. But it is, let's look at the fire history for activity. Modus and Veers is kind of obscuring it, but you see this yellow outline, this yellow footprint. The P-Vine camera shows everything over here being almost completely cold. So they pounced on it, on this little arm, branch, wing, whatever. That is, on as far as cameras go, looking great. If you have other local knowledge, you let me know. Viola says the view from Geiger Grade up on another mountain to the east. Okay. Oh yeah, I will explain anything about CalTopo, so you guys can track fires for yourself. You ask me anything, I'll tell you. Drake Dragon says we got gear up in the peak by the towers. Oh, what kind of gear? Sorry, I need to go back up the chat. Express Band Exorcist says critical fire weather conditions will linger into Wednesday. Gusty sundowner winds will continue through the week. Periods of gusty winds over the mountains. Now that is Washoe, correct? Yeah. So, Amy D says no more red flag after night, but some excessive heat things. Huh. Well, you know what? I'm going to call it orange flag, where it just doesn't meet their criteria. I've been pulling my hair out with frustration when I found out that oftentimes, declaring red flag has two purposes. A, alert the public so that they're not fire stupid, right? You got to inform them of excess danger. B, fire stations will have extra staffing and be ready for an emergency of critical proportions. So they'll call in part-timers or have people on call. It increases their budget, though. It's costly. I don't know how much that factors in, but I do believe there's a hesitancy to just declare a red flag, probably when they should all the time. I don't know what goes into the thought process or the protocol, but it seems like there are very, very strict numbers games where if something is like X humidity and X temperature and X wind speed, it's all red flag. But if you do -2 wind speed or -2%, +2% humidity, or -2% or -2 degrees, then they won't. It'll be almost exactly the same conditions as far as nature is concerned, fire behavior is concerned, but the numbers don't reach the threshold for them to declare red flag. So what I would propose is they call something orange flag. It's on the cusp, but it's not the most critical fire weather. I mean, somebody will tap me on the shoulder and say, Catherine, that's called a fire weather watch. No, not different. Different than that.
Airport operations, Control 30 on Fire OC.
Oh boy, they finally
Control
said.
30 operations, go ahead on command.
Oh, they finally said something. Okay, we're still listening to the airport.
Control 30 is advising command.
Patrol 30 is out of service mechanical at Fire Station 15.
Copy, out of service mechanical, Fire Station 15. You need a mechanic tonight, or we assign it tomorrow?
We've spoken with mechanic. We're going to see if we can get a tow tonight, but they'll take care of it tomorrow with a relief. Could you advise Division Foxtrot that Patrol 30 will not be making it back to...
Firm, I copy. Break Foxtrot operations. You copy direct?
Yeah, it's a firm. Foxtrot copy direct.
Off, copy, thanks.
Operation from Division X-ray training.
Was that Division X-ray? A little broken.
Operation from Division X-ray trainee confirmed. Can we utilize helitanker 47 on X-ray, work in tandem with copter 1?
You can, but I want to make sure that Rose has really gotten solid work in there before we bump them out. I want to get that knocked down pretty good.
Okay, copy that. Once they have that buttoned up, if we could have them work with copter 1, it's about half a mile to a mile open line that we still could utilize their assistance on.
Okay, I copy. I see your activity up there and understand what you're doing. I just want to make some good, solid progress above Rose.
X-ray training copies.
Okay, well, no news is good news, except they're just reporting that one vehicle is broken down, so a crew will, I guess, I don't know if they're going to sleep out there. You can see a guy babysitting a new flare-up right next to the tower, and a vehicle pulled up. This is the last 15-minute time-lapse. So you can see the hose already deployed and charged at his feet, so he may just have the fun job of just watching that right there. Looks like a couple times it tried to light the hose on fire. Just look at this a second. We'll go back to the Davis. Yeah, it looks like it was like, I want to burn that hose. I don't know about you guys, but you remember the really old cartoons? I don't know if they were Disney or like from the 30s or like Looney Tunes, but fire like flames that had like little bared teeth, you know, like little evil happy faces on them. They would jump out of the main fire, like in a hearth or something, and try to light the rug on fire, like Mickey Mouse's rug. And they would jump out and they would just start biting the rug, and that would start the rug on fire or whatever. I just kind of got a flashback of that, where these little tubes just boing, pop out, boing. They're like, I'm going to eat this hose. And then when somebody came to stamp out the fire, they were like, oh no. And looking up, and then they got squished. I would love to find that old cartoon. So here's something that was on fire by the side, and it with the hose, or at least was burning on top of it.
On command.
And now it's not. But amazing.
Foxtrot Bravo, go ahead on command.
See the little.
Morgan, just want to give you the heads up. We're going to drop in from the top, start putting the hose lay in down towards you along Santiago Truck Trail. How do you copy?
That's a good copy. We're waiting for dozers to push up so I can get my Type 3s up behind Joplin and start working Santiago Truck Trail from this side.
Okay, I'm limited. I just got one Type 3 strike team, and the Type 6 is going to assist, so we'll see how far we get. I'm not sure my way will make it down to you, but we're just going to grab the edge of the black and start working our way towards you. We'll see where we end up.
That's a good copy. Once we get this road opened up, we should make some really good time. I got 2 Charlies here just waiting to jump off.
Perfect. Sounds good. I'll check in with you in a little bit on our progress.
Sounds good.
Well, thank you for that contribution. Pacific Nature TV. Looks like they are opening that road up. You said that's the main divide road. It's largely impassable by vehicles from the south, but most people driving up to the tower go up Maple Springs Road from the north. Well, I think what they're just trying to do is use the dozers to improve that, if I just heard that right. So they said that they were going to take hose and go as far as they can with it where there's black area. So Godspeed. But that's very funny. Let me look back real quick. Just going to check on airport. Well, we'll bounce from fires to fires, sorry. But you can see how, like, one thing that can spread these like this is, if you ever had a big pop in your fireplace or campfire and embers go boing and just shoot out of the campfire, that's what happens. So if there was like a piece of wood there, like a bush, or, even if it's just a fence, like an old thing of a fence on the ground, hitting that pop, like it hits resin and then boom, and it sprays the embers, boing, over. So it's got to be babysat. It's got to be watched. One thing I didn't know about firefighting is they can enter a structure, for example, or they can go around, like if it's outside, around a building, and all of a sudden they don't have any more pressure, and their hose line burned behind them, and they had no idea. So they're not fireproof hoses. They got fire resistance to them, but this is a good example of how they can come up here, pop, and then spray embers over things, and it has to be watched. Somebody's got to be there. So here's a vehicle pulling up, and somebody else maybe even assisting, or some reason. That's current. It's still going on. All right, let me look.
Off the fire, and I track back in around Chino for fuel.
10-4. You're still committed, correct?
Yeah, there's a Chinook and a Firehawk here at the airport fire. The line also has some. We'll go look back at Davis again right now. Line has another Chinook. That's what a CH-47D is, I believe. No image. Yeah, and then CH-47D. 2 Chinooks are on the line. It looks like they're dipping out of Santa Ana. Today, Sarah Luna sent some photos, and she is over there by Lake Tahoe, and the Lake Tahoe was where they're dipping out of with the scooper planes. So she went over to this area, I believe, and then they were way up here. We didn't, not the best photos, but it was really cool. And so there was quite an air show of the scoopers doing a roundabout thing here. So that was working to Davis today. So yeah, like explaining Caltopo, just ask any question that you want on it. One good thing I want to explain.
Bravo. On command.
Wait a second.
Bravo, officer, go ahead.
Yeah, we're done with helitanker 47 and releasing it back to you.
Copy, can you go direct with them and divert them to X-ray?
Affirm.
Okay, so they're passing the helicopters to others. Viola O says air now will give air quality. Yeah. Nacho Mama says, anyone know about this site, the fire, airnow.gov? Yeah, let's take a look real quick. What's zip? We do Rancho Santa Margarita. Try that one. Not available. Okay. There's general maps, which we could click on. I believe there's an app. You might want to check that out in the App Store, Play Store, whatever that is. Let's see. All right, I got it. Dark mode. There we go. All right. Oh, this blinds me. Ozone and particulates, right? Yeah. Hang out in San Diego. It's a little pocket of paradise. Or Escondido. It might be a nicer place to hang out. But no, hanging out in the Santa Ana Mountains, San Juan Canyon, that's a no-go. Lake Elsinore, that's a no-go. I don't know what these little pockets are about. I imagine that they fill in from time to time as the wind changes. But dear God, this area, the Bear Valley, geez, Big Bear City and Heart Bar Campground, that's unbreathable stuff right there. That's 6 packs a day when it goes purple, I believe. Just yikes. But the line fire is something else. Let's just check its cameras. I'll go back to explaining on the Davis. And to put your questions in chat, thank you guys for helping me find the answers and your local knowledge. Viola says the view from Geiger Grade up on another mountain to the east. Is that a camera we could check, Viola? Viola says Peavine is far. It's got to go over the Truckee River. It had some amazing zoom power though. Yeah, embers, ash, and charcoal bits spreading in the winds. Yeah. So let's see here. Husky says the airport fire is making a 13 to 14K total pyrocumulus cloud. You have a link to where we could see it, like as a 3D weather kind of thing. We'll check satellites later if we can. Wait, but going back to what I was saying about the Davis. One thing I want to explain to you all, the public, is that this was an important learning kind of moment that I forgot that Modus and Veers can pick up fire or heat, I should say, heat of lesser intensity. The GOES has to be I should learn Morse code. That would be cool. The GOES, the ones with the blocks, okay? Modus and Veers are the round ones. Margin of error. GOES is square stuff. So GOES comes around like every 20 minutes. Its last pass was, 3 minutes ago. That's a very good result that there's only one real section of flare-up. So when the GOES comes over every 20 minutes, huge margin of error, but the same area has to have heat that's exactly the same intensity or greater to trigger red again, to trigger the response of the satellite again. So it is like a status indicator of what is like right now. The last 25 minutes, if you count all the ways that there could be delays. Delays from the satellite coming back, delays from the information going to the ground, and a delay from whoever collects that information to put it out there to the public, and then delays from an app like this, CalTopo, pulling that information and displaying it. It's not exactly real-time stuff, so just think about it happening like within the last 25 minutes. It goes as like current status of how much heat is in a general wide area. You go into the Modus and Veers, and they can pick up much smaller heat detections. They still have a margin of error. It's a bit smaller and round. So remember, the heat detection is not where the snowflake is. It's just the center of the margin of error, that because they don't have an outline. They all merge together, these round things. So when little spot fires cross roads or lines, then, who knows if Modus and Veers will come around. They sometimes just come around once a day or even fewer than that. It really depends. You have to look about the date. Like this one, 909, mountain time of today, so at 2:31 Pacific, right? That's what, 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock is 1500, so 1400 is 2 o'clock, so that would be 2:30 Pacific. But look over here, that's a day ago. That's a day ago. So you have to check out, and this is the timestamp of each individual round thing. So this can get a bit confusing. It's also got its own color code when you hit fire info at the button down here. So Modus and Veers has a much more robust color code, but it's better in general for tracking the long-term progress of a fire, like over months, because it goes up to 4 days at a time. And later there are such things as the Modus or Veers progress maps. And it goes into purple colors, but the general idea is the hottest colors are the newest, and it fades away to cooler colors like blues and purples and whatnot. So, but with GOES, makes you want to pull your hair out. It's like, great, yeah, red happened in the last 10 minutes. Yellow was less than an hour ago. And then it goes into, turn off the dark mode. Oh, excuse me, orange is less than an hour ago. But then it goes, yellow is 6 hours ago. So that drives me insane. Like, we need a better code than that. And gray is somewhere between 6 and 12 hours old was the last time that there was heat coming. So let's just look only at goes. This is amazing that everything else is gray, except for that spot, which we mostly pinpointed was the most northerly progress that the fire made. It's ground to a halt right here. The train wrecked right here. It derailed. It thought it was going to Reno, and it was celebrating, and it derailed. And now it's singing the blues. There's still going to be a battle. They could still have Evers jump lines. They could still have things get out of hand. But every hour that goes by, they have had more time to prep, especially these neighborhoods downwind. They've had more time to prep the lines, the roads. They've had more time to call in more hose, get more deliveries, get more staff. Whatever they actually have to do, prep more structures. Every hour the fire loses and they gain more power. In a situation like this was mainly, I mean, there is some trees involved, I mean, but they're kind of scraggly, really. This is mainly a fast-moving ground, grass, chaparral, bushes type fire, which will always be worse when it first breaks out because it will run with such speed that they just can't get in front of it and they just can't catch it. The first day, the first afternoon, that's always the worst. 99% of the time with this kind of fuel. But there still is dried up trees and some trees around here to burn. So that means that they have to take extra long time to make sure all of them are cut down if they're damaged or if they're like half dead or if they are dead, and put out those that can be saved and or save them the manual way, which is like rake away pine needles from the base and cut down bushes away from the base of trees, whatever it is they're doing, especially in the residentials. So the big concern now is, can it climb? Can it climb the hills? They put a lot of retardant here on this slope because they do seem to be holding it on this little ski mountain access road. Every time we look at the slide cam, and today's Blancolero video, I think, was shot from somewhere around up here. And his friend shot it, and he was showing from some sort of a major road and showing the aircraft doing their drops. Maybe I should just go back to it and look. I think he shows the map. Let's just see. Yeah, where is shot from?
Terrain slopes off sharply to the east.
Sorry.
And as we look at the terrain, the fire started around the 5,000-foot elevation down here towards the basin, but Slide Mountain peaks out over 9,700 feet. The winds are blowing generally down slope and out of the south, but the fire is backing up into the tall timber towards Mount Rose.
Right. So I think where his friend was filming from, I was hoping he would explain, because here's where the retardant drops get filmed.
This portion of the fire.
Yeah, so there's the ski runs. Mount Rose. So where does he film from?
Now let's look and listen at Jeff's.
Did I skip it in there?
This portion of the, and here's where that tall timber is burning on this portion of the fire.
Good night, Christopher.
Now let's look and listen at Jeff's really neat footage that he got Saturday evening, just as this fire started. He's up there on the highway that comes down out of Slide Mountain, so he's looking down on the tanker activity. Down here is the origin of the fire, or the heel of the fire. This is Washoe Lake. We're looking towards the east.
Yeah, okay.
And this bit of fire along this ridge, as of Saturday evening, this would be the left flank of the fire. And so
okay, so if you want to see the amazing drops, I can't steal his footage. I don't have any permission to even rebroadcast anything. This is just, hope he doesn't mind. His friend there, who's I believe with one of the media companies of Reno area, shoots this. It's really good footage, and you see the big 737s and such making really big red splashes of retardant there. So now I'm oriented by the lake there. Let's go back to where Caltopo is, see what's put on. Modus Severe's also has the updated perimeter. I hope we get a brand new update. Let me see if there has been one on Watch Duty I'm not aware of or something. Yeah, thank you. Go to bed early, Mods, if you need to, because I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I had too much of a nap, and I'm cursing myself because I'm going to be needed for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a tough day, so Mods, you may want to try to take shifts with me so I can get naps in or something. But do rest up. I've got it. Thank you so much, for the help. But don't tire yourselves out if you want to sleep right now. Absolutely, go ahead. I'm sorry. I should have made that much clearer. That I just needed the help especially when I was at the grocery store. And I'm happy to report my friend seems to be feeling a little bit better. Oh my God, my heart. Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna tone that down a little bit.
Last unit, OC access. Orange County is Hello Tinker 47 on OC access.
Oh my God.
Tinker 47, go ahead. On the ground getting fuel in Chino.
Okay.
I apologize. Unreadable again, can you repeat? On the ground in Chino to get fuel. On the ground, Chino getting fuel. 10-4.
Okay, phew, okay. So, oh right, the lesson. Sorry. What is the point about this? What is the point? Why you need to know the difference between medicine views is so you can understand that if it's just these round ones, okay, don't be that concerned if they're a little bit outside of fire lines. Because if it happens to be the moment Modus Severe's comes around, they can detect the very much smaller, just spotting over temporarily kind of heat. So the gentleman's argument that we were having, is the fire past the Rose Highway to the west, up the slope, or is it not? We were both correct. Because it did spot over, but it seems like they chased and caught. Otherwise, it would have been up to Timbuktu and Mount Rose by now. But as soon as I was like, well, we'll find out tomorrow. Boom! The new perimeter came and dropped, and it turned out it was right here, like I suspected. Held here at the Rose Highway. Seems to have held over here, even though they had heat going up here. Who knows why? Because this is down slope from the actual main highway, maybe they did a backfire for it, or maybe it's all margin of error. See how the center of the snowflake is here? Well, that means the heat detection could have been in here, because that's about how big the round thing would be. And even this one, the one with the red snowflake in the center, this margin of error could just still be within the perimeter right here. We gotta remember that margin of error is that great and big. What about that? Even this guy, margin of error would have been on this side of the highway, right here where it says 431, because it overlaps it. So the GOES was the way I found out that was no longer a factor. When I did GOES, I saw no heat detection over there whatsoever. So I wasn't worried about a big enough fire being over there to worry about. GOES would have caught it. It goes over every 20 minutes. So if there had been something that's bigger than a couple of acres or something of big concern, there would have been a GOES detection, but it was blank. So you can flip back and forth between them and try to pinpoint that for yourself. If we didn't have all the cameras, I would not have been able to do this with any certainty whatsoever. We had all the cameras cross-beaming and looking at this exact spot. And we watched it for hours, And if the fire had been on the other side, the west side of the Rose Highway, there would have been nothing to stop it from climbing up there. We would have seen it go higher, 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 and up, up, up on the screen. We didn't. Hey, thanks, Lab Diamond. Let me clip that for an educational thing. So, but I got to stay humble. You know, I like the fact that I'm honing my craft here, but we have to pull from many different sources to have a good guess like that. And the idea is to comfort people as well as we can, to be as accurate as we can in the whole information vacuum that the officials don't provide. It would be nice if every hour they give an update, or every hour and a half somebody got on a microphone and told the press something. But it'd be nice if Reno wasn't mostly crazy people being arrested and it was mostly fire chatter. But we have what we have, so we had to listen to the scanner. The fact that they, if the fire had broken past the highway, I'm sure that would have been all hands on deck. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Call in the cavalry, call in the National Guard, call in everyone. I'm sure dispatch would have been crazy with that info. And so we heard just normal crap, though. Just the normal, very lazy fire updates, but in totally insane, half-naked people shouting with baseball bats running down the street, Reno activity, right? So the absence of any, panic on the scanner was one clue. All of the cameras looking at this area was another clue, and it wasn't really moving. Fire was not moving any direction. Was the second clue. Third clue was all the satellite data. So with all that, we made our best guess. If we were missing any of it, if we missed the cameras, if we didn't have scanner available, we didn't have satellite, we wouldn't be this accurate. We can only be as accurate as we can with all the information we're getting. Amy D says 4:30 a.m. wake up time. Good night. How do you do this, Amy? How do you function on less sleep than that? My God, you went to bed at like 2:30. You're an animal, man. You're a most valuable player, Amy. Thank you for your help. Yeah, Viola says 431 is the Mount Rose Highway, right? I've never been here, mind you. Maybe as a child. I don't have much of a memory here. So with what the locals were also saying, so that I understood things, with all the photos submitted to Watch Duty and the official information, we had to pull out all of that together to find this out. So this on Watch Duty shows you a little bit of a finer footprint. Here is where the northernmost part of the fire is, right in here. And we can go and see it now on the, well, that's, the slide is the southern part, but the Calaveras. See, right there. Calaveras. If we, hang on, let me turn off some junk here. Where's it? Oh, there we go. Here's, yeah. So the fire perimeters are usually obsolete the moment they happen. We didn't have the luxury of a new one. But you see how the beam moves when I move the crosshair back. So to the right side is north here. So it has never gone further than that, right there. Right there. Stuck there since yesterday. See the black shadowy background of the mountaintop up there? There's no heat up there whatsoever. Go over to what the camera can see on this side, and we have fire on the mountainside to there. So just look at how far the beam goes. So I don't know if this is the fire in its entirety, though. I was still not 100% sure from looking at the Boncolerio video if this camera has the entirety of the fire in the frame. It may not, because there may be something on the ground to the left down here, because you see we had a fire start down by the freeway. But this is what the camera can see all the way to that far. right? So I'm confident the main if not the entirety, the main fire is all within view with Calaveras, Nevada. So where they were doing the retardant drops, that lines up, like with what I was seeing, is right approximately here, just to the right of where the slide camera is. So they're trying to prevent it from going up the ski ramp towards the slide camera. That's my assessment. Tell me if you agree or not. Wow, what is this cam? Oh, this is should not be in the Davis fire area. This is, put that over on the airport. Check the airport again. But any questions about the Davis? This is the slide camera looking down, and I'm so happy to see all this. That it didn't come up to the camera in more than 24 hours. He also says they've been lacking on updates. Several of the local news broadcasts off of Mount Rose, Fox 11. Did a broadcast off Peavine and another mountain. Okay, Husky, sure. Okay. What's happened? What's happened? Which camp? Which? Check the airport fire. Okay. Wow, now that is a flare-up. Wow. Let's do the magic beam trick also. This is Alert California. There's the Alert West, which is a competitor or something. And it does the stuff with the beams. So let's get more advanced down here at the airport. But yeah, if you have questions about any of them, the Davis is what I know about the most. I know the second fire that I know the most about is the line. We had a cool guest last night, unexpected guest of Firefighter on the line fire. He proved his credentials pretty quickly. I believe he's a firefighter there. Great day in the morning, though. Look at that. Viola O says, so Mount Rose broadcasts were down. Oh, you mean up on? You mean the cam? Or what did local news have to say about the Davis? Do we know what started it and all that? So Santiago Peak, that's looking to the southeast right there. Wow, it found new fuel, guys. It found new fuel. I'm going to turn both of the radios back on. I hope there's not more pedestrian versus vehicle stuff. Just in case they chatter about this. This is wow. So the nice thing, you can do the beam on the Alert West cam. So I'm just going to give a quick link. Please hit the like button, friends, before you go to bed, and share. Share the stream. Make sure you subscribe. You'll never find us again. It's very hard to find us because YouTube kind of punishes the kind of channel I am, but it doesn't monetize. So we're not in the search results a lot, even though we're trying to help the public. But if you are subscribed and search for fire info in the future, you will likely find us again. You probably won't if you're not. Just suggesting that. We have a goal of 10,000 subs, and then we can have a store, and then we can sell, coffee cups and cool things to try to survive here. But it's been hard being ad-free, but that's what we want to stay. I'll help it. So thank you everybody who has donated to keep us ad-free. You are amazing. You are wonderful. So let's do a time lapse on this. The nice thing about the Alert West is it's got this pano view, and you can also it moves the beam, so we can see pretty much exactly where that flare-up is over there. So let's see. What were we saying? Los Pinos? I believe that's probably spot on. Who was saying that? Pacific Nature TV, yeah. You have your own YouTube channel? Are you still with us, Pacific? Thank you for your your insight and everybody's insight about this. It's a crazy 30-minute time lapse. Yeah, let's do it. That is Pinos, isn't it? Did we identify that as Pinos? Doesn't seem to have a name, that one, where it says quadrangle 3. But let's see, that this ridge, okay, there's inhabitations here, and then a ridge without names. Oh, Jaeger Mesa. Okay. All right, so we'll go back. Go back and look at it. That's in habitation. Oh, it already went to Jaeger Mesa, so I think it's here. Not there yet. We'll have to go look at the satellite. Let's satellite check it. Okay. Activity. Yeah, so we only had a VEERS, which is margin of error. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this one is up. This one is not. This is a Los Pinos trail. Los Pinos Peak is headed that way, yes. It is already, what's flaring up might be this unburned fuel by Jaeger Mesa. Okay. Yeah, thanks for sharing the cams. Yola O says they've brought in a new Type 1 incident team to the Davis. Oh, the local TV station was completely down. That's what you meant. Oh. Oh, because they used those towers up there. I see. Wow. Okay. You'd think they'd have a news van and they could go live from that, but and then like upload to the internet like I do, at least to their own YouTube page. They could have had a broadcast, a makeshift broadcast, but oh well. Yeah, let's look at these crazy time lapses here. So it just exploded. All right, let's do a 30-minute. What I do like seeing is, see the little sparkles in the front? The little sparkles in the black ground is what's already burned by the tower. And those are just little stumps and whatnot that are still going, but everywhere else that's just truly black, it's probably mostly burned already. So this tower is probably the safest place to be, even though you got a front row seat to hell. Goodness gracious. Okay, now I'm looking at the fire. It's on the other side of the ridge. But you see how the smoke column is mostly going straight up. I mean, down in the canyons, you can see it traveling in the canyons. But the majority of the smoke column, it's mostly straight up. So the prevailing winds are really weak up there, and it may start to smoke itself in if we're lucky. That will, I mean, smoke is a product of incomplete combustion, right? You remember 4th grade or whatever? 6th grade. So it means it's bits of unburned stuff. So it's heavier than air. It falls down. It's like fallout. It's a type of fallout. So when enough of it condenses up there, it can start to drop down. And if we're lucky, you can think about it as being lucky, it will smother itself if it settles down in the canyons. But in order to do so, there just can't be a draft moving through them. And at this point, with flames that big, it's probably causing its own draft. That's wild. I'm glad it's in color. Remember, this yellowy stuff, for the most part, is the light of the flames on the smoke above it. Only these cameras are better quality. Let's look at the HP Ren, which actually are HP Ren. I totally forgot about them. Okay, the HP Rens. These are extremely high detailed, like 8K cameras that have night vision. There's no real, yeah, wow, okay. San Juan Hills, San Clemente, Redondo Mesa. I'm sorry, I don't cover, wow. Southern California enough to remember where these are located. Holy crap. Well, that's something. Wow. It's very difficult to time lapse these. You don't have your little fancy buttons and stuff like on that alert California ones, but I know how. You've got to save it as a file, and the files get generated like every hour or something. And you go deep into the website and do it. I think I wrote myself a guide. But these are about the highest quality nighttime vision cameras you're going to see in fire detection, like on Earth. I used when I first went viral in 2020. It was for the Bobcat fire. These had incredible front row seat images to the Bobcat. Can't believe it's the 10th. I'm gonna go 09 and really 10th. Saving a couple of these screenshots. Yeah, see it just flipped over to the next. Let me save that. If anybody's good at script writing and the like and knows how to automatically save these as screenshots, like, let me know. ASAP, check out that cam. Okay, all right, we will. San Clemente fixed north. Oh, the HP Wrens are on the Alert West? Oh, why didn't you say so? Can we actually time lapse them? Camera connection status is unknown. Okay. I think this says 11. No, it says 1:16 in the morning. Okay, so it's online. Okay. Oh, this is great then. Finally, an easy way to get this. Holy mackerel. All right, let's do a whole 24 hours. Dawn. It was a beautiful day until. Dang, look at that. Oh, wow. Wow. It looks volcanic. Nice find, Husky. Thank you for reminding me that the HP Wren is on Alert Cal. I totally forgot this. Alert West, excuse me. I was looking at Alert Cal. Goodness gracious. And this very smooth image transition is brought to you by the supercomputer that your guys' donations have hooked me up with. Thank you. This would be very difficult to do and it'd be chugging along on something that's not robust. But this is a Ryzen 9 5900X that we're on here. So this processor is so powerful. I have to water cool it like a radiator in a car. I have a radiator in the computer. And a 3070 video card. It could use an upgrade, but hey, eventually. It's decent for what we got right now. Wow. Okay, so let's look at the others. Oh, V-Doggy. So we have the Santiago Peak cams. Let's look at the other HP Wrens. We like this with the home button. I would wonder if are they going to update Watch Studio? Are they going to change evacuation statuses, or is that expected? Did it just find new fuel over here? Is it on this ridge top here that's burning, or did it just descend that ridge and just find all that fuel at the base and cause a draft that went up the canyon? I'd love to pick somebody's brain who's there right now. Just the animal shelter stuff on Watch Duty. All right. So if we go back down to the fires, Vente, Canyon, HP Wrens, Santiago fixed east. Oh my God, I didn't know HP Wrens were on the Santiago camp. Oh my God. Amazing. Dear God. All right, let's do our 12 hour. So ominous. South SW says, look at Santiago Peak South. Okay, we will next. Here's the east one. Wow. Looks like they saved this tower just in time. Whatever fuels it found down there, it was hungry, and holy mackerel, I I bet it just caused its own draft. Just looking at stuff, that this is incredibly thick. Our record rains over the summer, the spring and winter just have the thickest brush in 15 to 20 years. It shows. Wow. Would have been great. They could have done prescribed burns in this, like in the wet of spring, but well, it is what it is. Okay, so the big flare up, we saw it like this just a little while ago. Now this was 11:21, and then right about 11:38 is here. 11:52, 8 after midnight, 16 after midnight, 26 minutes after midnight. Wait, that can't be, because oh yeah, okay, it's actually 1:22 in the morning. Oh my God, I'm never gonna sleep. People are like, why did you stream till 3 in the morning last night when you knew you were needed for tomorrow? Well, this stuff happens. How am I supposed to go to sleep looking at that? This is a great new development. This is wow. I am wondering if they're going to call for any new evacuation statuses or something. It's not going towards residences. It's like paralleling and kind of edging sideways. But what happens when it gets up to the ridges? Closed account says there was a newscast at 7:30 Pacific regarding the airport fire. Officials stated it was possibly started by public works moving a boulder over a road. Yeah, that is so ironic. Verified, yeah. Closed account says I'm concerned when the heat dome we're currently under lifts as the weather cools and dries over the next 24 to 48 hours. It's like lifting the lid off. Well, we'll take it one day at a time. Okay. Here's a thing that's weird. At night, when there's less wind during the day, which tonight applies, right? I mean, this thing's making its own draft in the canyon. I mean, a draft is wind, right? It's just making its own localized draft. That's kind of clear. Anytime you have tremendous heat uplift like that, it's got to be replaced. The air pulls a sort of vacuum, like a chimney. It comes in from elsewhere below, and then the problem is more air coming in makes it hotter, which pulls in more air, which makes it hotter. Until finally the fuel is depleted, and then it calms the heck down. But wow, that's a crazy flare-up. So, but let's think about the overall situation. Despite the fact that it's making its own draft right there, it's a pretty calm night compared to what things could be. So if it consumes a tremendous amount of fuel right now, which it is, it's doing that. That's great. As long as it doesn't move towards homes or infrastructure or crews, that's what you want. You want it to burn up a lot of its fuel at night when it's calmer. There's less of it to burn during the next day. Yeah, it's like a chimney flue, exactly southwest. Southwest or SW, what do you want to be called? Closed account says, yeah, I'm concerned. I'm concerned too. That's why I want the concept of an orange flag. No, not a fire weather watch, that's different, but an orange flag, not red flag, but it means that there's great fire potential.
Airport ops, Patrol 16.
Without it being incredibly hot, right?
Ops, go ahead.
Oh, they're talking. Let's listen. Holy crap.
Patrol 16 and Patrol 18 are off the mountain on the pavement. We'll be fueling and then returning to quarters.
I copy. If you can staff 0700 ops briefing tomorrow, we'll use you.
Ops at your location at the ICP?
Affirm. Fire Station 18.
Copy that. Fire Station 18, 0700. We will check and make sure we got a crew.
Okay, correction. I thought you were asking where I am right now. Ops briefing tomorrow. It's a Great Park, 0700.
Copy that, Great Park.
You can tell the different camera quality, no grain versus very grainy image. If you were on a big screen, like watching this in a movie theater, wouldn't that be crazy? It would stay clear on a big screen, this HP Ren, and you can zoom in to Kingdom Come here and see details, whereas it just goes into blobs, on another. You can now see the noise, color noise, but you can see the quality difference. They're still not calibrated though. They're calibrated for looking at the city lights and the moon and stuff. There's so much light that they need to close the shutter a bit more or lower the ISO or something, because we should be able to see a lot more definition. Holy wow. We should be able to see a lot more definition if somebody was manually here with the cams, like manning the station and whatnot. I would love to be able to tinker with the things and make this all look good. But that's just the way it is. You can see all of this is tremendous reflection of the light off the sky. This would look very a deeper red in person. It would look like in where this blinding white is. It's just there's too much light hitting the shutter. It's just pure white. Not the shutter, the light sensor for it to handle it. So this is an error of the camera. There's just too much light. It needs to be toned down. Otherwise, we'd see a lot more stuff. Husky says this thing just ran 3 miles to the southeast. Yeah, Dylan M., the Trabuco's still raging. Yeah, this is the airport fire. This is incredible. Let's just do a 5-minute. It's got low connectivity, so this may not cooperate sometimes. Yeah, okay, the concept of an orange flag would be high fire danger without your typical, what you would normally think of components. Like a red flag is low humidity, high temperature, high winds. That's it. But we've seen fires run and race and try to eat neighborhoods, like even in early spring, even in pretty wet early spring, and that's because of high winds. Like it had recently rained somewhere in Contra Costa County. Shoot, it's stuck. The camera's connectivity is going to come and go. So we'll just patiently wait here for it to update. But there was a recent rain that went over a grassy hill, Contra Costa County, I believe, or Napa. And I covered it in January or something because there was it could have been December, because the last fire of California that was big was in Ventura County in December. So last year I covered fires from June till December, and I'm still extremely behind on my personal life affairs. I'm still 8 months behind on what I should be doing. Anyway, that was just a crazy December. Hopefully fire season doesn't go until this December, but hey, we're getting La Nina, probably will. Because, I can't get a break. But look at the, holy mackerel. Dylan M says I can see it from my window. Take some photos, man. These are once in a lifetime things. Email me the photo too if you can. I'll show it. But the idea of orange flag would be like that night. It was, even though it was December or January, and even though it had just rained, and it was near the Bay Area where there's some pretty moist air, there were very high winds ripping through the bay. And so when the grass fire got established, went up over a hill, it then tried to eat a neighborhood on the other side, a suburban neighborhood.
Patrolling scene on Fire OC.
Orco Truck 81 Mike at 10861 Sydney Place for Mike. Orco Truck 85 from Fire Station 64. Mike with PD on scene, mini storage 13260 Golden West 4 Delta at 0130.
My God, look at the volcanic. Where's Talaga North? Talaga North? I have no idea how to say this. Yep, it sure did make Cumulus. So here's the thing. If it keeps producing a whole lot more smoke on this, I hope it'll settle down. I don't know if it can, but you see how it's reaching the ceiling right there? That's pretty low. If it smothers itself with smoke, that might be...
Truck 81, confirm response.
Yeah, Husky, I can see. There's a chimney peak camera.
Looking for airport operations.
Okay.
Patrol 18 will be back on the fire at 0700 at the Great Park.
I copy. Thank you.
I'm astounded at how I'm astounded at how casual they're talking about this fire that just kind of became an explosion. Chimney Peak? Okay, so it's on Alert West, but not Alert California. Go.
I'll take a 47 to your beat.
Oh, that's.
I'll take a 47 to back off Chino en route to the airport fire.
Oh, that's the Davis. Got it.
I'll take 47, I'll stand fire copies.
I would love to see the pilot's eye view right now. He's going back to the airport fire. I want to see what he sees out the window, or she, if others are there. Wow. It's just, this one's having connectivity problems too. Oh, flashing light warning, I'm sorry. You are seizure sensitive. Okay, we could do a longer, close your eyes if you're seizure sensitive. Yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot from it. Just hang on, hold on. Yeah, you can see light reflected on the underside of smoke. So the city lights, what they're doing is reflecting their own lights on the underside of the smoke. So the denser the smoke gets, then the more of a white up in the sky. So what we're seeing is it's a 1 to 2 minute between frames. So when the smoke thins out, it's like that. And then you go to this area, and it's more dense for the moment for that minute. And I believe the camera's probably making its own little internal adjustments and exaggerating the light like this. They're going to constantly on automatic mode try to adjust for light, the amount of light in the frame. So that'll be why that flickers like that. But I can't believe how casually everybody's talking about the Inferno. You guys feel the same way? It's like, oh yeah, we'll be returning to base. I'd be losing my mind. I guess if you've seen this a lot, you've seen this a lot. Oh, this is going east. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's Santiago fixed east is fixed east. That went over my head. There. Yeah, Happy Quells says, all right, let me go up there. Viola says
48, McLean. 13140 Del Monte Drive, needed 52J Juliet. 4 Delta.
Okay.
130.
All right, sorry, that's some irrelevant medical whatever on the radio. Happy Trail says, I'm really struck by this photo. Do we know what's predominantly burning here? Yeah, it's chaparral stuff. And we can use the regular Google Maps to see it. So we've got a Rancho, what was this called again? Rancho Santa Margarita, right? This is where Little Gold Man can help us out. So a lot of times hikers go up here, and sometimes the Google car. We got some of the thickest brush in 15 to 20 years because of the torrential rains of the winter and spring. People started celebrating, oh, maybe it's the end of the California drought because of the crazy rains of spring. Isn't that great for firefighting? No. That's great for the trees. You want heavy snowpack, that melts a little bit and the trees absorb it, and the trees are going to do much better now. They're going to resist fire. Brush will always just grow like crazy the more moisture it has in the spring. Then it will die in summer. It'll die by the end of May in California, or even the beginning of May. Just depends on when the heat waves start. But basically by the 25th of May, you've gone from your lush green thing that happened from, March to May to golden brown. This is a long time ago. That's 2020. But it's oily chaparral stuff with a lot of thick bushes, like probably the rabbit brush. Other people are explaining what it is. Oh, this guy has a 3D camera on his backpack. Okay. So it's his bushes mostly. So the nature of bushes on fire, same thing with the Davis fire over in Washoe County in Nevada, is when the bushes, the oily, thick brush, a lot of these are just impregnated with oil. Think of them as oil drums the size of the bush. Some of them are invasive species, some are native, but either way, is the general idea is it's called chaparral. It's the kind of bushes that grow in deserty but not 100% desert kind of landscapes, like Southern California, right? The chaparral, oily bushes. Not so much grass like you would traditionally think of, but this stuff. So you'll see a lot of black smoke from the oil inside of the bush. That's
Airport ops, Patrol 16. Patrol 16, operations, go ahead. Patrol 16 will not be able to have a crew in the morning. We are keeping the water tender in service, so we will be relieving the water tender tomorrow.
Orchestra 61, medical aid. Berrien 7930 Beach Boulevard.
There'll be no patrol, but water tender staff. 07 briefing, Great Park.
No patrol, but I believe we are going to drive to where the water tender is at the base of the fire and relieve them there, or not.
Would like the water tender staffed.
The water tender will be staffed, but do you want them at the briefing at the Great Park, or do you want them to stay in service where they are up Trabuco Creek?
okay. Meanwhile, the line fire is. Let's check on the line fire real quick. Look at this.
They can hold in position. Division will brief them on the line.
Copy that. The water tender will be staffed in the morning at the current location. Patrol 16 will not have a staff.
It's vigorous. This is Keller Peak, which is over in San Bernardino County, the line fire.
Foxtrot, Bravo on command. Go for Division Foxtrot.
Hey Neil, you clear for a phone call?
Let me hike out and get service, and I'll call you. Give me about 7 to 10 minutes.
Wait a sec. What is this one? Is this the one at Camp Pendleton in the distance? That could be viewed all the way from Gil Cajon. That's the. Okay, which one's the one at Camp Pendleton now? Shoot, that's Oregon. What's that one called? Back off a bit, and we'll look at more crazy time lapses of the airport. That thing is cooking. The Roblar, right? Yeah, the Roblar. That'll take a back seat to. It's 45% contained, thank God. 1,000 acres. It'll take a backseat priority, but they have their own fire crews at Camp Pendleton. This happens all the time. It burns frequently, so it's easier for them to deal with these situations. I just find that that's also pretty startling that that's invisible from that far away. So let's go back to these compelling, crazy images. So what I was doing, I got interrupted. I was trying to figure out where it's headed. That's a fixed east camera. So I wish I could make the map bigger and rearrange this. This is as zoom as we can zoom. So this ridge is on fire. Here, there, to there. If we're looking due east, okay, that's kind of an unbelievable sweep there. It must be that. But I wish I could zoom in more on this. That's maximum zoom on that on that map. So let's okay, so it's eating this as new fuel. It's due east of Santiago. Oh, all right. I just
Foxtrot operations on command.
just look at that.
For Division Foxtrot. Neil, were you able to kick off that plan and start a little work going downhill direct? Yeah, we actually just stopped and pulled back. The fire behavior is increasing and kind of underswung on that Santiago truck trail, kind of burning below us. We don't feel comfortable right now dropping into the dark in it. So we're going to hold off a little bit and see where we're at first light tomorrow.
Phew.
Okay, yeah, just take what chunks it'll give you and you feel comfortable with. I understand what you're saying. Copy. I'm going to try to get service, so I'm going to check in with Bravo and then I'll give you a call.
It's so crazy. Firefighters still have to drive around mountaintop to mountaintop, peak to peak, road to road to try to just contact each other. It's 2024. Get satellite phones, for God's sake. This is why.
Corporate truck 9, monthly. 27762, Forbes Road, Unit 202, 105 Delta at 01.3.
Okay, so they had a plan to go direct on the fire down Santiago Truck Road, which means pull hoses all the way down and hook them up, daisy chain them down the street, get true water supplies, and then leave the road and just hit that fire, like put it out by the road. Or
Work engine 23, monthly from Fire Station 137881 Barbie Lane, 4 Delta 0143.
they just canceled that for obvious reasons. You saw that whoever was in charge just authorized them. If you felt comfortable again, you can restart the program, but do it as you see fit. And then he goes, what surprises me, makes me angry is, oh, I'll go try to contact another unit by finding signal. Oh, for God's sake. That's why firefighters die.
Utility 39.
They can't see something. Oh, God. If they can't be in communication with each other, they can't watch each other's backs.
Go for Division Foxtrot. Okay, I'm headed up to you guys with the water, food, potatoes. That is good news. When you get up to the top here, just let the 61 Foxtrot
that's Freedom Village,
and 31 Charlie know and get everybody fed.
Oops. Okay. So I had to turn off the other radio, which had a medical call try to break in. I didn't quite catch that. So, hey, William Zander, welcome. I don't know why that's blue. Yeah, Kat, do you think with all the earthquakes lately that we're getting ready to have a big one? You're always getting ready to have a big one in the West Coast. Yes. With the way that I think about it is, how long has it been? Every single day that ticks by since you had something going on in an active fault line is a day closer.
Bravo operations on stand.
Now, there's two things, though, that could be happening. I have to talk right after the
Bravo.
but in
I know
here.
you're struggling with cell coverage, but when you get a chance, try to tie in with coverage and update FireMapper where you're putting these dozer lines in.
Yes, I just put a dozer track in right now on FireMapper for what I know of so far.
Okay, I'm in the canyon right now. I'll get an update when I get out as well. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Now, I wonder if we get access to that. FireMapper is the purpose-built mapping and situational awareness solution for emergency services agencies. We are responding to wildfires, floods, or a missing person. FireMapper has you covered. I want this. I want this. Individual, online and offline mapping for individuals, volunteers, and enterprises for agencies. Okay, but it looks like I don't think that we'll have any real-time kind of access to what they're doing. That would be cool if we did. Yeah, contact us for a demo or something. It's interesting to know what they're using. So here's fixed view cameras. Oh, east and north. See that? Now this gives you an idea of the HP Ren system. Their update view. Okay. I'm so glad Husky pointed out that we can time lapse it via the Alert West system. See what was I just saying though? Okay, the earthquakes, yes. So there's two ways to look at earthquakes. And I had basic earth science, volcanology, and oceanography, introductory college level courses. That's it. I mean, I'm a volcano nut, so I just study them, just as a matter of course. Grew up in the shadow of Mount Lassen, so I know more about volcanoes than, say, your general seismic and plate tectonic type earthquake things and whatnot. Buffalo bump. Okay, that might be one to check out. So you have to think about minor quakes as either really good or really bad. Sometimes, first of all, there's no such thing as an earthquake, and they should stop using the term, but everybody still uses the term. When the ground shifts like that seismically, it's a series of vibrations, and it can take a long time. Just think of a house falling off a cliff really slowly, and maybe it shifts a great amount one day, and then it doesn't move for other days, right? It's a slow process. Now, faults either go up and down next to each other, or they slip past each other. So rub your hands together, and that's slipping, like slip strike, I think it is. And then put your hands together, put your left hand up, and your right hand up. Your left hand up and your right hand down, and that's the other kind. So the Cascadia subduction zone that creates mega tsunamis is the up-down type, which I can't remember what that is right now. And that's pretty serious. I think most of Southern California's tend to be slip strike. They glide past each other, like your left hand and your right hand. Just put them together, your palms together, and then move your right hand a little bit forward, like an inch real quick, right? So you got your San Andreas and how San Francisco was affected. It's slip strike that way. Now, the fault lines will go for a certain distance. So the ones that are the longest can produce the longest amount of shaking. And so the Cascadia subduction zone is 620 miles long, or 1,000 kilometers, out there in the Pacific Ocean, going past Washington, Oregon, California. Damn. So that's why they're going to call that the big one. That'll be unimaginably big when it occurs. Last time one of those happened was about the year 1700. So what do you have in your backyard? Where did the quakes occur? Are they on these little faults? Sometimes they just settle, right? So especially if you have something heavy on top, or like even great buildings like skyscrapers can cause tiny little earthquakes, the biggest in the world. And that's why we should stop building bigger buildings than that, because that's sketchy. and they can't be felt, but you put an instrument down there and you can get them, and they're just little trembler things. So if you have like a reservoir that just filled up or something, sometimes that'll cause a mini fault to kind of shake a little and settle, and hopefully that's the end of it, right? You got your bigger ones, longer lines, and when they finally go, because there's a friction, like they'll be pushed against each other, and then they boom, they slide past. And it's like having a rusty piece of machine with no lubrication, and you're trying to push, you push hard, you push harder, and it finally gives. And but it's a one big giant motion instead of a smooth, you know. So you have to look at what exactly is rattling here. Now, if it's the smaller, oftentimes you can be pretty satisfied that it's settling and now the pressure's lifted. That's one way to look at it. There are geology teams that study individual faults. You'd have to ask the person or the team that knows about that system. I'm pretty unfamiliar with what's down here. I studied San Francisco a bit, Portland for a bit, Cascadia for a bit. That's more relevant to me. But the whole California falling into the ocean thing is a total myth, because the kind of faults by California are the slip strike. It's just rubbing your hands together back and forth, your palms of your hands. So part of California will go north, part of it will stay to the south, you know, along the line. And so that's generally the way they are. That's the most common. So the up and down kind would be the thing that would make California fall into the ocean, and that's just not possible. But California has some of those. I just don't know that they're on land. I think the Anchorage quake, where you see that, which produced a huge tsunami that wiped out Crescent City, California. The Anchorage 1964 quake, the biggest in America in living memory. You see the downtown Anchorage did this. Like, part of the road is way up high and part of it sank down way low. That sucks. That can create some mega damage. And Anchorage is coastal, so that's the whole tsunami event, right? So sometimes this will happen in a slip strike quake just because there's like a broken water main or something, and so it fills up with water or liquefaction, like it used to be a wetland. Still soggy ground underneath the buildings, and they might sink in a section. I mean, but with this kind, I think it was a true up-down movement. Don't quote me, though. That's what it appears. So I've seen other photographs like this in the neighborhoods of Anchorage, where some houses got thrust up really high and some of them sank down, kind of in a straight line across the landscape. So that was a huge magnitude. That was a 9.2. It wiped out Crescent City, California, and Seaside, Oregon, which nobody's heard of anymore. But it's because on the coastline, that's where California sticks out. It as waves travel along the coastline, they're the biggest threat to life and safety for many. Let's see, where's Shaverly? Oh, it's on Forest Service map. No wonder. I'm going to show you the coast. You see this little. You see these little pockets, like these humps, where it's like a horn sticking out. The coast of California. This is where the tsunami waves will back up and reach the highest because they're stuck in a pocket. So they can't continue to slide down the coast. Most of them just want to slide down the coast, you know, but where the little horns stick out, they'll slam into it with a collision rather than like sliding down it. You think of it as a big rig truck going down a freeway. It lost its brakes, and it can either kind of scrape alongside the barriers and keep going down the road throwing sparks, or it could slam into a barrier, right? So Crescent City is a horn shape. And so since it stuck out, the tsunamis overwhelmed it. Because it's got that little horn shape thing, and it's low lying ground. You go up to other places were affected, but may not be that inhabited, so they didn't, reach the news. But look at Seaside, Oregon here. You see that horn. So when the Alaska quake, the tsunami came down, it bounces off this solid bedrock cliff and just inundated the town, just boing, 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 wave after wave after wave. The bigger the fault line, generally the more that has to settle, the longer, So the longer the shaking, and it'll not shake in one spot. It'll run the length of the fault. So the shaking will travel like at the speed of a jet engine, jet airplane. So like when it happened with San Francisco, and one of these is the, I think running like so is the San Andreas. They felt the shaking way down here first, and it goes, ran towards the town. So there's a couple earthquake apps that can give you a little bit of ahead of time warning, and I would, even if you have 20 seconds of warning, that's a good thing, because it took minutes, for it to run the length, and that'll be the biggest quakes probably that occur. You may have some warning time. One of them is called Earthquake Network. Hey, good night, Husky. Thank you for the help. Yeah. Can I do the time lapse from the Homewood ski area? Homewood, which fire is that? I will in a second. Yeah, closed account. Japan's got it down to a science, and also those pagoda buildings are pretty earthquake proof. That's the whole point of them. That each floor of the building can sway independently of the other floors. I never knew that, but that's why there's like temples that are still around from the year 8692 or something, because they're pagodas, so they survive the quakes, right? So if you get the app, one of them is called Earthquake Network. This thing uses people's phones. I thought of this idea before. I'm glad somebody else did it, This is from an institute in Italy that got it started. I think, yeah, there's one for Apple too. Get Earthquake Network, and whenever your phone is plugged in, it's anybody else's is, like when it's charging especially, it uses this gyroscope of the phone, the one that can tell if your phone is vertical or horizontal and change the screen, It'll detect the vibrations of a whole bunch of people's phones in one area, right? And as the earthquake shockwave moves in a direction, then that'll start triggering other people's phones. Other people's phones will start swaying back and forth. And so this app will automatically tell people who have the app, further down the line, earthquake is coming with a big alarm. You may have 20 seconds, 30 maybe as a warning, maybe a minute. It's hard to say depending on the thing. So this is great to have. There's a couple others that do the same thing, right? So there's a couple different ways to look at it because I don't know about what kind of faults have been active and trembly here, what they're connected to, how long they are, how big they are, what kind they are. It's either very, very good that you're having minor earthquakes and it's easing the tension. Like every time they slip a little bit, then there's less tension. Think of it as drawing back a bowstring. Now, if it, as you're drawing it back and more tension is put on the fault, right? Would you get a less of a shock to your hand with a bow, right? If you just pull it back like 4 inches and you let go, right? Then you pull it back a couple more inches and you let go. Those would be very minor twangs, right? But the longer and longer one goes without any movement, you can, it's like somebody drawing the bow back closer and closer to their chest, their chin, their ear. And then when you let go with your hand, that's going to go, whong, that is going to be a major one, right? So here's the thing. I don't know what's happening. It's either releasing pressure or the pressure is so great that it's starting to slip and there will be a bigger one. And the reason I say there's no such thing as an earthquake is because it's absolutely true. See, Homewood ski area. I'll find it.
WS1, Fire 22.
I think this is right. Homewood. No, that would be alert. West then? Yeah. Is that Nevada? Nevada's the Homewood ski area, right? We'll see. Oh yeah, the Davis. The Davis is not out, but it's holding steady as far as we could tell. Here's Homewood, but it's looking away from the fire right now. See, the beam is going to the east. Are you talking about something being closer to Tahoe today, or are you talking about the Davis? The Davis was visible from the Homewood, but it was looking elsewhere at the time. There's the Bear fire. Oh, do you mean the Bear? The one that was to the west of Lake Tahoe? Oh, yeah.
WS1, Fire 22.
The Bear, yes. Right, let me check on it. Let me check on it real quick. So, let's see, Sierra County, right? Yeah, 45% containment, 3,300
One, you're on
acres.
command. Can you switch to tack, please?
What kind of views we got? See, now you can see its proximity to Tahoe and the Davis. The Bear's up there. Yeah, can't be seen on that cam. They had some great weather and a couple of great days to really pounce on it. And so this is looking much better than ever. Yeah, crews continue to focus on gaining additional depth in the mop-up efforts. Wind gusts reached 30 miles an hour, but they worked through the night to maintain containment, successfully maintain the current footprint. So that's winds are expected to decrease in speed.
Bravo. 1.1. We are back down from the hill. We cold trailed and followed the hillway. All the spots are out pretty much. Feel pretty confident that nothing's going to pop up on our side. We have pretty much about 5 of us need to get back to work in the morning.
Well, that's Support 1 operations. You're on command. Can you go direct on tack to Bravo?
Well, so because I'm not an expert on quakes or anything, you could start to research them, and you can even ask the U.S. Geological Survey questions. So I would find out what's their local office. I'd pick up the phone and ask them stuff. They'll talk to you. The U.S. Geological Survey website leaves a lot to be desired. They don't track all quakes. That would be like a crazy scroll that you could never catch up with. It would be like quake, 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 quake all over the world, right? But the best way to find out, like, is your building safe? I could teach you a little bit about that. Go to Topo Viewer. Topo Viewer, it is not like, oh, I'm in a wooden structure, so I'm safe. Oh, I'm in a brick structure, so I'm not. Don't get pigeonholed into that line of thinking. You go to Topo View, which is done by U.S. Geological Survey. It has ancient maps, and this is how you're going to find out get a great idea about how safe you may be. You go to anywhere that you live. So let's say I live in Ventura. I live in Ventura right now. Now,
Bravo, can you go ahead and repeat that?
I put I live on Ash and Thompson. Earliest map is 1904. Why do I want to look at that? Because your building is going to be safest if it's not built on infill or wetland or a previous creek, a previous pond, a previous lake. You want to be on bedrock as best as you can. So anywhere that they built structures in the floodplains and wetlands where the water table is up, that's where your building is going to sink into the ground and collapse at the base, no matter how earthquake-proofed it is, like with its walls and stuff. Doesn't matter what it's made of. The biggest loss of life in San Francisco was the Valencia Hotel in the Mission District, pretty far away from
Go ahead, Division Bravo.
the traditional downtown with the brick structures and stuff that you saw messed up. The Mission District was a residential area, and only one building basically flattened, and it was a 4-story hotel that became a 1-story hotel. And with hundreds of people trapped inside, it just sank into the ground. It didn't splinter, it didn't shatter, it didn't fall over. It sank into the ground. And we now know that right where the Valencia Hotel was, I look at old maps like this, it was built on top of an old creek. They just put a whole bunch of dirt on top of the creek and built the hotel and called it good. So in Portland, for example, I'm very alarmed, and maybe Portland's a better example. Let's go to Portland real quick, where I have an actual example for you. Milwaukee. So say I live in
Go for Division Foxtrot on command.
here. There's a bunch of old bogs.
Santiago Peak, correct, where the fire jumped the road. Yeah, we're at the repeaters at on the top of Santiago Peak. You should be able to see the flashing lights up there.
Where the fire jumped the road. Huh, okay. Fire jumped the road. All right. So anyway, the point is, topo view here. Shoot, I ran out of. All right, there we go. Yeah. What bothers me about Portland is there's a whole bunch. Like, see this? This is a bog. This is a former bog. But if you take the transparency out and you turn on satellite mode, that building's going to be screwed up. These are not safe, no matter what they're made of. Right here, this will be heavily damaged because they built on top of a freaking bog. So even if they've got some drainage, they've got some pipes, they've got some culverts, whatever. This is the lowest section of the ground. It's a former bog, so that means that invisibly underneath there, that's still where the water table will collect, and it'll be higher than usual. The heights here, this is solid rock. People will sleep through the quake up here. They will, if they had homes here, thank goodness they don't. This would be chaos and sinking to the ground and collapsed buildings and, geysering flames, just like in San Francisco in the '89 quake, where it was pretty much wooden structures that were destroyed, wooden homes in the '89 quake.
Foxtrot on command.
In the Marina District, built on infill.
39.
So this is the best way to.
Able to see the repeaters up top for Santiago Peak, or do you have it on your map?
Now, where are you concerned for? I'm concerned for here. I'm concerned for this neighborhood here. Thank goodness that's like a farm park or something. That could be the old Albertson's Dairy that they're auctioning off. I hope they don't build on top of it, because look, it's an old bog. Don't live where the bogs were. So if you can get old U.S. Geological Survey maps like this with Topo Viewer, this is just the coolest thing on earth. You just put your little thing wherever you want, and then you choose the map. This is 1914. You can choose, like, what was there in 1950.
Right now, my only concern is where the fire jumped the road. So much hot material on the ground. I know it impacted the road, but I don't know how hard, and if there's anything down, let us know. I'll bring some Sawyers down and we'll buck it up.
That's the wrong.
Yeah, it's just a lot of active flame. I think the truck can take the heat going through there, so should be all right. I just went out and scouted ahead. Okay, perfect. And you're coming up Maple Springs?
Wait, is that the road that got impacted? Or was it the truck road?
I believe that is correct, yes. Okay, I don't think the fire's anywhere close to impacting Maple Springs. You should be good to go.
Yeah. Let's go to Maple Springs Road. Thank you for the guidance about it being open. They mostly come from the north. Maple Springs.
Actually, Foxtrot, I'm on North Main Divide Road.
North Main Divide?
Okay, copy. North Main Divide is the same road we're on. You're good to go. Wait, thanks.
Oh boy. It's not called that. As far as I can see in the regular Google Maps, it's called Forest Route 3604. Oh, South Main Divide meets right here. So yeah, it's North Main Divide, also known as Forest Route, also known as Coberries. Well, okay. So it looks like you're trying to sneak their way over to the Santiago. They're coming a long way. The Santiago Peak. So does that even connect? I guess it does. So how are they getting there? Let's see. The Ortega Highway 74. Was it North Side Road? Okay, so they deviate right here, and they go here. Did the Google car? Yeah, the Google car came up here a little bit. Oh, around some tumbleweed stuff. Man, this is so narrow. It's like a lane road. Yeah, that's hard. This is hard to hold. Woo. Okay. Yikes. Yeah, they need to widen this stuff. They possibly can. Yeah. Yikes. A lot of bushes to be on fire there. Nice commanding views. It'd be so fun to do a horseback trail right now. I swear to God. What is the name of the building in San Francisco? The Leaning Tower of San Francisco. The Millennium Tower. Yes, that's what it is. Travis Johnson says the Homewood west coast of Lake Tahoe, Desolation Wilderness, north of Loon Lake. Yeah. Travis Johnson says, hi, that was the correct Homewood 1 camera. I don't think it was named. It was like a small thing today. Was that what I was trying to figure out? This tells a story. If you see all these damaged buildings in the San Francisco '06 quake, it started a myth that the type of building is the main factor in what collapses or not. No, absolutely not. It's always been what is beneath the building. How firm a foundation. I mean, even Bronze Age biblical advice, don't build on sand, build on the rock. Okay, that's spiritual and practical advice at the same time. They figured that out a long time ago. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out kind of even flimsy homes or buildings built on bedrock barely sway during any kind of massive quake. They still barely sway. Whereas it's a nightmare of destruction and chaos on infill, swampy ground, wetland area, former wetland, boggy stuff, and tidal flats and the like, and of course on fault lines themselves. Like, people don't understand that Portland's West Hills is a fault line. This whole thing is a fault line. It's not a hill. I mean, it may have dirt on the top of it, but it's unstable as heck. That's why it's not built up. And everybody who lives in Forest Heights and Northwest Heights is kind of doomed. The Skyline Boulevard is the center of the fault line. So this can create a 7.0. They tried to develop these areas in the 50s, maybe even the 30s. They called it Leif Erikson Drive. It was like the Leif Erikson housing development. And something drive right here. As they started pouring the foundations and building the homes, like, you could still go on the today's trail, and you see these checkerboard black and white floors of houses on the forest floor, and little steps leading to nowhere where there should be a front door. And as they were building the housing, the roads kept collapsing, and they couldn't get their equipment back up to build the homes just because the ground was unstable. So every time there's a wet season or a heavy rain, you get landslides and have to fix the roads. Germantown Road washed out again. Springville Road, yeah, that's just Germantown. Springville washed out again. Now, this is before the St. John's Bridge. And it's a miracle that Linton, this little community, survives. But they built at the very bottom because it's still unstable up here. This was a lumber mill community. So, I mean, this is not solid. That's the point. Is it's rock, but it's not solid. A fault is just where there's a crack in the earth. Just like take an egg, wrap it with a spoon, and you got that spider web cracking, and it'll be in a straight line. That's generally the way faults look. So that's an exception. People might feel like they're really safe up here, or just don't mistake when you're looking at these maps. and think, oh, that must be solid up there just because it's high ground. Make sure it's not a fault. Well, one of the best ways you could tell is like there's just it's like a straight line. Why is this gray? Stop being gray. I don't know why it's dimmed right now. Okay, I'm just going to show you the street map. Go to Portland real quick. Oh, first I'll show you what a fault line looks like in California, right? And you can see them, especially there's some extinct ones, so a lot of them are dead. But let's go to terrain mode. See these lines, like straight lines, like, and then you got a straight line here, like, and even though it's crooked, you got a straight line, like, straight line. These are all faults. San Andreas is somewhere in this mix. Of course, not all of them are active. Some of the coast range drifted from the Pacific Ocean in geologic times, slammed into California and got melted to it. Like the entire coast range of Oregon is seismically dead, and there's no hot springs or anything. Because this used to be beachfront property where I-5 is. Millions of years ago, there's like an island chain of dead old rock, like floated in tectonic plates and just slammed into Oregon and made coast range. So there's no gold coast range of Oregon until you get way down here by Bandon and Coos Bay. All of a sudden there's gold. And there's gold over here too, because it's more of part of California's coast range. But you go north of like Reedsport, there's no gold. Gold tends to be where it's seismically active and hot springy and all that stuff, right? So if you can recognize a lot of it. These are not hills, they're fault lines. Oh, like that. That is the clearest thing I've ever seen. These are probably dead right here. But you can recognize them, right? You go up to Portland. What does that look like? Big old fault line. So, good. So if you look at, I just wanted to, it's a real quick thing. We'll go back to the camps. San Francisco, 1906. This is the myth that got started after the quake. This was the first quake that had a lot of photography. Even, I think the first one that had moving picture. Because there was a camera crew days before the quake happened, and they shot an amazing trip down Market Street by putting a camera, even though it's 1906, in front of a trolley, and they went down Market Street. And then later a camera crew did the same thing, retraced the route, not on a trolley, but on a wagon, because the tracks were all messed up. And it showed like utter devastation stuff, right? And now Market Street had a lot of brick buildings. It's like the main street. So you see images like this, and you see brick buildings like totally messed up. So while it is true that unreinforced masonry is going to be a hazard, you'd rather reinforce that, of course. It's really not a big deal if it's on solid rock. People say, well, look at that. Look at that. Looks like a war zone. Well, that's because they used dynamite to blow these buildings up. There was a fire. And they got desperate. All the water mains are broken. So the National Guard was called out. The main fire captain and chief of the entire city died in the quake. So they were like a headless chicken. There's nobody in charge. The fire crews are helpless, could do nothing because there's no water pressure at the hydrants. So the National Guard took control, declared martial law. And the guy wasn't that bright, who was in charge, or not that experienced, or whatever. So he said, get all the dynamite we have, which was granulated. Not for this sort of thing, it's for road building, and blow up all the buildings you can to make fire break. These were dynamited. They were totally intact. Like, they should have just let them burn, because then they could have just fixed it. There are a whole bunch of buildings that burned like these, and the ones they didn't dynamite, they just rebuilt the interior later. But they blew up their own city. Okay, if it looks like war, it's because they used bombs, basically. They used dynamite. And so that was unknown. It was embarrassing later that they did that for no reason, that nothing worked. The fire just went like crazy and continued. So and And you see there's tons of damage and tons of homes that sink, while the other ones next to them are fine. And this is where San Francisco was bad when they developed it. They just put dirt on top of old creeks and fountains and normal ponds, and then built buildings on top of them. So you get the weird, strange, I think these are wood, but they're not going to survive because they sank. See? So it's not like it's, oh, brick is bad and wood is good. You got to find out if you're built on top of a wetland, a bog, or infill, or otherwise unstable ground, or the fault line itself. But most of the brick buildings in San Francisco, they survived just fine. Sometimes the facade fell off, which was more decorative than anything. But you see, as the fire approaches, much of this is intact. They just go crazy with dynamite. Well, there you have it. But here, this is the hills have the most solid bedrock up here at the top. This caused a great misunderstanding that it's type of building construction rather than the ground underneath it. Now, the Leaning Tower of San Francisco, the Millennium Tower, this is how this all ties back in. I know the way I describe stuff can drive people insane. Millennium Towers in San Francisco. Probably just put that on the map. It's leaning while all of its neighbors are just fine. It's leaning drastically. Like drastically. Like you can take a marble in your $1 million condo up there, roll across, drop it on the floor, and it'll roll all the way to the window and fall out the window. Like it'll just accelerate and pick up speed. A lot of people, when they notice that, they sued and try to get out of their lease. I would too. So it needs to be destroyed because there's no fixing this. I can't believe it, but for every big building in San Francisco, especially a tall one, remember how much pressure they put on the ground? They can actually cause small earthquakes being that big and that heavy. Skyscrapers can. The ones with concrete are heavier than the steel ones, but don't get me started. This is a pretty substantial, huge, vanity project kind of thing. And if you want to know why cities are so much hotter than the countryside, look at that. It's glass. And basically, it's a magnifying glass and reflector that's just heating up your city. If the glass is curved, it'll actually melt cars. There's a couple in London that do that. But anyway, it's folly, big shining glass front towers. It'll probably be banned in the future, but anyway. I was shocked to find out that the foundations for the building are not sunk to bedrock. There's supposed to be pillars to go to bedrock, but bedrock is very deep. The further north and northeast that you go into the city, this is more infill stuff, right around so. And it was a port town. It was ports, so everybody wanted to be where the ships were going and the traffic was. Everybody wants to be closer to the shore with all the building construction, with most expensive real estate, right? So if you look where it is on an actual map, let's just put it here. We'll go back to the camera in a second. Millennium. Nothing quite made sense. Like, why does San Francisco allow buildings to not be built into bedrock? That's like, what the hell? That's really a common sense thing. I don't understand why the building code isn't like that. You'd think San Francisco, of all places, would understand the importance of being on bedrock, but this is where the propaganda that only unreinforced masonry buildings are dangerous. That's where that propaganda kills because people believe it for some reason. This is the Millennium Tower, right? Is it this thing? Or that thing? Oh, it's this thing because it's got the constant construction. They're trying to fix it. So if you look at where you go to brick and mortar. I'll show you. You just watch this. Brick and mortar. Millennium. He's a real engineer. And he may have discovered the big mistake in the construction. Or is it building integrity? Yeah, building integrity. Brick and mortar is a different engineer show. Building integrity. Just watch this.
Their experts claim.
There's diagrams, and he finds out the flaw. That's right. It was building integrity. Here's a link. Watch this. the supports that support the columns that support it, they're not on bedrock, but they just go deep into the soil. And so if we look at TopoViewer, go to San Francisco. Yes, California. And let's see, what is its actual address again? 350 Mission Street. It's on Mission? I thought it was on, okay. I thought it was on, other one, okay. TopoViewer. Real quick. I think I tried to look at this before. Oh yeah, the old maps don't have the grid, so we have to put the little thing, 350 Mission Street. 350 Mission Street. Put it. 350 Mission Street, San Francisco. Okay, yeah, it's much closer to the water. The oldest map we got doesn't show bogs because it's already developed. It's 1895. It's just a few years away from the Great Quake. I think I was trying to look already, but what the spoiler alert is that some people who did research into archives that are not available to, are easy to find, like serious hardcore archive research, they suggest that the Millennium Tower, this little block, was a natural water well right there. Yeah, so this is not a good place to build, period. There should be a park there with a fountain or something, and that's it. I don't know if any of these show what used to be there. I mean, during the gold rush, it just built up without much surveying. I'm surprised that these are even straight lined, gridded, sort of gridded streets. You probably had an early fire, and then when it was a tent city or something, or made out of wood, and redid it. That's the way that most of the gold rush, like the towns, became. So yeah, we can't prove it here. It would be, but that's probably the reason. The others, I don't think, are built around it, are built on bedrock. But that could be it. But there's also a structured design flaw, and so he found it. You can watch this as a 32-minute video. I put the link in the chat. I think he's right too. I think it's the wrong place to build the building. Stupid to not build it down to bedrock, sink the foundation columns to bedrock, and then 3, they also made a design flaw. Like they made a pretty bad one with the tension rod and jacking design, whatever that is. So that means that repair, if he's right, this is the one he's calling it the $100 million mistake, right? With the fix, because they're spending that much money to fix it. Like, just build a new one, guys. I do not approve this. I think that even a minor quake right now could topple it. I don't want to see a September 11th style thing ever again in my life. But that's what I believe would happen. I think the building would fall over sideways. Might break off like a candle broken in half, like a tall pillar candle with the top sliding off. It would just be devastating. The amount of can you imagine the amount of glass that would fall into the street and onto the other buildings, and every single one would be a projectile capable of cutting your head off. But yeah, here's more pictures of the fire, but most of the buildings survived. Like, this is before they dynamited everything. Things generally survived. That building, it was gutted. They just refurnished it. It's still there on the Market Street, that particular one. But then they dynamited it. So this is post-dynamite. I hope you're more educated about what to do in a quake. Find out some way or another. There's always somewhere in your city you can find some record. Is your neighborhood built on a bog? Here's how intact the town is. Even though there's a raging fire over there. The biggest loss of life was a 4-story hotel called the Valencia, and it sank into the street when the others next to it were mostly fine. They just leaned a little. I mean, there was a broken water main, which made them lean over. Yeah, there it is. There's a Valencia hotel. See how the rest of the street's pretty normal? I went to the site of it, and even though it's the greatest loss of life, there's like 250 people who died in there or something. I interviewed people on the street and said, "Do you feel weird standing right here? Do you feel anything spooky or out of the ordinary?" And people are like, "No." I said, "Are you sure? You don't feel any like weird presences or anything, or like it's haunted?" They frowned at me. They're like, "No." And I said, "Look, I'm a journalist." They go, "Oh, okay." And I said, "The reason I'm asking is, yes, there are 3D color images of the quake. Those are awesome." I said, the reason I'm asking is because I just want to know if people get spooked out because buildings look scary and they think they feel a ghost there, or the places where people actually died in mass, unless you tell somebody, nobody notices. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, okay. All right." Yeah, there was actually true color film in 3D of the ruins after the quake. It was considered like a hoax, like colorized later, but it was actually early color film process. Later, when I do Catherine's World, which is not wildfire tracking, but just general Catherine's World, I'll explain this neat stuff like that. But let's go back and look at the current view. We have to wait a little bit for a time lapse. Let's see what's done in an hour. I was hoping to check in. That fire crew is making its way up from the south towards the Santiago Towers, and they're worried about this. I am too. I don't know why it animates so fast. But I don't see it moving. They said it jumped a road. I would have thought it would take off. I mean, maybe it's moving that direction. And I just can't see past its flames. It could be. It could just be going trucking due east. We have a camera from the opposite side. That's what we need to find right now. No. Not at all. Really? Seriously. Check on Sacramento? Oh, you're very welcome, Miss SW. Yeah, you said, oh, I remember that now, something about an old creek or something ran through the ground there. Yeah. Williams Anders says, I love hearing smart people. You are truly a breath of fresh air. No, thank you for the pat on the head. What about Seattle? I used to drive there every day doing a truck driving thing. Seattle is so screwed in a big quake. It's oh dear. So they already did a weird thing in Seattle. We need a view of the camera from east. We don't have one. Get it? Okay, this is the best we have in Bell Canyon North, I think. Hopefully that's not a panorama. Okay. Does the fire go to the right side? Does it move over to the right? Oh, please pivot. That's got to be Santiago Peak, where they still have fire up there. Oh, please look to the right. This is the last 1 hour. Yeah, with most of the activity being out of the camera's view to the right. Okay, we'll have to cross the camera. How can it be out of view to the right? That's a big, wide angle. The Sacramento, the city? William, do you mean the Sacramento Street in San Francisco, or do you mean Sacramento, the city, or the Sacramento camera? I'm really confused. Let me know what you want. But this is baffling me. Like, how could the out of view? I would assume it's this section, this unburned pocket is where it found good fuel. I can't believe that's way on the edge there. All right, let's do a 3 hour. Does anybody recognize the ridge lines? We got a road here. Is this a road? Got a major road. We got some habitations and a major road snaking up that way. Oh, you know what? We can use the new 3D map thing that we found yesterday. We live in Sacramento City. Okay, neighborhood. Give me a cross street. Doesn't have to be on your exactly one, but give me a cross street. We'll look at the map. Close account says, thank you for the history geology lesson. My daughter and I have you on the TV screen. Really appreciate your work and coverage. Thank you, close account. Remember, guys, hit the like button. 11,734 views and 266 likes. Can we get that better? Thank you. How did you find us, close account? I remember you from before. Ouch. Ow. Yeah, my elbow slid off the chair and whacked it. Ah. But how did you originally find us? That's good to find out. And USW as well. And William. This is blowing my mind how 3D map. 3D map. This is the bee's knees. Drum roll, prepare yourselves for the coolest thing. Now I will make you car sick a little bit. If you get car sick, I have to move this 3D map around. It's called firemap.live. It's the coolest thing ever. So they get the perimeter information. This is the modus and veers thing. Now, modus and veers can look like weird straight lines. That's the path of the satellite doing its thing. People ask, is that them doing, are there hot spots in a straight line because they're using a drone to light fires or something? Rarely. I don't believe they're doing any backfiring whatsoever right now. No, usually it's the way that the path of the satellites, and so you get this weird straight line grid pattern thing. Modus and veers do that sometimes, and the reason I know that it's mostly just because the satellite path is it once went over Lake Tahoe, and obviously Lake Tahoe was not on fire, so it can have errors and put heat detections where it's not, just because of errors. And it'll depend on just satellite pathing. Goes with its blocky thing can be easier to interpret. Right, so I'm going to try to spin it. What we can do is try to line up the camera view with what we have, and then try to identify roads with the same view, because that's Santiago Peak, right? All right, so here's the Trabuco Highlands. All right, where's that image again? I got too many tabs open. All right, airport fire image. One from action. Meanwhile, back at Santiago Tower area. Oh no! Oh no! Oh man. Okay, we're back. Edge browser just crashed. Yikes. Okay. That scares me because the broadcast is on Edge browser too. I have a different Edge browser window for the studio and the chat window. Okay, it just reset itself. I hope I don't have to restart the stream. Okay. Shut that one down. Yeah, we overloaded with the tabs a little bit here. But you know what? It's likewise. It's a breath of fresh air to meet other smart people, friends. You are my people. You are who I want to talk with. There's so many people who consider themselves smart, but all they do is regurgitate what other people tell them. And they don't have the critical thinking skills. I'm not smart in every sector. I'm kind of stupid in some sectors. You don't want me to be your math teacher. Oh wow, running springs. This is the line fire. Ooh. I have my strengths and my weaknesses like everybody does in certain sectors, but you can increase your own intelligence by changing the way you think with philosophy and like drills, Part of increasing my own intelligence was learning to stop listening to people. It insults them all the time, and I don't mean to be doing it, but I won't believe something until I verify it, in general. I mean, if somebody's running down the street and says, "Run for your life," and runs past me sprinting, I'll probably just join them, be on the safe side. That circumstance, you want to just believe somebody. But if I can, and if I can try to get evidence to back it up, I will just kind of put it as this is possible, tag it as possible, and unless I can verify, I still just tag it as possibly true. But when you start doing this for everything, almost everything, I've really started to, like, say, shine in doing this. Once I stopped trusting officials and realized that a lot of what they tell the public it has their hands tied and it behind their backs, and it's a lot of the way they think about wildfires, for example, and how to do evacuations is old policy from decades ago that's out of date. That's led to me being more accurate and more helpful to people. So I can't stop that. Somebody says, "Oh, I'm such and such authority. I've been doing this for 79 years. I've been living in this area for 56 years, and I know it like the back of my hand, and so I know the fire's over here." Okay, I believe you. I believe that that's your belief, but I'm not going to tell everybody that till I can verify it. That's not an insult to the person. That is me doing my job well. And that is, I don't just believe, I verify. I trust, but I verify. Reagan's quote, right? And many times I have corrected the rumor mill that way. I stayed accurate. If I can't verify it, and I'll say, "Hey, it's possible."
Operations Bravo on command.
There, this is the cam.
Bravo, operations, go ahead. Wildland support.
No.
We're done for the night. Do you want them back if they could staff, and what time and where?
It crashed.
A copy about staff, what time and where. Can you repeat who again? Wildland support 1 and 2. Affirmative. If they're able to staff, report to Ops Briefing, Great Park, 0700.
I've been Englished.
And confirming you're releasing them for the night right now? That's affirmed. Copy, I'll take them off tracking.
Sorry if you get car sick. I had it. All right, we compare the views now. I think this is what crashed. Edge browser, I've already overloaded it with tabs. I've kind of abused it. So, is this a road that goes up to Santiago? I'm assuming that's Santiago Peak. We can do the B. I've been Englished over this. I love to have intellectual and just logical type conversations with no pissing contest. Excuse me. No dick measuring contest. It's after midnight, so hey, we can say that. It's not a competition, and I don't want to insult anybody. That's not the point. I just have to accurately report things and verify things to be good at what my goal is, and that is to help people stay alive. In a normal conversation, when I identify somebody as they wrap up their self-worth by knowing everything about the Beatles or something, right, or everything about trains. I have the emotional intelligence to not correct them because they might get upset.
Foxtrot, operations on command.
It's a conversation about trains.
Go for Division Foxtrot.
It's not life and death.
So my understanding, you pretty much have no cell coverage up there. Is that correct, or are you able to do anything on FireMapper? I have no cell coverage. I can try driving out North Main Divide, and I can actually fix them up. It takes about 20 minutes to get there, though. If you're not with more important priorities, I'm wondering if you could kind of draw in the swap over areas and update the map to where they're located.
Slop over area.
That last layer that was put on, I believe it must have come from Firus, pretty much covered most of it and has a pretty good fire perimeter as we are right now. It's not showing any swap over at the Indian Truck Trail. That's one of particular interest as well. Okay, let me take a drive out there and scout it out, and I will get back to you.
Well,
Okay, thanks, Neil.
so there's a slop over. The one of concern is over the truck trail. Okay. Closed account says one of my favorite mantras is learning never ends. Yes, that's good. I just want to learn. I just want to be correct. I want people to correct me. If I'm saying something terribly wrong, mispronouncing, totally not getting a concept right, whatever it is, I just want to be corrected. My priority is just be correct. And so I don't understand interaction with people where they get terribly upset by being corrected. As a kid, I assumed everybody else wanted to be correct too, and that they wouldn't be insulted if I wasn't a jerk. I would be told something right by an adult as a kid, and I would say, "Oh, did you know?" Blah blah blah. Well, what the heck is this? Watch duty is on crack. Okay, there we go. So like as a kid, if I pipe up and say, "Oh," and have an addition or a correction to something, I was never understanding that the hostile glares and stuff, especially from adults, like that we get angry. That really made me a shy person who didn't speak very often after that. But they felt insulted, threatened, and or attacked or something by that, because they wrapped up their self-worth in the knowledge of something, and they I was shown up by a kid today. No, like just relax. A very bright kid had something to add, and you're not perfect. So like, oh, pat them on the head. The next generation has hope, you know. Like I never understood the hostile, insecure kind of reaction. But when people wrap their self-worth up into a knowledge of something, so they think I am intelligent because I know X, Y, and Z, or I have authority because I know this subject inside and out. They think that any challenge, any little piece, is an attack on their intelligence.
7, operations on command. Go for Battalion 7 on command.
They did it.
Can you tie in with the sheriff there and talk about an evacuation warning for Blue Jay campground area?
Yep, more. So I just
Blue Jay campground, evacuation warning. Copy that.
that's what we thought. That's why we're awake. All right, let me get my notebook out. I've got absolutely stone cold chicken nuggets in front of me from coming back at midnight. Anyway, I'm babbling. It's the middle of the night. 5 hours and 58 minutes into the stream. Blue Jay campground. Now under evac warning. Let's find out where that is. They will expand this. I bet they will wait as long as they can for tomorrow. See, it is now the 10th. I have no idea how I could make myself sleep right now in order to get it for tomorrow. This is hard choices today. So, all right, I think I lined it up. I think the map probably crashed Explorer, but we're going to try this again. So,
Operations, Warco Battalion 7, on command. Go ahead. That information's been relayed to the sheriff, and just for your awareness, they have all vacated Fire Station 18 and they are en route to the Great Park. Okay, understood, but the message has been delivered, correct? Stay firm.
okay, there's a slop over on the truck trail road that they wanted to map better.
Division X-ray 350 on command.
Larry Way, North Highlands, okay. Cool, close the account. That's how you found us? Awesome. Tell your friends. Okay, so it is, Sacramento. Okay, we'll look at that in just a second. I want to set this up and look at the cameras real quick. We'll take a trip over to Sacramento.
Division X-ray from 350 on command. Copy. Yeah, go ahead. It sounds like I'm not getting out on tech. Yeah, I'm trying to hit you here. Hey, FYI, we tried relay pumping that hose lay, and we're unable to overcome the head pressure since it's gained such a significant elevation. We probably have about 5,000 feet of hose in. About 4,000 actually. Copy that. My recommendation is going to try to see how we can plumb the top down if we need to get water over there. Yeah, let's, you able to make your way to the Ventura County 11 crew buggies? We can face to face and put contingency together, and then we can stay off command. En route with about a 5 to 7 minute ETA.
Okay. So this, I guess I should just put the thing on the map where it is on the map. This is Bell Canyon. Oh, you know what? I can find the longitude and lat, but you can't search for that. It's Rancho Santa Maria. It's harder than I thought. It's Robinson Ranch. Kind of Islands 74. I can't. It must be. I don't understand where the flat ground is. If you know what I'm saying. Like, see how flat it is? Right here. And that's very flat with like a trail or something. Maybe we should go back in time. Oh, it changes view. Okay. Let's just go back further in time. We'll be right with you. We'll go to Sacramento. Yeah, so it's got, oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. There's a mine. There's a mine over there. That's mine tailings if I ever saw it. Okay. Oh, just got a jingle on the phone. Right. Oh, that wasn't a donation. That was just a, darn. Just an update from my bank. It makes the same cha-ching cash register sound. All right, so maybe this during the daytime is easier to figure this out. So, could it? Well, that's. I'm sorry if you get car sick. I'm bad with this. So, that area. I don't know. Maybe this. There's no way to just like see from top down to see if I put this and I guess we can do that. Hoto Deposit, San Juan Hot Springs. That is what I need right now. We're jumping that right now. Hot Springs. Yeah, so this is, there's your hot springs. That way. There. Country Club Hot Springs. Yeah, that sounds like a great place to live, pretty much. Okay. Hot Springs. There's a causes up there. Bell Canyon. Road Canyon. Outdoor navigation. The Highland. That Dove Canyon. I wonder if it's right here. Right, satellite. It would be a good place to put some towers. Or not. Yeah, I want to line this up. I want it to work. I want to have a good, accurate idea of what this is. All right, plan B. You do alert west and just find the damn longitude and latitude. Find it on CalTopo, then I'll find it on the map. That's what we'll do. We're gonna do. Okay, you do this. You click. You got longitude, latitude right there. Aha. Just to the east of the Chubasco Highlands on this little squiggle. Okay. It is where I looked. What? But there's no towers. Robert Base says, oh, Walking Axle is Cook's Corner threatened. Okay, we will find out where that is and see. Robert Base says the group campground is north of the 74. You access it via the 74 from Elsinore side. Just before reaching the Forest Service Ranger Station, the truck trail is on your right side. Well, thank you for sharing that. Do you know where the stupid... Is this the right place for the stupid camera? Right there. Let's see. Because if all I need to do is line that up. Santiago Canyon Road. All right, we'll take a look. Right now it's running to the east. You go south of the tower, it's running east up the hill, but it may have kind of stopped. We need cameras on the other side. We don't have them, so this is on hard mode. So I'm trying to utilize every mapping thing to pull out of my ass that we possibly can. Yeah, that's where it is. There. Okay, we got it. Close your eyes, we get car sick. I gotta rotate it. Don't know what I'm doing. Is it control? It's control. There. Gotcha. Gotcha. That. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. You know, it's the same exact faulty controls as Google Earth, where you roller coaster rocket off the top of slopes. See like that? See how we just the camera went on top of the slope? You need to ride the bottom. Ride the bottom. All right, we're right here. That's it. That's it. Easy does it. Easy does it. Got it. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Fierce, the mapping plane just got a perimeter up. So let's see if it changed real quick. Kind of does that without you knowing. This is interesting. They've also increased the evacuation warnings for Orange County zone ORT01. So ORT01, way down there. Interesting. Wow, to San Juan Hot Springs. So here's 74. You were saying. Now, is what endangered? Cook's Corner. So would that be on Caltopo? Cook's Corner. I think it tries to search for places nearby. Okay. So is Cook's Corner here by Portola Hills? Are we in the right spot? Sorry, dark. Portola Hills, is that what we're talking about? Am I correct? Because tomorrow's wind will mostly come out of the west. And so I would be most concerned for Riverside County. It's high winds coming off of the ocean. So fire loves to climb, and so you're going to have alignment, which retired Fire Captain John Bruno was describing earlier in the stream when I came back around 10:45. We had a big long conversation. He's awesome. We picked his brain. So alignment is when the wind is blowing the same way that a canyon is, or a ridge is the same line, the same way. That's maximum fire spread. If it's A, wind blowing aligned with the ridge top and the canyon, and B, uphill, so that's as fast as fire can go. So if you think about it, if they're able to chase the spots, chase the slop, which happened today. Slop is where fire does go past their line, past their road. They have a limited amount of time to catch it, right? If they're able to. I think the helicopter's still there. Helicopter would be really, really ideal in helping them with that. They're able to do that. Oh dear. Oh, this crashed. That's right. The whole browser crashed. Gotta refresh. Come on, baby. Don't die. Yes. Got two of the cluckers. We got a Coulson Chinook. Got a Firehawk. Okay. So I'm not a local, but I think Los Pinos Peak is where it's trying to go, and it's trying to go over to Riverside County on the opposite side of the hills. It would be pretty difficult to prevent it from blowing up over the ridge and over. They do have that fortunate this road. I think Holy Jim Falls just got toasted today. It's already at Trabuco Peak. I believe it already went past. It's trying to go that way, as far as I could tell. This is flight radar. Let's go back to the heat detections. The perimeter of Caltopo is sometimes it takes a while. The perimeter map to come back here. So there's two ways to look at it. If the fire doesn't move, all this crazy bright stuff on the camera where it's just vigorous and crazy active, as long as it doesn't move, we can clap our hands and say, good job. Because we would rather the fire burn with less intensity in the night. There's not that much wind than tomorrow's big ass wind gusts tomorrow, right? So we just don't want it to move. Same thing for everything in Washoe County and the Reno area. Fires can go as crazy as they want at night. They just can't move. It's depleting a lot of its own fuel today. And remember, we saw almost no trees. Locals, you tell me if there's any trees over there that I don't understand. Oh my God.
I'll take your 47, go 410 fire.
Oh, hard.
I'll take your 47 is off the airport fire, back inbound to Chino.
Oh dear.
I'll take your 47 on Chino fire, copies.
Okay, are they still coming back to the incident? This one is 842. I mean, 47, H47. They're aircraft type code, 47. So it's going back to Chino. Now, where it went was it circled around right here, by Robinson Ranch. So who knows why? Now, I'm just a precursor. I'm not a native here, and just looking at the weather, I'm much more concerned that the fire will go up into the mountains over to Riverside County. I think that's a much bigger risk. I don't know if they stopped the fire at the Santiago Peak. There's just not enough cameras to really get a great idea about where exactly it is. I mean, we've got 6 cameras on Santiago Peak. Problem is this one is looking due east, I believe, and so the fire could be going that way, and we wouldn't know it. Yeah, it's fixed east. So what we would like is a camera looking west from the east to see if it's coming closer. We don't have such a camera at all. So we can look at the satellite heat detections, and it's a mess. Absolute mess. Where hot drifting smoke is going to interfere. So I think winds are primarily just going to come from the ocean. We can, local news would probably have a good forecast. What's a good local news station down there? We should probably watch it, a blurb real quick. But from what I've been hearing, the forecast discussion, that's what I should be reading. Let me look at my phone. I'll just put that on large for you. Okay, I had that pulled up with no weather. We got distracted somehow. I never get distracted. So unlike me. Forecast discussion. Synopsis: the cooling trend begins Tuesday, though highs will be 5 to 10 degrees above normal. More significant cooling occurs Wednesday, with highs returning to below normal, followed by a few degrees of cooling on Thursday, and not that much variation into early next week. Westerly winds will increase today and tomorrow afternoon. Today is Tuesday. Westerly winds will increase Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons and the evenings. Strongest winds will be over the mountains, into the deserts, below the passes. Over the mountains, into the desert, below the passes. Strongest winds will be over the mountains, into the deserts, below the passes. I gotta memorize this. Green layer is expected to deepen into the middle to end of the week, with low clouds reaching into the valleys by Friday morning. The green layer, low clouds reaching the valleys by Friday morning. So this fire is sweating bullets. It has limited time to cause its havoc. The nice thing about it is if we do, let's do a 3-hour time lapse. I want to bring something to your attention. You see how just a solid wall of flame that is over there? This section. Remember, it's all bushy. Bushes burn up real quick and they're done. See how it's done? You got a couple of bright spots where stumps are on fire, and like the fire never burns in a solid like pass. It's not like everything's incinerated in a line. It looks like it to our eyes, but it's actually, if we could see deeper in there, like X-ray vision, you would see that some bushes are skipped, by the wind or whatnot, just by happenstance. And even though the bushes near them are on fire, it'll take a little bit of wind change or gust for the bushes that are not burned yet to catch. So you'll see these little dots of glowing stuff throughout the night. It's either just like a stump or something more hardy, or a cluster of bushes that escaped the first round, right? So, but it's done, right? It's done. You can see how it's moved. So this tumbling tumbleweed chaparral bushy fires, they have to move to survive. They have to find new fuel or they just die. So if they can hold that What is the main road here? Keep forgetting. I can hold the San Francisco for a bit. Oh yeah, all this crashed. All right, wait. Airport. All right, there you go. Caltopo. If they hold it generally or recapture control, this thing. What is the main thing called here? The main divide, right? North main divide.
Fire, Irvine Helway on command. Go for Orange County Fire. Orange County Fire, Irvine Helway will be shut down for the night. We'll let you know when we're back open. Irvine Helway, Orange County Fire copies.
Now, what doesn't have...
OC Control, Air 24 is on the access channel. Can you patch us in with the red, please? We have the person site.
Copy that.
Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm worried about.
85 miles per hour. We have a plate of 9 November Bravo, November 24 on a 2016 Toyota 4-door. Register out of Garden Grove.
That's weird. Police bleeding into the fire channel. Okay.
2180, still northbound, Fullerton Road coming up to Colima. Traffic conditions are light.
Northbound Fullerton Road, approaching Colima.
OC Control, you have Air 24 overhead. We can call it for you. We have the vehicle in sight northbound through Colima Road.
Copy, northbound Colima Road.
Vehicles approaching the 60 freeway. Commit northbound, standby for direction here.
Copy, approaching the 60 freeway.
Bringing you westbound 60 from Fullerton. And are you guys going to remain on this, or do you guys want to hand it over to CHP?
Really?
To the ground unit, do we request you want the area to continue? You want CHP to take over?
CHP right now. It's westbound, the 60 from Fullerton, number 4 lane speed are 75. Traffic is very light.
It's going 75 miles an hour.
Therefore, the request intends to take it over, by the way.
Really? Is a car chase? Okay, Colima Road and Highway 60. Where's that?
2 lane westbound to 60. Speeds are 85 miles an hour. Traffic is very light.
Number 2
Whoa.
lane westbound 60, traffic is light.
Really now? Anybody know where that is? It's Colima Road. They
Continuing westbound, number 2 lane speeds are 100 miles an hour. Very light traffic. And we are through Azusa Avenue.
Through Azusa westbound 60, copy, high speed, rate of speed.
80 miles an hour on Highway
And
60.
OC Control confirm you guys want to hand this over to CHP.
For the ground unit, they requested CHP could take it.
Hey, we're talking about this now. Give us a minute here. We'll give you guys an ETA. Number 3 lane westbound, now merging onto the number 1 lane speaker, 100 miles an hour. Traffic is very light. And stand by for the cross street.
Yeah.
Cross. Westbound approaching an unknown cross.
Covina. Oh, Covina? Did I hear that wrong?
CHP has units en route this time.
Dude, there's a car chase going.
In westbound, number 3 lane, now merging onto the number 2 lane speaker, holding 100 miles an hour. Traffic is very light, and we are approaching Hacienda Boulevard.
Copy that. Number 2, number 3 lane, approaching Hacienda Boulevard, still high rate of speed.
Yeah. And I'm so frustrated. Hacienda Boulevard.
Number 1 lane, speeds are 100 miles an hour. Traffic is very light now in the HOV lane. Westbound 60, approaching 7th Street, 7th Avenue.
Westbound 60, approaching 7th Avenue.
there is a CHP unit in position on the next exit, which is going to be Crossroads, right before we hit the 605.
Approaching Crossroads, CHP in position.
Why is there nothing on Google Maps? The 60 and the 605. For God's sake, where's this car chase? You live off Hacienda? Well, there's a guy going real fast. 7th, go south.
Number 1 lane, speeder holding 100 miles an hour. Traffic is very light, and we are approaching Crossroads.
Approaching Crossroads.
What's 7th and Hacienda? But that's not the highway. He's on a freeway. Is this the 60? Why would I zoom in and the numbers get smaller? God, maps are stupid. I need to take over the world. I need to make everything make sense.
Westbound to 60, speeder holding 100 miles an hour. And we have a CHP unit merging on right now to take primary standby. And we are through Crossroads, continuing westbound.
South 60, approaching Crossroads, CHP is directly behind.
That is 60. Crossroads of what? Okay.
4 lane westbound 60 approaching the 605 interchange. Stand by for direction.
Okay, what's
60 approaching 605, copy.
is it like that? And CA 6.
Southbound 605 from the 60 interchange.
Copy, southbound 605 from the 60 interchange.
What's the 605? And why? Frustrated. Far west. Okay. So past Phillips Ranch? Yeah, 605 I figure is a bypass. Like a bypass.
Number 4 lane southbound to 605 from the 60. Traffic is very light, 100 miles an hour.
Oh, so he's like
605, traffic very light. Still 100 miles an hour.
far west.
We are through Peck Road.
Aha! Right, here we go.
Number 2 lane, crossing Peck Road.
Okay. Something road. So, okay, let's see on flight radar. Maybe we can see the helicopter chase. Where's? Yeah.
Number 1 lane southbound to 605, speed 100 miles an hour. We are through Rose Hill.
Oh, here's
605 approaching Rose Hill.
here's the LA County.
Traffic is very light.
Got it. We got it. Bingo. Thank you.
Light, copy.
Dang.
821. Control per CHP. They have 1 unit in position. They're getting the second one. They want all ground units from La Habra to back off. They're going to take it over.
Evac, all ground units from La Habra to halt pursuit. Station 10 will take it over.
Deploy.
CHP is now in position as a primary. We're going to clear OC access and switch over to CHP.
For clearing red channel or OC access to CHP channel.
Deploy the spike strips. All right, we have a car chase in progress where they're chasing it from the air, and the ground unit's been told to back off because somebody else in front is going to take over the CHP, I guess. Beverly Boulevard is next. Yeah. You can run, but you can't hide. Man. You know, if I wrote a movie script or something and my character was like diagnosed with some terminal illness, I'm sure my character would do like a whole bunch of things like for a spree, like rob a bank, just you're terminal, why not? Steal a car, you're terminal, why not, right? But this would be irresponsible. You're putting other people at risk. So I think my character would eventually decide to turn themselves in and stop. But it would be a good movie, right? Like, what would you do if you had X amount of days to live? Would you rob a bank and give money to somebody that needed it? Would you Robin Hood? What would you do with your last months or whatever? So I guess it would be the human growth story of somebody who was shallow and selfish and just wanted to be like, oh, what experiences could I have, and learns throughout the journey of doing shenanigans. Oh, I could have chosen to touch lives in a more meaningful way, and decides to do that instead. I think it would be a cool movie. So Walking Axel says LA County Sheriff covered the heights. Okay. I'm so sorry. We will look at it's taken a while. We'll look back at Sacramento. It's just I wanted to line up that map. Very sorry if you already went to bed. Yeah, Robert Bass says the bridge fire is the one above Azusa. I was reading the winds. Like something weird breaks into my forecast discussion every time I try. So the gist of what's going on with the airport fire. Westerly winds will increase Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons and evenings. The strongest winds will be over the mountains into the deserts and below the passes, but the marine layer comes in. The middle to the end of the week with low clouds reaching into the valleys by Friday morning. So what I was trying to explain is this fire is on limited time. The moment that you can stop the movement of a fast-moving, brushy bushfire, you've basically nipped it in the bud. It doesn't mean it's an over situation. Until containment is 100%, it can still get out of control. Oh, the helicopter made a turn. Oh man. Okay, we may have to switch broadcast files. So let me see about the car chase. We'll look at Sacramento and do the Caltopo thing. Now that we have a helicopter, oh, here's a new one. Now we have a helicopter following the suspect. I don't feel like we have to be glued to that map. Let's see, there is a car chase going on. All right, let me try and look at the system. Let's refresh. Orange County. Where is this Orange County?
Operations 9320 Lima on command.
Are we in LA?
28 Lima operations. Go ahead.
Hey, sir, just a heads up. All my dozers are off the line. Going down for R&R.
Were you able to complete the line down to Bell Canyon where it comes in, where we were targeting?
Affirmative, there is a line constructed all the way down. I got out of there before I gave you the map, but I do have it on Aventa.
How many blades do we get in there?
Is this?
Continuing 2 to 3 blades wide, 4 in some spots.
Okay, I copy that. Both you guys will be on the plan for tomorrow. What time do you think you'll bed them down to? I know it'll be a delayed start, but when we can get them.
Operators should be on about 10:30, 11. I will be a briefing in the morning.
Thanks. Go get some rest. We'll see you in the morning.
Copy. Yeah, the same dozer lineup, BNC 14, dozer 3, and then 1 and 2 with 9328.
Okay. LA has the biggest amount of radios I've ever seen. So do we want LA County Sheriff and Fire? No, that's just 2 people listening. LA County Sheriff Dispatch, California Highway Patrol, South LA and East LA. This is pretty much west, isn't it? This is that's got 24 listeners.
Can you make sure that X-Ray knows that as well? Check out with him if you haven't already.
We've got LA County Sheriff Fire and Aircraft, Santa Clarita Valley. I don't know where the hell that is.
Lima, Operations, you copy?
Yeah, affirmative.
We're going to go southbound Weimer from Golden. Southbound Weimer from Golden. I can at least have the units up here for containment purposes only.
I think we found it.
And Lakewood units.
Pritchard, westbound Pritchard from Weimer. I have no units in pursuit.
And Lakewood units, you've been authorized to get involved. Is there a unit to respond?
What?
Additional unit, please.
Station
Lakewood Sergeant to respond.
131 Salmon Route.
131 Salmon Route. Era, do you have a plate for that vehicle?
Sorry, that vehicle's westbound Century Boulevard.
Copy, westbound Century from Weimer.
Our vehicle's now southbound on this residential street. Stand by. It's going to be Rooster. We'll be approaching Howe Street here. Stand by for direction.
And Lakewood units, it's a black Prius. Era, do you have a plate?
Hey, ma'am, no plate was given to us. Vehicle's now westbound approaching Paramount Boulevard. He's got a fresh green, and he is continuing westbound. Right, they're stopping on the north curb line. They're going to go inside this apartment complex. You got two of them. One's wearing a reflective vest. The driver's wearing white shoes. They're running westbound on the north curb line.
Rabbits on the run.
Yes, affirm. They're both staying. They're on the northwest corner of the intersection. They're going to be running northbound. One has a reflective vest. The driver has a dark hoodie with white shoes. They're running northbound to the apartment complex on the west side.
Copy, two running northbound from the northwest corner. One's wearing a reflective vest, the other's got a dark hoodie and white shoes.
Get him, boys.
All right, they're running eastbound on the north end of the complex. They're coming out towards Paramount. Stand by.
Over to 27.
We just got an airport update.
William 856 7036.
27 of William 856 7036.
The next unit set up to the north. If I can get a unit on with the vehicle, it's going to be on the north curb lane park facing the west. They're still in this complex on the north end, northwest portion of the complex.
Okay, we just got a new evacuation warning for the airport. This is weird, so we're going to look at that in a second. It's more of Orange County.
It's that black Prius on the north curb line with the headlights on parked facing west. Two people came out. We still have them underneath our light. They're going to be on the northwest portion. That vehicle should be empty, but do me a favor, reassure to clear that vehicle.
420 copies.
82420 copies.
Goodness gracious.
And 82 S6 to 2829 comes back clear to a 2013 Nissan 4-door out of Los Angeles to Elastic Jones. Registration is valid until October 10th, 2024. And your 27 comes back to a Elastic Jones on a class.
Yeah, we will, Robert. That's what I was...
For containment purposes, you guys are good there. If I can get a unit on Paramount, north of Howe Street.
Unit for Paramount north of House.
Come on, going next code. If you position yourself on Paramount just north of where that big rig is at, which is going to put you on the north end of the complex, and just put some spotlights towards the building.
And any unit to advise for the watch commander if it's a multi-location complex.
Yeah, it's a firm. It's a multi-story structure. It looks like it's 3 stories, and it's a lot of units here. Like I mentioned earlier, it looks like they went into the security door that leads into the complex.
And is there a hard address?
The ground unit on the Howe and Paramount can provide a hard address.
That's what I was just doing.
Carson 168, you get on the batch. Carson 168.
Any questions?
What that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen.
13947 Paramount
13947 Paramount Boulevard.
The unit that's on Paramount in the driveway, do me a favor, reposition your vehicle. I need you on the north end of the complex and face west. Because when we go on the south side of the orbit, I don't get to see if they come out. So if you put some light on the north end facing west, it at least helps us out a bit.
You got 2 units to the north. What do you want us?
One unit on Pearl Street, and then another unit on McClure Avenue. One unit Howe and McClure, just to hold the west end of the containment. So one of you units here, one of you guys stay there, and one of you guys reposition to the west, to the street directly west of you guys, which is McClure.
Surround them, boys.
Page 697 Pearl, McClure. Okay, so the containment is as follows: McClure, Pearl, McClure, Howe, Paramount, Howe, and Pearl, Paramount. If we get this block here, we'll be good. And if you can start working on the tactical list.
That's cute.
Alpha 3SO airship is talking to them.
I'm still en route. We're going to assist.
On the northwest portion of the complex. There's a door that faces north, and they ran south.
You have a rooftop 667 Paramount and Howe if you want to start guiding me in, sir.
You're not going to have access unless you're on foot, so let's just contain this building for right now. Let's get a unit on the north end of the complex. There you go. And put all your lights facing west for the north end. On the north end of the complex facing west. And FCC confirmed we have a liquid metro available.
That's affirmative error. Liquid metro is available.
What metro? Liquid?
Does the 4 want us to stay out of the area, or do they want us to assist with the perimeter for this pursuit?
Alright, FCC, our containment looks good. If we could switch over to liquid metro, please.
And liquid units on this containment, switch over to liquid metro. Again, switch over to liquid metro. Patch and frequency clear, 0332.
Oh, not again. All right, are they switching?
198. Correction, F6.
Switching channels? Okay, what are they switching to? I didn't even understand what they said. Liquid what? It can't be the word liquid. Dang it. Seriously, well, this is where they're holed up. So, why? Let's go back to helicopter view. What? Okay, he's too low. That guy's still around. Okay, help me out. We have to hear this. I'm riveted now. Are you? I'm riveted. Elote. Oh, elote. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just. There's no hits. Is that tactical? There's no hits on broadcast 5 for California. Oh, really? No, we were listening.
LA 37, 10-pound vehicles off 98. 27 10-pound vehicles off the freeway, 1098.
Does that mean tactical? Like we can't?
Alpha units, so 2635 now at 1832 East K, 1832 East K. Informant and DE, Melplan 27. Verbal argument, DP pushed and hit informant multiple times. Informant is outside, refusing medical, and will make self known. Tag is 18, unit 1.
Elote. Oh, liquid. Okay. Right.
King 1, you have the click 3, copy.
I don't see a liquid broadcast file though. I typed in that word and I don't see a channel. So this is what I'm looking at. This is our list of California channels, you know, like the whole state. So you can go to, you know, like you can go to LA County.
77 F on the yellow.
77 F20 in the yellow.
It's 77 F4. Did Air 21 have any updates? Are they still needing assistance with that perimeter?
77 Escort, just be advised, the airship was never on the yellow.
What about Valley Bureau?
Yeah, I'll be back away.
Fires and fire dispatches, and what we were listening to is LA County Sheriff Dispatch and CHP, South LA and East LA County.
77S4.
77S4.
S4, can you check with Air 24? See if they're 98 or if they're still seeking assistance.
Air 24, can you copy the light?
What do we do? Orange County.
Or 1097 in the area, there's sufficient units on scene, 03 1098.
As far as copy.
Okay. CHP. Okay, let's try that. Okay, it's on. They ain't saying nothing. Okay, so that's CHP, LA, and Orange County centers. We'll see about that. What else we got here? I just don't understand what they switched to. Dispatch 389. 389. I thought that we were on it. We're on it. Yeah, we're on the really big long one. This public safety one. This is what we're on.
And Orange is an alternate for an 1182 southbound wind 10 south of Sepulveda. The two vehicles in the number 1 lane.
Arg. What about?
600 Tom, we'll be 98. You have sufficient units on scene.
82 600 Tom, I'll show you 98 sufficient units in the area.
LA County Sheriff.
20 copies. Someone can 98 with us at Bernadino, urban detail.
If there's an available unit that wants to 98 with 120 at Bernadino, they can depair.
As for negative, 12 the next bid alternate, please.
Copy 210 Tom, advised they were en route.
That's fine, copy, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah. Lakewood is covered by the county. AJ Cat. Okay.
Unit with traffic on dispatch 14.
410 Tom, Australian route as well. 210 Tom, do you want me to try 1185 that way? Down first.
All right, which ones I'm playing right now? I even ran out of room. I'm playing like 3 different ones.
And Georgia from 1.
310, Adam 17, 608, time is 338.
All right, we're listening to that one too. California Highway Patrol, Orange, LA, and County Centers. The Orange County CHP, I don't see another one. The Santiago Peak Amateur Radio Repeater. Yeah, that's offline. That'll be offline for a bit. Orange County Vegetation.
And 210 Tom, you're going to have Pepe's route.
Oh, I didn't know about this one. Orange County Vegetation and Wildland Fires. Okay. We'll turn it on later. Most of LA is now trucked.
Sounds about right.
That's encrypted, right? Okay. Well, at least this, I became aware of that. We could add it to our Orange County.
PRTF says they believe one of the targets has a beard.
Hey.
And 30's range is about right.
All right. I mean, they're still talking about it on one of these I have open. I'll mute them individually to see which one's talking. Okay.
Party called in. I went ahead and started a new one. They've got.
I'm sure that sounds like a target.
Okay.
I'm running a break from 623rd.
Susan, how much break from 623rd?
All right, they're talking about it here. This one is the one with the aircraft. LA County Sheriff Fire and Aircraft. LA County Sheriff. What? Oh, Los Angeles County. I have to type in Los. Why is it? Oh, I can't spell nothing. I cannot spell. Okay, so the one that they were just explaining has the suspect is wearing a shirt or something. That one is the fire something in aircraft. It's cut off on my other window for some reason. This one. LA County Sheriff Fire and Aircraft, Santa Clarita Valley. They just described the suspects. They are in this channel. So I got 3 of them going on, as well as the 4th, which is the thing we're already listening to. So we're covered. Hopefully you can hear something. Downey? Robert says, FYI, there's a gobs of transmitters up there. A couple groups I've been involved in had equipment up there. Oh, at Santiago? Yeah. It looked very motley. Yeah, walk an axle if you're nearby. That'd be awesome. Keep us abreast. I want to see the conclusion of this. I wonder if the local media has picked up on it yet. We have new evacuations. Let me peck something on the. We have new evacuation warnings for Orange County. This is so weird. I need to find out why in Orange County are they putting more people on warnings. What I was talking about before all the interruption with the excitement was.
77 Edward 7, have a nice day, thank you.
I am always interrupted. Is
702 blocking the wind speed 3, southbound 10 southwest of Cobra.
Oh, for the love of. Okay, I just reported that there's a police chase on the scanner radio on 2 different channels. Okay, what I was trying to talk about here with the airport, and we interrupt this police chase to bring you new evacuation info. I'm concerned about like that area. Like, why is 74 under evacuation warning? My best guess is it's going to. Okay, nothing will allow me to talk about this. They have maybe a better chance of stopping it along the ridge line. The ridge line, the main road. They don't have roads here to here. Nothing decent enough to stop the fire. So it'll try to spread left and right alongside the mountain ridges. So yeah, we should look at the prior fire burn scars. They will behave much the same way because the same terrain, same kind of wind.
Everybody when they get there, about 15-20.
Okay, fire in the same location, same geography, same time of year, same fuels. We'll do the same thing. If nothing changes, they would have to build fire access roads to change what happens. So something's always interrupting me. Media doesn't cover car chases after 11. Sheriff C says, man, but.
Number 78, everybody have a good night.
Airport fires in Orange County, Rancho Santa Margarita. It's, but there's the county line right over here that is touching. Isn't this the county line for Riverside? Or am I wrong? Does it begin over there? See, these are our Riverside County evac zones. Remember, the perimeters. The perimeters are out of date the moment they're mapped because it's still going. It has slopped over the truck road, right? So they're trying to chase it, and this may even be part of one of it has multiple slops. They said. So they didn't feel comfortable going ahead with their go direct plan, which would have been string out hose along the line, whatever the truck road is, as far as they can, and then leave the road and put out the fire with water. That's what going direct means. It means attacking it, to defend the road, to push the heat back from wherever it is they wanted to do it. I don't know what and where the truck road is. So what I'm talking about that I'm going to be constantly interrupted about is it may be easier because this road exists to keep it out of Riverside County, even though that's a very big challenge. It'll try to push that hard tomorrow with the wind. But nothing is there to stop it because there's no road access. We're just spreading out north. Northwest and southwest. Okay, I got my word in, finally. Jeez. So, because this is not very inhabited, I would guess that's why they don't have evacuation zones. These are inhabited places. Give them warning, I would imagine here. What are your thoughts? So we should look at the fire history to get a much better idea of what's going on. So at the airport, we'll click on it. We'll look at Sacramento in a second. Sorry. I swear. Just remind me if I ever forget about things. But this has been a development. Okay.
Can I copy you 10-2, left click?
There's the holy fire. Okay. Looks like there hasn't been fire in a very long time right in here. That might explain why it's so whoosh. 2018 is so long ago that it doesn't matter. Like it didn't reduce fuel. Everything grew back by then. So if they made fire access roads or any.
Requesting 2 units backup for a 927B, 1725 Durfee, first units respond 3 of us.
Okay, so there may have been improvements they made like fire access roads, but with the difficulty they have accessing it right now, maybe not. Maybe they didn't improve it that much. I can only hope.
Is there units respond backup 1725 Durfee? Five 3 is in for a secondary unit. 5-5 Tom 1 else on route.
Interesting historic map thing there. Sometimes they let roads go. They reopen them where they used to be because the grades still exist, but I don't see even old roads. This is a map from 1915 and 1945. So whatever's there is there, whatever's not is not. Is this a trail? Excuse me. Is that a trail? Yeah, some sort of a trail. Los Pinos. Okay, that's not great. That's a death trap. You need a very quick means of escape in order to put in smoke jumpers or crews like that. So they could turn this trail into a dozer line road if they have authorization to. But it looks like they really may not have a whole lot of options until. Is this a? What is this? Oh, yeah, the campground. Wait a second. It's only on level 2. They should be the hell out of there. But oh wait, this is fire history. I'm an idiot. Okay. So fire activity. Yeah, they still probably should be out of there. Very close.
MX-15, I'll put you first in line for the training.
Well, no, Veers is just kind of on crap.
Slightly ahead of her.
some of this is probably the hot drifting smoke aspect. What is deep red though? Let's see. Now here's the way fire can spread against the wind. It doesn't need the wind. So the way that it can threaten these places in Orange County is that rollout. It's the type of fire spread that. Hey, Scam 43, thank you for your kind donation. You're awesome. You get a heart. You're so cool. Okay, so let me look back up to the chat. Sorry, I should probably scroll first before I answer anything. The airport fires in Orange County, Rancho Santa Maria. Yep, that main highway goes there, 74, right? So one needs to wonder if Edison is behind the fires.
Follow vehicles. It was like a caravan of 4 vehicles at this port right now.
Well, I don't. SoCal Edison has started their fair share. They're just, those big greedy companies too big to fail that politicians protect.
Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chapter.
We know about this one today.
Maybe like an hour and a half.
We know about this one being an accident with, ironically, a crew trying to block the roads because it's super fire danger. So they tried to put boulders to block the road, and it hit a spark. It made a spark today. But SoCal Edison, I always suspect PG&E and SoCal Edison because the Bobcat fire is how I went viral here. This is how I got presence.
Not very useful up here with this camera.
So we know what they do. They neglect the line maintenance and the tree trimming, and they let vegetation grow up next to their stuff, and they don't maintain it very well, and they ignore warnings, and they...
We can land this and grab that.
Land it? Grab something? Well, they just don't have an incentive to do fire safety stuff because the executives can't go to prison, right? You can't put a corporation in prison. The corporation gets convicted and not the executive. So California just needs to change that law so that executives can go to prison just like you or me for reckless arson type decisions. If you or me owned a power substation in our backyard and we allowed leaning trees that were diseased to kind of lean closer and closer and closer to the lines every day, and then we heard about a red flag situation with fierce wind gusts, and we just didn't give a damn. And then we detected, surges in the lines, and we just, it's probably nothing. And we keep it energized anyway.
Come see this picture we have up here.
We would go to prison, all right, after something like the Bobcat fire, for reckless arson. So it's just simply that corporations don't give a damn. Psychopaths are the type of cream that rise to the top in a corporate environment, and narcissists, they don't give a damn about anybody else but themselves. They backstab their way to the top in the corporate environment. It's full of them, of total, psychos. They don't have an urge to kill like a true psychopath, but they don't care if anybody else suffers. It's the bottom line.
At least until Major gets there.
Public safety on one hand, more profits on the other. There's a conflict of interest. I don't believe in monopolies, so I don't believe any power company should be in a profit motivation because that's against the whole point of capitalism to have choice and competition. But also what's worse is, who cares if you're in a corporation? That should not protect you from going to prison if you kill people, especially if you kill a lot of people. But once laws are changed, these fires will stop because it's something that affects them. You'll never be able to make them care, and you shouldn't expect that. They'll never lose a wink of sleep over it causing deaths. A narcissist will never care about that. They can't care about other people. It's not something they're capable of. So they will never lose a wink of sleep over it. They'll go, oh, that sucked for them. I'm not dead. That's the way they are. And even if there are a bunch of caring people in charge at the time, there will be corporate rules that say you get fired if if
advising. 3 units are 6 for the backup.
if you shut the power off for the public good, if you suspect there might be a fire happening, because that's why they keep power on in red flag days and stuff.
LA 10, we'll be 10-10.
10, have a good night.
They can't bill customers for power that's not delivered. So they tend to, even the people who care, have detrimental optimism as a thinking error, a logic error. Oh, I'm sure it'll be okay. It's probably just a minor surge, but not a true line down situation. Maybe it's just, a bunch of people turned on their air conditioning at once, or a big building just turned on, the poultry plant just turned on the fans for all of their millions of chickens. Maybe it's that and not a wildfire. Like, that's detrimental optimism. It could be something terrible, but maybe it's not. So I won't really feel the urge to take action. Or I could lose my job, so. That's what happened with the Dixie, that PG&E, even after killing 85 people, that some of which I knew in Paradise, nearly killing my brother. PG&E still, after that incident, had a policy where an employee will get fired if they shut off the power, even if they think a wildfire is beginning. Like, there's surges and line detections, like you see stuff going wrong, but they told their employees, you must visually confirm a fire.
55 Deschutes, make an entry 1725 Durfee 927B, covered at 0357.
You must visually confirm the fire.
10 for 1832 East State Street. All units stand by for fire in this portion.
So that forced this employee in the Feather River Canyon to drive a pickup truck 30 minutes up a hill, zigzagging a couple thousand feet up a canyon, to go verify a fire was beginning, and then he didn't have cell phone to report it, to tell them to shut the line off. A tree was leaning on the power lines and being electrocuted. So he tried to fight it himself because molten metal and stuff was starting to drip into dry grass, and he thought, oh, I could put that out real quick myself, and then go for help.
552, handle 5 feet on one of the assists, 415 family, 6005 Encinita, across the Woodruff. Informant's stepdaughter, female 29, wearing a blue shirt, jeans, is outside the Locust season on leave. There's no RO on file. Arguing heard in the background, no weapon seen. Informant will make self known on the front porch. Contact.
We're coming down to 3500.
So, like, rules like that.
32 King 1 is mandatory.
Congress could pass a quick bill real quick, or executive order or something, and that is that there is a whistleblower protection in the entire United States. Anybody can hit the power shutoff button or any kind of shutoff button for any reason if they suspect a fire is starting. Period. That's it. If they have any sort of suspicion, anything rational at all, they do not lose their jobs, and the corporation gets in trouble if they try to fire somebody for erring on the side of caution. That's it. Like in the case of high-rise buildings, like September 11th, the people that had the security desks and the ground floor of September 11th in the Twin Towers, they were pressured by corporations and stuff to tell people to go back to work, that the building was safe. They were pressured. So some of them didn't want to lose their jobs, and said, this building's safe, you can go back to work. That's where whistleblower protection, universal, should be enabled, and it should be against the law to fire your employees who are looking out for the public. Oh, well, we can't go there, Rock and Axel. We can't start debates like that. So we have a rule that we stick with what we can verify, because there are so many other channels that will go ahead and explore alternative theories. I'm the only one that doesn't. I used to love that. I used to love, absolutely, I'm a doubting Thomas personality, and I love open-minded thinking. And I I love the way other people think. I want to know about it. But what I heard from the people who are evacuated, who are a lot of my audience, they have 140 viewers right now. A lot of people are evacuated and they went to sleep to my voice probably. They're just trying to hear the latest, and some of the latest is a bit bad. I mean, they're adding more evacuation zones on the Orange County side. If I had to guess, it's because the main road here. If this roller coaster's south over these ridges and they don't have a great way to stop it, which I don't think they have a way to stop it, they'll put retardant with aircraft. It's probably hung up, meaning kind of temporarily paused, because of the aircraft retardant that was dropped along these hills earlier today. That's a temporary pause. Retardant ropes, right? Dozer crews would have to make brand new lines right up, not maybe right up next to the fire, but pretty close on other ridge lines to create a north-south kind of barrier. I mean, they can do it on ridge lines. But then roll out is the way of fire spread, where something flaming on the top rolls to the bottom of a hill, lights the bottom of the hill on fire. It could be a pine cone, anything. And then the fire races up the other side of the hill, and that could be against the wind, that could be in any direction. So I could see that there's some risk to Orange County, like in general, but a major risk will be Riverside County if it blows over the mountaintop. So when I used to do debates or conversations about people's alternative theories about why fires may be occurring, I got this feedback and requests from the people who are evacuated to please not discuss that. Because it stresses them out. So I reluctantly said, "Oh, okay." They said, "Look, if you keep talking about space laser theories or other type of alternative theories out there, then they said they felt more stress and they needed to just turn it off. They come to my channel because I don't show triggering things. I don't show homes burning down or even cars on fire if I can help it. I don't show the crying babies. I don't show the dramatic thing. I don't show the dead animals, or worse. I don't want people to find out that way about their homes burning down. That was another request, is don't show the dramatic stuff. We need fire info. We don't want to find out we lost our homes by watching a screen. So they tune out the media. They don't look at Twitter. They don't look at anything except my stream. They want the basic info and the occasional jolly journey to, lighthearted deviation to some other topic, or, something educational, somewhat related. And they said, well, keep listening with that. But they, especially, I had a lot of people come in, and they, what they did was they told the fire victims who are evacuated, you are being targeted by shadow governments and just X, Y, and Z entities, right? And they don't want to hear that they're targeted by some weapon, especially if that can't be confirmed. A lot of people who think that that's occurring are misunderstanding the situation. When they come in the channel and they swear to God that they saw a plane fly over with a green laser on its belly, I said, you probably did. You probably did. But that's a mapping plane with that's to make a LiDAR 3D map of the terrain. So it's like a laser pointer, though. It doesn't have any heat. It can't light anything on fire. But see, the government officials, they don't explain to people what the hell's going on. So people have to try to Google it for themselves or hear it from other folks, and so they can get this idea that, like, okay, I had a lot of people arguing with me that laser planes are lighting paradise on fire again and again. So it was the mapping planes, for example. But there's people from all walks of life, all ages, and all levels of education, and many people who are watching from abroad. We have people watching from Ecuador, Honduras, and China and Japan, and the metrics are pretty cool when I look at it. So the main goal is I have to have my people listening, right? okay, I think the copter's flying away because that's chaotic sound right there. So I thought about it. I thought about who my audience is, and there's a lot of interested parties, but then there's the core audience, the ones I have to serve, who are the devastated, the evacuated, the most affected. And
5206, Anita, 450 vet.
White color, sold, unknown direction. Follow vehicle.
now, what I could have a much more popular channel if I totally engage very controversial topics and interview. But I'm making that sacrifice because, and I would have a very successful channel. I have millions of views already. We'd have millions of subs if I showed the dramatic stuff that like the news does. You can say whatever you want and all the channels to explore those. You can invite me onto yours. I'll be a guest on your show. I'll talk about that all day long. But when there's actual crisis, when people are evacuated, they told me what they want from me. I'm listening to them. I'd love to talk all day long about any kind of theory. I enjoy that. I am both Mulder and Scully. I want to believe, but I acquire evidence too.
Eagle units update on the 503 KO from Kim Park Avenue. Stolen vehicle license plate is 9 Edward Charles John. 082
So, I know that governments have done terrible, terrible things. There have been things that people thought were safe, and they ended up being horrible, like health studies. Like, just look at the Tuskegee experiment. It's horrible. But black people said an experiment where they told black people in the 60s, I believe, or 50s, we're going to treat you for syphilis, just black people. And here's some free health care, and there's studies involved, right? And in reality, it was a study on how does syphilis progress if you don't treat it. So they were given dummy pills and died horribly as syphilis ate their faces and ate their minds and drove them crazy. That is all kinds of evil. Evil happens, you know, you don't have to convince me about that. But again, it's the stress thing, these topics. If someone wants to hear that topic, if they want to hear a topic like that, then they should Google search that topic and find the channel that's doing it. But they are forced to hear what I'm saying if they want to track the wildfires with me. I'm the only one doing this. The only one doing this. Where it's just what we can verify with speculation that's educated and as factual as we can be. The only one. Okay, there's a million conspiracy channels, there's a million talk shows, there's a million variety shows. But they feel forced to hear some topics that they don't want to, that stresses them out further. What soothes them is what I want to do, and what soothes them is, even if it's bad news, just laying it out straight. I try to present the best case, middle ground, and worst case scenario. And something lighthearted occasionally and educational. I am so angry at PG&E. That's a true conspiracy, okay? A true conspiracy. The power companies.
Starting same as any.
Okay, so what I decided to do this is split my channel for them. So at some point, I'm going to make Catherine's World, period, like that channel. I don't know how many there should be. I have to research whether or not I'd shoot myself in the foot trying to maintain too many. I decided to make the sacrifice, even though this one has more than 1.5 million views, which is hard to accomplish. I will take my other interests to a different channel and it'll be about whatever we want to talk about. Anything. I will be Scully, you could be Mulder, and we'll have like an hour-long interview, and you tell me everything you believe or suspect is happening. We could do that on the Captain's World channel. But the Captain's World Wildfire Tracking channel, as much as I can, need to stay around the topic of presenting the facts and very educated speculation that's useful to people. Calming, soothing, supportive. And, you know, I have all kinds of things to say about politics and viewpoints, and I don't want to hold people hostage. They're here to learn about, you can't get this stuff anywhere else, you know. You can't get, and it sounds like I'm bragging, I'm not, it's just factual. You can't get what I provide anywhere else. There is nobody else has Fire Captain John Bruno ready on speed dial, you know. There's nobody else doing this 24 hours a day if we have to for weeks and months on end. I'm the only person crazy enough to do this. So, hey Nick, welcome. How are you? And how is the I-5 fire? I haven't even gotten to Oregon yet. This has been so crazy right here. I need to keep checking. Oh, sorry. Yeah. But that's the reason for the rule is I did engage people all the time. I did talk about everything. But I can't serve people that stop listening. This is a sacrifice for them. I could have an amazingly Joe Rogan-esque kind of show that's wildly popular because we talk about the zany topics or what's interesting. I hope I do have something like that in the future. My main goal is to document history in ghost towns, not paranormal crap, but, you know, history. Abandoned places, urban exploration, and that to document history, interview old timers before they die, before we lose what they have to say, their unique insight, you know, before we lose too much of our own history. I'm doing this instead. I could be interviewing hundreds of old timers right now who are, you know, the World War II generation's dying off very quickly. I am sweating bullets. I need to get this laptop immediately, and I need to take the show on the road. Not only cover fires, but interview people who survived fires, but especially the older folks. And I've had people die before I can interview them because I'm stuck here. I'm stuck in my living room doing the fires, but nobody else is. Nobody else is. We have saved lives before, telling people to evacuate before the officials did or when the officials couldn't reach them, just by common sense. The wind's blowing that way, the fire might go that way. And other. Yeah, thank you for the pound ahead. I don't want to mute anybody, just please believe me. Especially somebody like you. You're awesome. You're helpful. You know, walking Axel, you're smart. You're respectful. I don't want to. It's just that they gave me this feedback and I have to make a choice. So it is a support group, it's factual, it's whatever makes them feel better. And this is why I only have 8,000 something subs and not 50,000. Because what is happening every moment that I'm broadcasting is YouTube bot things, algorithms, AI, whatever it is. They're looking at every frame that I am broadcasting, that anybody does.
4 or 5 parties on their way. 90.
And this stupid algorithm is deciding whether or not my content is exciting. Right here, this is probably very exciting to it. It has flames, right? But there's no home burning down, so it's downgrading the excitement level. So we're not going to be high in the search results. If I did show a house burning down, or, you know, the The footage of people with their dash cam and they drive through flames and they barely make it out of a town, right? That will go viral. The algorithm knows. It's also audio. Are there crying people? Are there desperate, shrill voices going, go, drive, honey, drive, go, 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 we're going to die. It's listening. It's figuring that out. It throws that kind of exciting topic to the top of the search results. It even presents it to people who didn't even want to look for it. It just throws that in front of people's faces in the homepage of YouTube. I know how to work this system. I'm not an expert, but I went to school for web design and know basics about how this functions. This is offline, I think. It's troubled connection. So I could game it. I could become very popular. I could make this very profitable.
Send it one more time, please.
And I would look like everybody else. There's a reason everybody else does that. It's profitable. But it doesn't help the victims. But that's why everybody else does that. To get the clicks, the likes.
Does look like it's taken now. We show you en route.
To get seen. To get seen. If it bleeds, it leads, right? So I don't do it. So we have to spread by word of mouth. The algorithm doesn't like that I'm not monetizing. There's no ads here. If there were ads, and I showed something viral like a house burning down, or a car, a desperate flight away from the fire, in a car, kids screaming in the back, "Mommy, are we going to die?" If I put that on, with advertisements, YouTube would make a lot more money off of me. We'd make it together. So it promotes that. Having the monetization button off is a choice, sacrifice, but it really is something I'm going to choose and try to run with this as much as we can. I believe we can do this donation-based. We can do this membership-based. I think once I accept a membership deal, which we could do that tonight. I'm wired awake right now. We could look at that now.
Panel 172, Adam with the assist, 927C, 902N, and just press highway in Mount Wilson, red box in Locker Center. Flag down regarding an unknown traffic collision in area. Occupants are outside of the vehicle. Tag is 38.
Look at that. Do you see that? What's that? Anyway, I'm blah blah blahing here. Yeah, John Sater, hey, welcome.
CB122, 797 for the 927C on Mount Wilson.
Thank you for the pats on the head. Oh my God, that scared me. That was way louder than everybody. Sorry, we're still hearing about a car chase. I think it's over. I don't think there's anything more to hear. Should I start shutting these down? The LA County stuff? I think so. We'll read about it in the papers tomorrow, right? Yeah. All right, let's turn back on Orange County Fire OC. And now that I know about the other Orange County Fire channel, I'm going to put that on. It's got some listeners. Hey, bear with me. We'll look at Sacramento here in a second with the topo thing. But what I was talking about is, do you see that? Do you see that? What's that? What is that pink light over there? Did it spread to another ridge top? Is it? Dang it! This camera is frozen. Now let me add a feed. Choose County, United States, California. I absolutely adore independent-minded thinkers, though. They are the smartest people. If you just believe what everybody says, and you're kind of limiting your intelligence, especially if it's everything you read or everything you're learning in school, it takes independent thought and different, logical reasoning and that philosophy to learn how to think, to learn how to reason, to analyze whether or not you're probably listening to bull crap, right? So I'm all about the popcorn and let's have that conversation. Let's have a good non-bitter, explore any topic. I'm game, man. I know just enough about random topics to kind of carry a conversation about most any subject, except space, really, and cars. But I'll shut up, and you guys can tell me about space and cars. Finer points of math, whatever. So this is actually hurting me to have that rule. But I believe we can be donation based. Once we get the YouTube will like me better and probably promote me better if we make more money together with the memberships thing. And I believe that's $10. I don't know if that's a month or however it is. Let's explore it now. And if we get 100 memberships, then that's $1,000. And I just got selected for this program where I get YouTube will match it. YouTube will match it. And I get another 1,000. Oh my goodness, we can improve the stream quality and get more towards the goal of being able to take the show on the road with, say, a travel trailer or something like that, and truly move around without, breaking the bank, going to hotels and being outdoors in a tent. Man, that's not cool. Exploring places in the summer. It'll pop up travel trailer and I'd be set, man. What county? Oh, yeah, Orange. Let's see. I'm gonna add this new feed for. Let's see. It was Italians. Wow, there's a lot of tactical channels. Orange County Vegetation Wildfires online 30 list. Let's set this all up. Got OCFA Dispatch 5B. We have OCFA Fire Orange County. And also playing is the new Orange County Vegetation and Wildland Fires, which I didn't know existed yet, so we'll see if it does anything. Yeah, what was the song Dirty Laundry? Exactly. I even played Dirty Laundry for a second. We had this conversation before. And I got a copyright hit thing. And I had to edit my video to delete the song. But yeah, I love that one. But it's true. If it bleeds, it leads. It's drama. It's mayhem. Excitement and danger is what make people click on stuff. And it's just human nature, blah, blah. But, there's enough people out there scaring folks. We will not. We'll be reassuring. And even no matter how terrifying the situation is, I found out that a lot of people will not evacuate because they're already maximum scared. Sheriff C says, "You're brilliant and your channel's amazing." Oh, you're amazing. I'm making the heart with my hands. I forgot the webcam died. Well, it sort of died. It's troubled. Okay, but you get hearts. Thank you for the pats on the head. I'm exhausted. I mean, I'm honestly super exhausted from all the coverage we've already done. The desk shattering cleanup. I'm not done with that, by the way, John. I had to move every piece of furniture immediately in the room, shove it into the other rooms. Excuse me. I was trying to go paperless. I just spread 300 stacks of papers over my other desk, which is close enough to this glass one that shattered. Yeah, little pieces of glass flew everywhere. I still walk on some of them. They went into the bathroom. They went across the room. They went onto the papers. I had to take a horsehair shoe brush. I'll look back at that fire in a minute. A horsehair shoe brush. Where was it in Sacramento? I'm sorry. Tell me the intersection again. If you're still even here, I closed the count. Oh, Travis Johnston. Sorry, I didn't see this. If you need a quick distraction, Homewood Ski Area, 1 cam, decent plume on a time lapse that no one saw today. Oh, for the Davis, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, closed count. Oh, did you delete all your messages? Oh, I'm sorry. You still here? That was very exciting, this car chase that happened. Just going back up. Going back up. Oh, I'm sorry. I failed you. That's every single message retracted? I don't even know how somebody does that. Message retracted is not mod action. Is it unsubbing? Oh no. Oh, it's subscriber only mode. Robert says my day's come to an end, at least for a couple hours. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Robert. Says Catherine, I love your coverage and local fires in my area. Job well done. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the pat on the head. That helps keep me going. I'm exhausted, Fred. I am feeling very inadequate, and I'm worried about how my own health will hang on the next couple of days to do a decent enough job for what's happening. In order to get to California, I'm supposed to be packing right now. I wanted to leave on the 15th. That may not happen now. I'm a bit nervous about the situation. But let me go there. I hope I didn't make anybody mad. Are you still here? You closed account. You still with us? But I believe, I never thought I'd do Firestream more than 3 weeks, period. I thought really it would just be 1 week during the 2020 crisis. I did it in a minor way during Paradise, but then I shut it down and went down to Paradise because my brother needed me there, and saw it on fire, and the campfire is still burning in the hills. And I didn't know these fire crises would be that bad in this day and age, but hey, 2020 schooled us all, didn't it? Okay, well, I no longer know where closed account wanted me to look at Sacramento. We could do let's just out of curiosity, let's just go to Old Sac. What is the oldest map available of Sacramento? Now, my own Catherine the Curious. What do you think about Catherine the Curious? JCat says for $10 a month, you have to give members one member-only stream once a month. Then you can do a follow-up, like what is going on in the courts, who are being sued and appeals. Oh my God, what? Hey, we could do that. I was hesitant to do memberships, and please tell me more about them, JCat. We're about to find out more. 1891. 1891. Wow, Sacramento was so small. Wow. Okay, so you can see the old creeks, though. Some of which are probably still there. But if... Wait a second. Why is my phone making sounds?
If there are no questions for Pico 152 Frank, you can drop the badge. Pico 152 Frank.
Eagle 152 Frank, is that the helicopter? Heck, I'm just going to turn that off. That's too distracting. Hey, with the Europa fire, 11:20 today in San Bernardino County, forward progress stopped. That's great. Oh, 4:27 a.m. The airport fire has now been mapped. It is. Acreage is 8,910 with 0% containment. Okay. So the El Carrizo Blue Jay campgrounds are now under level 2 evacuation warning. I wonder if they'll just tell everybody to please leave tomorrow, but it's easier to pack up at dawn. So on this side, this is what bothers me about the U.S. Geological Survey. The other side, part of Sacramento, the earliest map we have is 1907. It's like, did nobody scan the other side? Seriously? So, bogs. Former lake and a bog. All right. So, what's there today? what's there today. That should be satellite. That is not satellite. Would you please wake up? All right, it's on the fritz, maybe because the browser crashed earlier today. Mapping is quite intensive with the resources of a browser. But this, everywhere you see the bog here, unstable, I would not be happy about living on top of this if there was a neighborhood there today. Which I'm having trouble changing the map view to verify. That's totally not a satellite. Viewer? We have to, oh my. Okay, do you think my chicken nuggets have gone bad by now? I got them around 10:45 here and didn't put them in the fridge. Do you think I'm going to die if I eat them right now? I totally forgot to eat. What an exciting night. What? Have you guys been excited? I've been excited. Right. Now, do we have a satellite view? There we go. Why is it all gray and dark though? Hello? I turned off Dark Reader. Okay, it's still mostly irrigated and over here at least. These neighborhoods. I would not like to live here. Not in any sort of high-rise building. A regular wooden house, they could still be quite damaged. Well, you're right next to a levee and stuff too. There's a flood risk too. This is where water exactly wants to settle because it once was a bog. If Sacramento was smart, they would not develop here whatsoever. This Washington Lake thing, which I'm sure seasonally grew to monstrous size. The funny thing about like California, the funniest thing I've ever heard of in a movie was geologists call it a basin. Real estate agents call it a valley. All of the valley here is sometimes flooded with just things like the Sutter Butte sticking out like islands with the worst flood years, and that's kind of normal that it just floods spread out alongside the valley, and it deposited fertile silt and everything like the Nile River, and millions of birds, migrating birds on the Great American Flyway utilize that, and at certain times of the year it's supposed to be bog-like in much of the valley. So the Indians would move, during that time of year to higher ground, places like Sutter, near the Sutter Buttes, or on the foothills, east or west of the valley. So when you get white men coming in here, we could tame nature. But this is where the water wants to go. This is where it wants to spread out, where there once were marshes that became lakes, that became marshes that dried out, became fields that became marshes that became lakes, depending on how wet the year, and the season. So the tule is a type of plant that's a marsh plant, and they call it the tule fog, where the valley just fills up with fog, and you can. Last time I was there, I had to drive it I was driving 25 miles an hour on I-5. It took me 3 hours to get from Corning to Marysville. It was bad on the highways, and there's pileups and all kinds of things. It's made by these marsh plants. Like the fact that there's marshes, right? The marsh plants dominate on the tule. So the fog that comes out of the marshes is called tule fog. So it's the cheapest land, though. You're in between a huge canal where the levee can break. You're in between Sacramento where the levee can break. But this is where you should irrigate and farm. And have little gates open, and to protect Sacramento, you would relieve the pressure on the levees if you flooded this out. Just have some areas ready to flood. Allow the silt to be deposited, whatever. This would be very smart to do. But Sacramento is very, very low lying, just in general. So you got to be prepared for anything. What is that? A banging sound outside. What is that? All right, I'm grabbing my weapon and I'm gonna go check outside real quick, guys. All right, let's might lose radio contact with the wireless headset. That's all right. One moment. Okay, it's the freaking raccoons. False alarm. Dang creatures. Ugh. Giving me half to death. Climbing around on cars. People. One of my neighbors is so goofy. She leaves food on the top of her car all the time. Like, like the to-go bag. She'll put it up there, and sometimes I find her cups up there, like, like the drinking cups. The big gulps and whatever on the top of the car. And I'll just grab them and I'll take them over to her house. I'm like, you missing something? But the first time this happened, I was so freaked out. I heard a car handle being jiggled. It was raccoons climbing up and using the car door handle that kind of sticks out as a ladder, climbing on top of themselves. I wish I could have filmed that. That was hilarious. Okay. Look what happened to Lake Tulare last year. That's a good point, J Cat. The lake formed where it wants to. What a surprise, huh? Yeah. J Cat says, what is 15th? It's 5 days away. You get 5 minutes to pack before hitting the road. J Cat, I still have to buy a laptop to even go to California. So I have to have it shipped here, set it up. And so that has to occur. So I did lose some electronics to this desk fiasco thing. I still have a room that looks like the Tasmanian devil went past. And this is the one that looks due east, right? Let's look at the fixed west. Looking nice over there. 1 and 2. Oh, yeah, those are the bad cams. How am I going to go to sleep? Fixed North Mono. Oh, black and white. Fixed east. Yeah, we could try it. Alternative infrared view here. It's still not calibrated. 3 hours. So I'm supposed to do several things. I need to bring a small computer down to one of my mods. And shh, it's a surprise. Don't tell him. Okay? So that he can use it to moderate the stream. His own computer's on the fritz, and it's not really repairable. So, lo and behold, I went to the recycling place the other day, and somebody was holding the computer. I said, "Can I have that?" Sure. And it don't have a hard drive in it, but that's all I need. It's got an older, but it's got a GeForce 970 card in it. That was no slouch in its day. And a 600-watt power supply. So we can work with that. We can, it's got a really crappy old Haswell processor in it, an i5, not an i7. So that is the era of 2014, I want to say. So, but moderating a stream is not, it doesn't require a whole lot of computer power. It needs to be a reliable system, and what he's got already is not reliable. So I have ordered some parts for it because Oregon has no sales tax. What if I go to California, then I buy the stuff? What is it, 7 or 8% or something insane? Hell no. Hell no. So I have to order things, wait for them to arrive, assemble it. If they don't work, that sucks. Send them back to Amazon. But if you ship to California, even if you reside in Oregon, they still bill you the sales tax. That sucks when I give people presents. So also, I have to have my place looking decent. I don't want to come home to an absolute freaking mess. There's a couple relatives that they don't have very good vision for driving. And they want to visit my mom. So I've offered to drive them back to Portland on my way back home. They may take me up on that offer. So some of them might stay with me. So what happens when I walk in my front door? Welcome to my epic mess. Don't mind the 600 pages spread out everywhere that are not filed or anything like that, because, I was just horsehair brushing the glass out of them and whatnot. I had a whole bunch of stacks of notebooks and binders because I was rearranging them out on the desk. I was pulling the papers out, scanning them to go paperless, and that was my plan. So when the glass shattered everywhere the other day, I couldn't even pick up the papers. I kept getting glass dust in my knuckles. So John Sater says 2 nights ago, a bear. Wait, I have to move the chat by hitting this button. A bear tearing apart the wood pile was going after a rabbit. Oh my god. Hey, good morning, Jaster C. Good morning. So, if that didn't happen, I'd be much more prepared, Jay Cat says, what was that TV show where all the guests ended up in fist fights? That would be a channel. Oh, okay. Oh, Bob and the Pups. Hey, Bob says, funny, when I listen to you as I sleep, you're part of my dream. I hope it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, good to see you, John Sater, too. Thank you for your kind donations and support. I got your letter. That's also what happened with the papers laid out, is I have no idea where the mail went. With the paper checks that people sent me, I was about to tally it up and find out what the budget is for the laptop. The person who was going to give me a free laptop totally flaked out. Just led me on, strung me along, and flaked out. So I unfortunately told some other people who were gracious and kind enough to say, hey, can I send you something comparable, or at least, a laptop that would get me through? I was like, no, I'm covered. Oh, God. So I never should have done that. I should have been a bit more of a skeptical person, but hey, it is what it is. Hey, the bear, how are you doing? So I'm back to square one. I stopped looking. I stopped researching at the brand new one. I have to find out what they are again. The ones that meet our needs. I would have liked to have taken a temporary laptop and borrowed it from somebody, or with the intention of returning or something like that, because the new NVIDIA cards are coming out with the brand new ones. The 40 series cards are
Division Bravo, operations on command.
2 years old technology. So the 50 series cards is just coming out. So I hate to buy 2-year-old technology right now.
Located the perimeter, if you can look at it on the map. That little indirect, the little piece of dozer line below Santiago Trail. You comfortable with an adjustment it more to the fire's edge than what we initially drew in?
Okay, sorry, that was in stereo. It was 2 different channels. Orange County Vegetation and Wildland Fires and OCFA Fire.
Down here pretty soon. Any additional updates from you?
Oh, jeez. Anyway, sorry, I'm babbling. You know, it's complicated. So I also have...
Division Foxtrot, operations on command.
Okay. Okay, question answer time. We have new information on the airport.
Go ahead for Division Foxtrot. I'll be heading down pretty soon. Virus has updated the perimeter. Any other updates since we last spoke? No, same plan as we last spoke, and I'll have to drive out to get that new perimeter. Just like did pin that blockage of the road in with the gate. Okay, yeah, I see it on there. I copy that, thanks. X-ray operation.
Good for Division X-ray training.
Alright, any changes? Still holding up on the ridge above?
No change, still holding on the perimeter. It looks like fire activity has died down just to south of our location.
Yay.
Okay, if you have signal, virus is updated on the ops map. You can see the current push that happened to the south and southeast.
So copy that. I also updated the dozer line from what the Lima strike team told us.
Okay, I'll be heading down shortly. Available on radio. If I don't answer up, Levi will monitor radio as well.
Copies.
Oh man, our poor. We can see the fire perimeter better than the crews. Ah. Sorry, that's strangely loud. We can see the fire perimeter better than the crews because they don't have cell phone signal over there. That's just driving me insane. All right, so just funny. I was just announcing that, hey, looks like we got a new perimeter and new information, and they said, hey, there's a new perimeter. So this is what it probably just did. It made the run to the south and to southeast, and man, people are psychics. It went straight for Los Pinos Peak. That's exactly what it did. So when I paused the camera, I was wondering what was the glow over there? Was the fire on another ridge top? It was. It was. Which, looking at the terrain, how it went around, found its way up that way. That would be why we see a space here in between glow and a glow over there. Which cam was that again? Yeah, here. So I'm going to bet, because that's Santiago over there. Here's the new fire making the run over the ridge to the south. That's got to be Los Pinos Peak right there. And I was puzzled. I thought, did the ember jump all the way over there? That would be against the wind right now. That wouldn't make sense. But from the map, we could tell it does. Because it took a detour. But it's holding. Holding. the road over here, things are holding. I like that. Fire activity has diminished, so they're going to get a respite for a bit. I wonder if they'll redo the plan to go direct, but I think it's too late. It may be the time for the crews to just do the change to the shift. They just may be too tired by this time of night. I don't know what they do. I mean, they probably did another task instead of just sitting there on their backpacks waiting for the activity to die down. They probably did something else physically, and there's only so much they can do. Pulling hose around for hundreds of feet and going direct in rough terrain, that's taxing. So I don't know if that's happening, if they say it on the radio, but I'd probably think it's not. Yeah, the bear, you're funny. Bear apologizes for digging through the wood pile. You're so cool. How did you find us? The bear, by the way. And hey, J-Star. We have new evacuation information too. 7 minutes ago, Firus is how he said it. So I think maybe that's how you pronounce it. It's not Firus or Fire Eyes like I thought would be cool, but Firus. Firus. Okay. The mapping plane. He updated the perimeter. It's 8,900 acres. Yeah, so I guess they have not changed the evacuation for more than an hour, but at dawn, they may just tell the campground people, I think, to leave because it's hard to say because it's just so hard to notify a campground that you need to leave if they don't have really good service. It depends on how many ways out there are. So this is a ridge line, looks like. Watch Snooty's not a good. Yeah, let me analyze it. Can the fire run that ridge line to the spring? A ridge and a canyon. So all it would have to do to reach the San Juan Hot Springs is something on fire rolled down to the bottom of this ravine, which would light the bottom on fire, which the fire would race up to the top. In which case, something on fire might roll down, pine cone or bush, whatever. Roll down this ravine to the bottom. Now you're in a canyon. There, because canyons can have different wind directions than anywhere else. Or any time that there just happens to be a north wind. Or can just run happily along the ridge top. Ridge lines have the highest winds. Although I don't think there's scheduled to be a north wind at any time. It's hard. I wish they'd explain their concern. If they had a morning briefing or something, it'd be awesome, but it's too new. Have anything of the sort. I wish they'd show the reasoning for it. John Sater says, J-Cat, just like college days, building furniture out of milk crates and fence boards. No worries, Bear. Well, hey, it's Shabby Chic is in right now. It's all about the building your bed out of pallets, man. Okay, so got the incredible can still going. Look at others. If we had a camera from the east looking west, I'd be happy as a clam. We'd understand this so much better. But we don't. But we don't. Upper Bell at east. Yeah. But that's why we listen to the radio. They just said it's holding. Right. So it'll be after 1 p.m., 1 to 3 p.m. that the winds pick up the most. It'll be a west wind. The fire is sweating bullets. It's nervous. It's been thwarted tonight from doing its worst. It got hung up. Probably a lot having to do with that is the retardant they dropped today. That'll dry out. It's only good for a couple of days depending on what happens.
Arc engine 25 methylate 2476.
I can't barely hear them. It's time for me to get some food here. Excuse me, I'm wandering in the kitchen. Okay, so what was I saying? Yeah, the weather. Coming off the Pacific, so sorry about the back. It's coming off the Pacific, it'll be a little bit more moist, but starting around Friday-ish, the weather will change against the fire's favor. It'll really cool off. It'll be much more humid. So it's panicking. It's like, I only have a limited amount of time to do my damage. And it's bushes on fire. You're really lucky it's bushes out there. They burn up real fast. Fire has to move constantly in order to stay alive, because it'll burn up its bushes real fast and then peter up. So it's like a candle burning low, burning lower. Unless it moves, the candle just goes low, low, low until it burns itself out. But I am disturbed about the lack of roads to the south on those ridges. It could be smaller if they had these access roads. This could be a done deal tonight if they had really good access roads. Especially for giving them the opportunity to do firing. Have roads, you can trap it in between roads and do that safely. But I think the evacuation zones of level 2, which are to the south of the fire, could be where they, they're giving everybody the biggest heads up as possible, because if it heads that way, they don't have a great way to stop it due to no roads. Just a trail. But what's to the north? Why won't it spread north? That's my big question right now. What's stopping it from going north? You locals know? There's a road I didn't notice. I've been really looking at the north. All the excitement was to the east and south there. Now, we were wondering, was the big flare-up good or bad? Now we got confirmation it was great. It wasn't just good or bad, it was great. Because it just burned up a lot of its bushes in a fierce manner. And they won't be there to fuel it tomorrow when the winds pick up. All we have to know is that it held. It held. Yes. So that means it's great. Now, if it was a dense forest, that wouldn't be that great. We'd be like, oh God, the forest. And it would still be on fire for days. Like, the park fire, Jeez. Saw how long that ordeal that was. I'm just still can't believe what happened with the park fire here. Forest can sustain. It's got the heavy dead and down stuff that burns forever. Days on end. It could be even stumps in a thick forest can still smolder throughout the entire winter and flare up in the spring. It's happened before. I think there were a couple of Caldor fire stumps that were still burning in March when some of the snow melt happened. These little stumps would just start smoking. They're called holdovers. It's just unbelievable. But it's like a cigarette. When a fire becomes a cigarette, like smoldering, it's so slow and so low. It doesn't need that much oxygen. That's what can occur. Here, we got none of those things to worry about. Fire has to move very quickly to survive. If it doesn't move tomorrow, it's dead. They'll be in ramp up really quick. Unfortunately, I think it's got every opportunity to kind of move south. Unless there's a gigantic aircraft show. That gives them time to build a new dozer line and turn that trail into a proper road. If they can buy themselves time for that, that'd be great. But they already may be calculating that, like, can we get that line done before the fire reaches it? They have to calculate that. How long will it take us to do that? If the answer is no, they won't even do it. They have to go to the next road over, or the next possible area to the south. That gets pretty close to San Juan Hot Springs. That's why we need these roads made already. Before the fire. You build the city walls before the Huns show up. But hey, you're sick of me singing that, right? Okay. Okay, I have a cream soda. That's a treat. I think it's time to celebrate at least that massive flare-up just held, right? Let's celebrate that with a cream soda, friends. I don't drink alcohol, but like this is my treat. Let's do it. Yeah, I'll be right back. Time for a bio break. Why oh why when I've got to be out of the room, you see nothing on the radio like whatsoever. I start trying to talk. Interruption. Car chases. Excitement. Woo. Oh yeah. Let's see. Cream soda. A Boylan bottling company established 1891 with cane sugar. Anybody heard of this? Boylan, Boylan bottling company. New York, New York. Some back east affair. Alright, you ready for this ASMR, guys? Ready for these exquisite sounds? Let's uncap it. Yeah. It says twist off, but I'm a weakling. So I used the bottle opener.
Worker truck 71. Medical aid 12672 Gloria Street, Mike.
Ah, yeah.
Worker truck 75. Medical aid 2033 North Beach, Mike. 0506.
Now this should have refrigerated it, but the chicken nuggets here. I've been on my desk since I returned it 10:45. They're still good to eat, right? I'm just gonna pretend. If I die, put this on my tombstone. Alright, I just eat it. There we go. And a fork. I know it's not the healthiest thing on earth, but hey, I've been eating very healthy. I really have. But when I have to run out in the middle of the night, and there is no time to cook here during the fire stream, there's just not. I saw that there was an emerging crazy situation with a camera burnover occurring.
Or Code Truck 75 confirm response on 4 Mike.
There's no time to cook. Middle of the night, you can't really get a decent thing delivered, you know? Hey, I don't have to make excuses for nobody. I can have fast food if I want to. Don't judge. But no, in all seriousness, I'm trying to eat way more healthier, and I actually am. This is kind of a strange treat now. Bit more rare. Now, what do we do about sleep? Hey, did this stop updating, or has it been updating? Yeah, it's been updating, right? Oh, it says red connectivity. Camera has oh, it fell offline. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I did not see that. Inclemente fixed. No. That just looks great. Can you imagine just looking out your yard and seeing that? I mean, some of you probably are. Jake has don't get a new desk. Go to Homeless Depot. What? You get a 3/4 inch piece of plywood to replace the glass. Oh my god. Varnish it? No, that'll attract spiders. This is why I have a glass desk. The light goes through it, so spiders stay away. That's the whole point. And you just clean it with a little bit, wipe it, you eat, and it's perfectly clean. I have a better solution. I can have my cake. I can eat it too. You know how? I invest in wall mount technology. See, I'm Catherine the genius right now. Not just the curious, the genius. That's genius. So that if it ever happens again, nothing falls and hits the floor of any consequence, right? I can no longer get my right hand trapped, nearly severed by a giant screen falling onto it and nearly pinning my right wrist against jagged glass, right? Oh, and Michael Jones says, or plexiglass. Oh, okay. That's gauche, it'll scratch. I could do bulletproof, but that's overkill. What I could do is put a shelf on the wall and put the external drives there. The monitors, I mean, it's a little more expensive to get the dual monitor wall mount thing. They could just be on the wall. So that would only leave, well, this really old, crappy, but I love it so, Edifier speaker bar thing. Assuming it still works, I haven't tested it. But I love it so. It's cute. It's really cute. Michael Jones says, or the sit and stand desks are pretty cool. I worry about the motor dying or something. Yeah, they are. You can adjust your height and stuff. So what failed was a look-alike Mesa desk from Home Depot. Home Depot only should, Office Depot. Excuse me, I have to eat here. Office Depot has the Mesa glass desk. I've had that for I don't know how long, 2010 or something, and it's been fine. And so they had a standalone one with exquisitely long, huge keyboard tray that's just baller. I mean, it's generous. It's huge. You could just have the biggest keyboard you want on this thing. Room to spare. You're never gonna fail to be ergonomic with this sucker. Do a longer time lapse. It's saying that this one's offline right now too. They seem to come and go. But yeah, look at what it did. Have you guys watched the show Fallout? It takes place in the LA Basin area, and there's LA gets nuked. You can even just watch the commercial for it. Maybe we should do that right now. It shows LA getting nuked in Burbank and stuff too, and it looks like that.
For back to bed, 25892, Portofino Drive, 5 Echo, 050.
It looks like that. Yeah, let's watch it. I don't think that a trailer can give you a copyright issue.
I know that I've lived a relatively comfortable life.
Stop! Lucy!
Yeah, I do.
You need to go home. Vault dwellers are an endangered species. I do not think you would be willing to do what it takes to survive up here. If you insist on staying, then you will have to adapt.
Uh-huh.
Tomorrow, so they say, will be a lovely day. A bright new sun will suddenly break through. But I don't want to see tomorrow unless I see it with you. I grabbed a moldy one.
God, that's chilling. This part. Sorry, the volume changed. This, it's in the first episode. You gotta at least watch it. So this main character here. He's got his daughter, and it's a real horse. He's a cowboy entertainer like Roy Rogers. This is like the '60s or something. And so he's at a birthday party doing the entertainment, and his daughter's looking over the. This is like, I think where they're at is right about where this fire's at. Actually, I think where they're at is, I want to say the Anaheim Hills or something. I don't know. You tell me. Wait, oh, there's the Griffith Observatory is in the background, but I don't know if that's their viewpoint. And so he puts her on the horse and just hightails it out of there. And he goes past the traffic jams and gets to a vault, I guess. You have to get to a doomsday vault. So this is where the Cold War went into the hot zone. So there's Griffith Observatory. There's LA and stuff. So multiple nukes land. So all over the place. Maybe you guys can tell me, like, what is this ridge top right here? You find this out. It's something. I hope there's more flashbacks in like season 2 that will show more of the devastation, because the rest of the world gets nuked. But dang, just, oh my God, this could have happened. This all could have happened. Okay, J-Cat, you have a fun day at your work, your sanitation job. Thanks for being here, and I'm still not convinced you're not a gangster, because those are the only types of people that do sanitation. Let me see. I don't remember where Griffith Observatory is, but that's where James Dean and Sal Mineo and Dennis Hopper and Natalie Wood filmed Rebel Without a Cause. I've always wanted to go there. Oh, that was where the Bobcat fire almost ate it. Oh, that's over by Beverly Hills. Okay, never mind. The birthday party's in Beverly Hills. Wait, at the right spot? Sometimes Caltopo is not. Alright, let's try it. We'll never know what happened with the car chase. I don't think it's in Beverly. Oh, James Dean bust? Oh, is that Griffith Observatory? Oh. Oh. That's so cool. Oh. Okay. I would love to interview somebody who knew him. Like that window of opportunity is closing. It is by Hollywood. God, so what did the Bobcat fire burn then? It's all over this. Okay, that's it. I have to figure out where was the Bobcat fire footprint. I covered that. That's how I went viral in Southern California. I can't see nothing. Hollywood. Okay, Bobcat fire history. That. No. This can't be. Griffith Park Observatory. Wait. The 2020 Bobcat fire threatened the observatory. Or am I going crazy? Am I thinking of a different one? It's the Bobcat fire. Okay, just going nuts. I thought it was over further east. It was huge. I'm losing my mind. That's... Yeah, it was 115,000 acres, almost 116. There's a bigger area than that. So what observatory was I looking at if not the Griffith? This zooms in too much. St. Gabriel's. This just wants to vex me. Where was ground zero? Be the most blue area. Los Angeles National Park. Okay, what's the body of water over here? Paradise Springs. J-Cat says I have ties to the Beaver Mafia. Okay, your check's in the mail then. Just forward mine, okay? I always pay my protection money to the Beaver Mafia. Ever since that incident in Corbett. Yeah, what is this like? Thanks for not labeling it. Stupid man. And Gabriel's. I'm sure there's thousands of Paradise Springs. I can't find it. Oh, for the love of cars. If this was a SoCal Edison job, is what it was. We always knew that, though. Azusa. Yes. Yeah. All right. Burned 180 square frickin' miles. We watched him on the HP Ren cams, which is why I thought it was the Griffith Observatory. If I was wrong about that the whole time, I feel like an idiot. Do they have a lat long for us? There. Decimal lat long. We should be able to plug that straight into count topo. We'll click on Google Maps and it'll work. Dude. So yeah, that's nowhere near Hollywood. Okay, it was a different observatory. I feel like an idiot. Okay. It's very similar. But it kept it going right up to the observatory. What? Hey, we'll look at CalTopo. I've been awake a long time. Okay. Yeah, there's the 2020 Bobcat right there. Glendora, yeah. Okay. It makes more sense. But what observatory was it then if I got confused? J-Cat says if you're beginning to believe what you see and hear, your mind may no longer be in control. Oh. The only other observatory is the Lick? Lick. John Sater says might be off by a letter. Soothing sounds like the cream soda opening. Yeah. Yeah. That just reminded me to take a sip. This is an excellent one. I should do Catherine Tries, a series of videos where I try products, man. I'll tell you what's good. All right. Yeah, that thing took out a lot of homes. It was no joke though. In all seriousness, it was heartbreaking to watch it. It just got worse every day, worse every day. And in 2020, I thought, well, that's about it. We'll never see another year like this. We'll be talking about this for 75 years, but we'll be telling the grandchildren about it, and they won't believe us. It'll be the bad old days, and because it just seemed like 2020 was this freak year, and I figured that a lot of the reason the wildfires are getting worse is because of the staff shortage because of COVID, and the governor making the stupid decision to end the prisoner volunteer force, which cut a huge percentage of the firefighter workforce down. It's not like it helped COVID not spread. I mean, you put people in a wilderness together, you don't let them talk to other crews. It's perfectly fine for quarantine, but hey, whatever. Oh, you know what? That might be the food truck. It was hilarious. On the radio, they said, "I've got your food and your Doritos." That was funny. A couple hours ago. I got your food and your Doritos. Okay, Kathleen, let's find the other observatory and just find out, why did nobody correct me? Maybe they did. Maybe I corrected myself, but I'm still remembering my initial thought. You ever do that? Like you think something for so long, somebody corrects you, but then you don't think about that subject for a long time. You go back to what you thought it was originally. Yeah, look at that tremendous amount of smoke. Still a hellscape out there. Now we're going to lose the ability to see what the fire's doing and where it's going. For the most part, when it goes into full daylight mode. The flames will be hidden by the smoke again, but being that his bush is on fire. This is the line fire. We might be able to see some marching flames sort of things on the camera, but it'll become pretty difficult to track by camera pretty soon. HP Renzo. Oh. Alright, so I can just Google it. The observatory threatened. Oh, who's Mount Wilson? Okay. Okay, maybe I knew that at the time. But I think I thought at the time that James Dean went to the Mount Wilson one. That must have been my mistake. They look really similar. But it's 116 years old. It's one of the first out here. Yeah, so the HP Ren cameras show it all the time. So my earliest broadcasts that kind of went viral in the Southern California, we're looking at this every day, and man, the Bobcat fire was doing this back and forth, marching that way, marching that way, marching this way, marching that way. The towers over here on the left were threatened many times. Fire came up and into this area, and I saw every freaking day these dead trees. All these dead trees. Just ready to go up like huge torches and stuff on the ground. And I'm like, okay, they're going to cut them down, right? To make this safe up here, right? You're going to thin this out, right? You don't need a freaking forest up here. You need more like a park setting to protect the historic structure. So you're going to cut down the dead freaking trees, right? When are they going to do that? And they never did. And it just became high anxiety because the fire kept leaping over and the embers were going and raining down like this. Just that. So that, if this is the Hollywood Hills where the birthday party is in the movie Fallout, then that's the Griffith Observatory. See, it's got a nice groomed landscape up there. Not a freaking jungle. Hey. That's a crazy scene in the show. You have to see at least the first episode. You'll probably get hooked and like it. If you don't like really dark comedy, then you probably won't. But you have to see this scene, the first episode of Fallout. It's on Amazon Prime. Okay. Kathleen says, as conservation car, Newsom cut our slaves' freedom. Big mistake. Oh, God. The observatory out past, I believe, San Fran. Yeah. Oh, there was that stupid argument. That volunteering to be a firefighter, prisoners doing that to shave time off their sentence is a form of slavery. Oh, for God's sake. it's a volunteer thing. They're getting compensation, as in not rotting in prison. I call it redemption. I'd rather people redeem themselves than sit in a box with other criminals doing nothing all day. Well, except learning other criminal ways to survive. And it's like, hey, I want to branch out to other crimes. I can ask the car thief right next to me how to do it. You know, that's not a good thing. Most civilizations never did prisons because they really don't work. You have to repay your victim, or you have corporal or capital punishment, or slavery itself as a conviction. If you can't pay back what you did something terrible, you're just enslaved. And oftentimes the victims get paid what you were worth, like in Roman times. Like, you got sold, the victims got that as compensation. Like, dang, rough. The Native Americans, they would you just straight up kill anybody who didn't play ball with society or outcast. But mostly they would just kill those who just didn't get along with the others. No matter what the crime was, they just didn't believe in captivity. They had slavery too. It really varied from tribe to tribe, but the old systems are pretty dang harsh. So what we do today is pretty freaking mild. Hey, good morning, Jordan Byrne. How are you? I think true civil service and redemption is the way to go rather than sitting in a box. But that's just me. That's just me. Okay. All right. So that's Griffith Observatory. I want to kind of see some of my Bobcat footage at the moment now. It was pretty good. Wait, what the heck is that? Vietnam Airlines Flight 815. Okay. Oh my God, really? This just happened. The 3rd. 1997. Oh, so it's a video about something old. Oh, geez. Okay, I thought a passenger jet was down. I had a dream about one. I just told C-Probe the other day. I have a feeling that there will be a plane crash. Something major. And he goes, ha ha ha. And then my glass desk broke the next day, and he comes over to help. And as we were trying to clean it up, I get a jingle on my phone. And Watch Duty says it was a vegetation fire. Didn't even mention it, but it was the crash of the plane out of the Troutdale Airport just east of Portland. It killed somebody in their house. It clipped power lines. The plane broke up into pieces and went into a 3-story condos just near the Troutdale Airport. So we had this huge mess. There was still glass on the floor with wet tea dripping on my electronics with sugar tea on the electronics. But I wanted to just jump in the car and go film it and be live from the scene and be like, okay, this is a plane crash that started a wildfire. I was ready to go otherwise, but I had to just do the cleanup or some electronics were just not going to make it. Yeah, we couldn't let them dry like that. And you got a limited time to dry out.
Engine 32, McLean 4017 was Crystal Lane, or Mike at 0535.
Now I think I got wise around the Bobcat time about restarting the stream, so most of the footage probably survived. Yeah, Red Friday 3. So this is the 3rd week. Red Monday was Labor Day when the crazy Labor Day storms hit and the millions of fires broke out. So I call that Red Week, like Red Monday, Red Tuesday. And then I had to name it Red Monday too, because Fire Stream went an additional week. I thought everything would be over in a week. Oh God. So then new fires broke out, like the Bobcat in Southern California. So I was suddenly doing it week after week. I should have taken donations. I didn't allow any at the time because I didn't want to. I was like, give it to the fire victims. I never thought I'd do this again. But after it took like 3 months, it's paradise. So I'm teaching people about paradise, apparently. Back to the Bobcat coverage, press conference. Hey, there's Mike Wink. That was the Creek Fire, different one. I realized after like 3 months went by that I had like 3 months of no income. That sucks out of your year. Yeah, here's the HP Ren camera. So there's the observatory. Just want to press briefings. Somebody with a cowboy hat. Oh, that's awesome. I don't know which fire that's about. Let's see. I think it is the bug. Yeah, it is. Here it is. Okay, so but I was looking at everything, of course. That thing at Fort McMurray. Oh, this is Detroit that burned down in Oregon during the week prior. And here it is. Here's the observatory. That's the Bobcat fire heading towards it. It's the observatory. So this is the regular cams. And for a while I put up words that said, this fire courtesy of, and then it says SoCal Edison right there. But I took it down because they had not proven it yet, I could get sued. So you have to say alleged, right? And there's Michael Jones in the chat. So sometimes I went to bed, and it looks like I probably went to bed and left this on. But the HP Wrens are amazing. Yeah, talk about Paradise again. This was the bear fire. And it just happened and killed people. And I couldn't believe it. This was the upload. This is back over by Paradise. Paradise Warville area. And I just couldn't believe it. So, let's see, streamed 3 years ago. This was September 24th. They had uploaded, the the bear time lapses. I don't think I covered the bear fire live. Yeah, this is where the 2020 Beachy Creek fire, the one I evacuated my mom from. The firehouses burned down because the power company kept the lines on, burned down multiple. This is the fire crew. This is the entire headquarters for fighting fire in all the Cascade Mountain Range at Gates, just west of Detroit Lake. And so that entire river canyon, all the towns burned down pretty much because the power lines are going down electrified. Even though they had 125-mile-an-hour wind gusts and multiple camera burnovers and stuff. So there is a chain link fence around their headquarters, and the fire chief explains this better than anybody. Citizens of Gates ran up to them, and they couldn't figure out. They were getting 911 calls in the entire canyon, even west of them, that the fire was west of them, but the fire was coming from the east. And they were like, how does this make sense? And then citizens ran out of their homes, ran up to the firehouse and says, our homes are on fire because power lines are falling on top of of our houses and cars. And they go, where? Down the street. Look over there. And so just as the fire chief steps outside, a power line goes down in the back of their headquarters. This is a 4-engine garage, pretty big. That's pretty big facility. as a firefighting headquarters information thing. You know? And they have chain link fence. So once the power line dropped on their chain link fence, they had in the backyard some bushes on the fence. They all ignited. And they had a 360-degree fire around their own firehouse. They had to abandon the firehouse. And so they start calling the power company, of course. They even lost their own personal belongings. Like, they didn't have enough time to grab their own things out of their lockers. And they got in their trucks and, like, fled. They flee west towards Salem. And sure enough, all the towns to the west were already on fire, too. And the roadside was on fire because through the canyon went the power line, and every single one of them was just going down live. So it pretty much trapped everybody east of here could not escape. So everybody at Detroit Lake, 75 people got backed out onto a dock in the middle of the Cascades Mountains. They called the National Guard. They said, "We need an airlift. Get us out of here." National Guard says, "Too much smoke. We can't do it." Now, I would have just told them, stay on that dang dock, you know? That's a perfectly safe place to be. Just ride it out. But they left. They got into school buses or something, and loggers who knew the area. They went from Detroit Lake all the way towards Mount Hood on a very sketchy ride. Back roads. But they self-evacuated that way. But it could have been a mass death fatality thing. But Detroit Lake, I'll show you where Detroit Lake is. Everything here burned. Detroit Lake, wasteland. I haven't driven it during the daytime. I went this route to go show you guys the eclipse on October 18th. I went to Eastern Oregon to see it. But I was driving through the night, and it was just before dawn, so I couldn't see the devastation. But pretty much the entire town burned down. And the Lion's Head went to the west. Or the Lion's Head went to the east, and the Beachy Creek went to the west. So Niagara burns down, Gates burns down, Mill City, Fox Valley's Line, Mahima, Elkhorn Woods. These are just very few people live in there. Jawbone Flats up there, the Beachy Creek Wilderness, unfortunately. Mahima Lions, every time the fire crews at Gates went to the next city, they still had the power lines going. And so they were still falling down. They're still lighting new fires, so they had to flee that town. But it was the same situation at Lyons and Mahima. They went all the way to Staten, and they almost evacuated Staten because the fire just roared through it. And it was faster than it could have spread by the wind. It was because boom, 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 power lines going down. This was Pacific Corps / Pacific Power. Basically the same thing. So Oregon jury during the trial was not very impressed when they kind of wringed their hands and said, well, the reason we didn't turn off the power, even though there were multiple 911 dispatchers telling us to, is we couldn't reach a supervisor and stuff to get that approved. You know, it was vacation time for them. You know, it was a Labor Day weekend. Oh, for God's sake, that's why there needs to be that law, whistleblower protection for anybody who just slams the button shut off for any reason. Protect the public from fire. Whether it's a structure or anything. Just so. I mean, this is 2020. That law should have been made when Paradise happened in 2018. But we still see this happening. Dixie Fire 2021. PG&E employee does not turn off the power because they had a policy of firing employees that turn off the power without visually confirming a fire yet. Like, come on, what the hell are you doing back east Washington? Make that law already. How many gigantic, epic, huge, massive fires that cost billions of dollars are going to happen before they have a simple law that should be rubber stamped as freaking common sense? I don't know. But hey, we're living in the Twilight Zone, not the real world. let's see, Cal Topo again. Where's Topo? Go to Detroit Lake. This is when I was live, and I decided that's it. I took my headset off and said, "Friends, I'm going to go evacuate my mom." So she was northwest of here. Yeah, fire history. Unbelievable for 2020. Let's get that map back. So the Beachy Creek, like I said, spreads west, and it kind of merged to the east eventually with the Lion's Head, which went to the east to the Warm Springs Indian Reservation. This is the peak of the Cascades here. I don't want the Forest Service map. Look how huge that is. It almost ate Salem. Fire barely stopped right in front of Staten. But this was 2 more days, and it would have eaten the capital. Every single major city of Oregon in the west was in danger of being eaten by fire. This one, the Riverside, they put parts of southeast Portland. They put southeast Portland, Milwaukee area on evacuation notice because it kept jumping over and spotting. And smaller ones kept erupting. Some of them were like panicked residents trying to burn off the stuff around their house against a burn ban. It's obvious. You know, sometimes it was just panic reaction, but some were freak accidents where people evacuating started fires just in their haste. This guy had an RV that didn't work very well, so he leaves Malala and goes up here to evacuate Malala. And so he starts up the generator for the night, and he starts a wildfire. He felt like utter crap, you know, but because it's the mountains, the embers were flying long distance, you know, miles down there. Because Estacada almost got eaten. Estacada, but they evacuated it of civilians, and they made a stand there. That was very brave.
86 Mediclade at Jackson Box, West Hazard, and North Harbor Boulevard. Correct at 0548.
So this part of Estacada that burned here, I tracked it with Agito and others who are teaching me how to use the map thing. This was a wind tunnel.
Arc Engine 29, confirm response on 5 Echo.
The fire was like way back here at the time. We drew a line, a measuring stick.
Engine 29, confirm response. Copy now.
It was like 13 miles. Had it spotted ahead of itself down the wind tunnel. Something crazy like that. I wish I had bookmarked it so I could go back to it. Yeah, this is 14 and a half miles on this line right there. You can't read it; it's at the top. Yeah, we couldn't believe it, but it's a very narrow canyon that had high winds. So with heavy, thick forest and dead trees at the very top of the canyon. I know that because I went to Bagby Hot Springs a lot, and I was already marveling at how dead everything was from a prior forest fire. See this 2014 pit fire? Oh, it makes the words smaller than what I do. But I always knew that, like, oh God, you see dead trees and landscape like that. Estacada. I don't know if the Google car ever went there. Let's see. I wanted to film it, like, with the GoPro on top of the...
Engine 108, just dispatch on Fenwick cancel. Engine 108 cancel.
Yeah, it's further up there when you start getting into the reservoir area. Some cold powerhouses and tunnel and stuff. It's a pretty cool drive. Get more toward the cliffs. Yeah, you get the cliffs here, and you can see them, and you can see the dead trees that were inaccessible, kind of like up here, that I don't think salvage logging could ever really handle. Oh God, here's the Riverside devastation. I haven't been here since the Riverside. Have I really not been to Bagby since the Riverside fire? Yeah, they closed it for a bit. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, so we got to go back to prior dates. 2007. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, God. Oh, God. Wait, this is August 2023? They got to get rid of this or they're going to have a second fire that's worse. Look at all the dead stuff everywhere. It's just waiting for a match. A lightning strike. Oh, God. But this would be helicopter salvage logging, like way up there. Little chance of that happening. It would just be tremendously expensive. Unreal. This is so horrifying. This was the most pleasant forest to drive.
108 canceled. 108 canceled.
This is what I remember. Hey, this may be where the deer hit my car. That's a different story for another time. I called my friend in a panic and said, "How do I check my car for damage?" He goes, "What happened?" I said, "I don't know anything about cars. I'm underneath it with a flashlight. And my undercarriage is damaged." He goes, "What happened?" I said, "Deer hit my car." He goes, "Oh, you hit a deer." "No, sir, I did not hit a deer. A deer hit my car." He got a kick out of that. Stupid animal. Poor little thing. Going down a bend like this. And I see a deer and it's hanging out here. You know, it's by the divider thing. Or the shoulder, what do you call it again? The shoulder fence. I can't even think of that name right now. But it had one leg over it. It had successfully crossed the road. Here I am going that way. And I'm like, oh dear. I start slowing down. I take my foot off the gas. I'm like, okay, wait. Do the right thing. Go on your merry way. Do the right thing. Oh, the deer panics and starts running out in front of the car. So I slam on the brakes. And I stop faster than I thought. The deer loses its footing because there's kind of wet road. It slides on his ass. It's sitting down like a donkey, right? Like a stubborn mule. Sits down and slides across the road on its butt as my car stops right here. It slides, and I look to the left. Everything's in slow motion. I could see this deer face getting closer and closer to my driver's side window. I lean my head back because I think she's going to put her head through the window and impact the driver's side door. At first, my first concern was she would hit and I would hit her square, and that she'd roll up and hit the windshield with her legs, and we might get killed that way or lose control. So I had tilted the car slightly to the left to try to bounce her off the fender, like the left headlight. There's nothing else to do. So my car's coming to a stop sort of sideways a little bit, kind of Tokyo drifting to the right a little bit. And I can see her on my left sliding towards the car. I can see the little swish and swirl of hair in between her eyes. Like that moved in slow motion towards my window. I leaned back, ready for her head to come through the window. At the last moment, she ducks her head. And there's this tremendous bonk off my door. And I figured my door was just screwed up. I figured it was dented horribly. I figured the deer broke its neck. All of a sudden, there's these tremendous banging sounds on the undercarriage of the car, like thrashing, banging. I look in the rear view at the time. There's thankfully, keeping his distance, a big black SUV behind me. A really nice one. Really, really nice one. Luxury, like a Escalade or something. Escalade does not rear end me, but has to swerve into the other lane and stops parallel to me, right? Meanwhile, there's this tremendous banging sound underneath the car. So the deer's butt, she leans up on her back. The deer's butt goes underneath the car and her back legs. And then she flips over onto her belly. So her rear legs start kicking the undercarriage ferociously, and she panics. And then she spins around on her right side, I think it was. And I see her rear feet go out from underneath my car. She starts kicking the crap out of the guy's luxury car, shredding his front passenger tire. Like, I'm seeing rubber like fly off. And she's kicking his fender and all that. And she panics, finally gets to her feet, and runs off into the woods over there. I don't know if this is the exact spot on the road. Probably not. It's probably behind a little bit, but it looked very much like this. So I'm in complete state of shock. And I roll down my window. The guy in the SUV kind of gets to the passenger seat, looks down at me. He had a much higher vehicle. He's like, "Are you okay?" I get out and I look at my door. It's fine. Like, she impacted the driver door and either made a dent and it popped out, or her head impacted the door handle. Whoa, we got a flare up on Santiago. Look at that. Okay, we gotta check the airport fire. Didn't expect it to be exciting again. Oh boy. Cal OENS North. Alright, I want to check the actual HP red. Okay, where's the red? High quality. Whoa. So I give the thumbs up to the guy. I said, "Yeah, I'm fine, are you?" And he's like, yeah. And I just shrugged and said, "Weird things happen to me." You just can't make some of this up. There's a lot more to the story that makes it a lot more interesting, but that's the gist of it. I had no cell phone service, no nothing. So when I finally got to civilization back to Portland, I pull over and I look at the undercarriage because I don't know if I'm leaking fuel or whatever. I looked at it briefly, but there could be damage that gets worse or something. I don't know. I'm calling my friend in Kentucky because it's 4 a.m. So he'd be the person awake, and he knows about cars. So I'm like, what do I look for damage? Like, what does a brake line look like? What does a hydraulic line look like? What's the fluid look like? What do I do? And he goes, "Oh, deer hit your car." No, it did not, sir. I did not hit a deer. It hit me. Let's see. Look how it's spotted over right there and there. All right, how long was this time lapse? I already forgot. Let's do a 3-hour. And it was a 3-hour. Look, this all burned up, and you could barely see any little twinkles of any flame down here. It's in the stumps and the sticks and the other bushes that didn't burn yet. But that's good that all that already did, or this tower would be in trouble again. So it may be so anyway. That's a little bit of a flare up over there. It's a big whoosh. Now we gotta keep an eye on that. Just when I want to go to sleep, this is something exciting that happens. Kathleen Danvers says, I went out and flagged the trees at 75 feet. Yes, I made the prison guards nervous because I had no problem working amongst them. It's all well behaved. God, I'd love to see that. Okay, have you guys seen Deadwood? Have you seen Deadwood? Calamity Jane? God, that was one hell of a... That Calamity Jane was a drinking, spitting, cussing tomboy girl. I'd be like that. What the beep you looking at? Okay. Guys, I ate a meal. You'll be so proud of me. I remembered to eat. This needs a refresh. There we are. Okay. It's 6 a.m. on Tuesday. Oh. Booker Hill East. Oucher. We gotta see that just because that's pretty. Oh, Dawn. Dawn has arrived. All right, let's look at the Davis line. Barely looked at the line. It's still a threat. Okay, that's an interesting bug. Okay. Watch duty. So there's a yeah, about your okay. The alphabet. Okay. Well, so the yeah. Okay, let's refresh that. Hey, morning, Irvin. How are you? Hey, Nacho Mama. Menifee. Harris is right down the road. Are you guys supposed to have thunderstorms again today? I hope not. That's over, right? It's now just the west stuff coming out of the ocean, right? The onshores. Hope so. Because that's what blew up the line in the bridge the other day. The thunderstorms formed right next to him and right over the top. The line has 5% containment, 26.5 acres. 1,000. Okay. Oh, 6 minutes ago we had an update. Why didn't it buzz my phone? Did I? Okay. Okay, it just didn't vibrate my wristwatch. This seems to be good. Good news. Fire remained active overnight. Weather will remain warm today before beginning to cool into the weekend. Evacuation status at the blah 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 website. So it's another challenge day. If I tried to sleep right now, I could get up at 2. 2 and 3 o'clock is when these winds will start picking up and things will begin to occur, is what everybody's saying here. No more heat advisory thing, that's good. Yeah, what's this pink? A red flag and the pink over there. What Fire Captain John Bruno said last night, and it's true, is holy God, we don't want any more new fires down here in Southern California. There's nobody else to send. The fighting these right now is already stretched thin. You get another one today, especially in the red flag area, things will suffer. There will be things falling through the cracks. There's just not enough help to go around. The line is mostly on federal land. They didn't even have, Forest Service and whatnot did not have another team to send. So I think they handed it to CAL FIRE, is what JB was saying. But they're maxed out. I'm sure the weather last night gave them opportunity to do a lot of good things, especially with the airport. But they probably couldn't do them.
Marco Engine 64 on alarm, Elementary School 8441, Trask Avenue. For Mike at 0607.
Due to not having the manpower. It's fortunate. Yeah. Okay. All right, I have to make some effort to go to sleep now. Let's, what should I do? Okay, soothing things. Well, like where I went wrong last time is I listened to Reno's, the Davis fire. It was on Reno's dispatch, and that was disturbing. I mean, hearing about all the domestic violence, I muted it for you guys. Okay, it just flared up, and it went back down. Okay. Nature of flashy stuff. I wonder if they let that on purpose. It's possible. We can't hear everything they're saying. If they had a golden opportunity to light a bunch of oily bushes over there, maybe they just did that. It's interesting seeing, you saw all this on fire, seeing the aftermath of sticks. And this one's still ready to burn, like this one. So maybe they're just doing a cleanup. JB did confirm they did some firing right around the tower area to protect it. So maybe that occurred. So step 1 is don't listen to Reno. Like, I muted it for you guys. There's some disturbing domestic violence stuff. It was just haunting. People screaming and bleeding and dying and yeah. It's a particularly violent night. So that was not good for restful sleep. Sure. Lesson learned. What else can we do? So we've learned that lesson. We shut that off. I didn't do very good with the timestamps today. The last timestamp I had was when last night, friends, there's a helicopter police chase where subjects were driving 100 miles an hour down the Highway 60 and then the 605. And then they got holed up in a neighborhood and the helicopter was circling. We were really anxious, like, rabbits on the run, boys. Are they going to catch him? And then they switched to tactical channels. We couldn't hear anything. But it bled over into the fire channel. That's how we found out about it. If you want to rewind the stream now, go to hour 6, 35 minutes after that. So don't go to the clock. It's like 6 a.m. But if you rewind a stream, you can go to the timestamp, like this. You would say hour 6 and 35 seconds. When you're browsing like so on the line. But if you go back and watch something, remember, hit the live button by the volume. Make sure you're live so you're not watching the stream behind everybody, right? If you want to, when I tell people go back and watch something cool, they'll start reacting to what I said 3 hours ago in the chat. But since they're behind, they like we can't talk to them and say, hey, hit live button over by the volume area, right? Just remember, you gotta go live again. I'm trying to timestamp stuff so I can go back whenever something interesting happens, or I make a good point or something. Oh, thanks for the smiley faces. Michael Jones says, did you miss any donations while the watch wasn't buzzing? Oh, God, probably. Probably. I am so tired right now. Let's see. I'm sure they're not online anymore. So, all right, that was my old podcast. Space.com. I don't need that. Oh, Michael Jones, thank you for your $5 donation. You're so wonderful. Hearts, hearts, hearts. God, the whole phone is. Oh dear. People needing tech support help for their computers. Took a quick peek at your channel a minute ago. Things move so fast, I'm not sure where you are. My friend lives in Gardnerville, Nevada. Is she in danger of the fire? Southeast of Minden on 338 and east of East Valley. By the way, I'm not going to interrupt your podcast for a question like that. It's what you're supposed to do. My friend in Kentucky, that's what you're supposed to do, is ask fire questions. Come into the chat and do that. Don't text me. Oh my gosh, that's cute though. Oops. Guys, I mute the phone except for a couple of key apps. So if you need a fire question answered, get my attention in chat and ask the mods. They'll get my attention. What do you think my show's about, Mark? Oh God. Okay. But I'll have to text him the answer. What is it in the East Coast? It's 9 o'clock. Okay, hang on. One moment. So he should be up by now. Where is that in Nevada? I wouldn't think so, but I don't want to be talking out of my. All right, Nevada. All right. Davis, fire. This. Oh, heck, I'll just do Caltopo. All right, what's his message again? Okay. So his friend is located in, southeast of Minden. No. No, that's not anywhere near the Davis. I remember where Minden is. That's
9, Meckley, good for ambulance, watermark, senior living, 27762 Forbes Road, unit 344. Delta 0642.
That's good. So when does the camera pivot over here? It's obviously fire behind it. I guess it doesn't. That's the line fire one.
Orco took 9, confirm response on 5 Delta.
Okay. All right. All right, let's do a voice typing here. There is currently no fire near Minden, Nevada. Knock on wood. A smiley face. But this is exactly what you should come into the channel and ask. It boosts my metrics. So subscribe and ask that question in the channel, please. With a laughing face. Okay. Hopefully he will in the future. All right. That's a friend where I asked him, how do I check my undercarriage? A deer fell underneath there. Speaking of the devil. Oh, Hawes, any idea of the acreage of the airport fire? Yeah, we had a very good recent update with Firus. I found out they pronounce it Firus. The mapping plane, excuse me. I did a flyover somewhat recently. So the current footprint and acreage is pretty accurate because it hasn't moved around much since. It mostly held in its area after it made a run, which is why I stayed up all night. We've got 8,500. It's probably a little bit more now, but that's about right. 8,900 is what somebody else reported before. They revised it down to 8.5, but there is talk of putting it back at 8,900 again, whatever. But that was several hours ago what the mapping plane did. So it just had a big flare up. Do a last 3 hours time lapse. Looking north. I just can't imagine looking out the window and seeing that. Did they lose the towers? They saved them. It was just a flare up near one of them, but I believe they did that on purpose. So, yay. It got sketched, though. I mean, it really got sketched. It was pretty incredible watching the fight. But they had a tremendous response up there. It really flared up. Let me just show you the 12. It really flared up after it died down, and fire crews were going to go direct on the fire near the Santiago Peak.
McLean 18701, hyperplace 4 Echo 0682.
They were talking on the radio about how much hose do we have, and the word was 500 something. More than 500 feet, I'm sure. But they were going to drag it down a street as long as they could, and then the trail, the truck trail, whatever that's called, and then go direct, like into the woods and start spraying the fire out. I mean, not woods, but bushes, you know. And then the crazy flare up happened, where it looked enormous. It was like, holy crap, all these on fire. And they canceled those plans because this was 130 north, and it was like pretty mild. He goes, rawr. So we were speculating the best we could about where is on fire right now, which finally got answered for sure by the mapping plane after the event. So it was right here that got, tremendously active. Went down the other side of this ravine, and this was all ablaze. It seemed to be creating its own draft, like its own wind sucking up, but the smoke column went vertical, and it created a mushroom cloud at night. Pretty incredible. That's why I didn't sleep. That flare-up lasted quite a long time. We have to go back further in time. That's 6 hours at least. See what happened? This is why I didn't go to sleep. Like, how am I going to go to sleep when that is happening? This needs to be monitored. They put a few more places on evacuation notice, including the San Juan Hot Springs area and campgrounds and stuff. Mostly on the Orange County side. But remarkably, they just checked in on the radio, and mostly everything held. Like the main road up there held. Crazy good work they did. So it really moderated just in the last couple hours, which gives me a chance to finally get some sleep. Hey, Rose Barnhill, welcome. Says, can you tell me about Dove Canyon safety for the next few hours? I have a friend who lives on High Point Street, Dove Canyon. Okay, let's take a look. I always say, you know, your best chance of survival and your best idea is leave before you're told if you feel insecure. But if somebody's already declared level 3 evacuation, of course, obey that. Let's see what the current status is. I'm unfamiliar with the area, so you got to guide me to like what is Dove Canyon. I think it's down this way, right? But watch duty is not the right. Caltopo is better at showing geological things. Are there current evacuations there? Oh, it's right by Robinson Ranch. Okay. I don't think it's threatened in the next few hours at all. Like at all. Make sure that my activity thing is on. Today's winds will be picking up between 1 and 3 p.m. By the forecast. And so mainly the fire's been trying to sweep up into the hills. And what we decided that it did after the cirrus showed up, and I'll say a little bit more on this later, it went up to Pino's Peak. So there was a glow here on the peak, but the main fire went on this ridge. Caltopo is not accurate. It doesn't have the updated perimeter. It just ate everything in the canyon here, and it's up on this ridge. So it tried to get to Sugarloaf. So the nighttime reverse of the wind direction will be threatening now that it's here. But it just ate a lot of its own fuel up in here with tremendous ferocity. Like it really for hours was blazing up and creating a pyrocumulus in the middle of the night. So I don't know how much fuel next to Dove Canyon neighborhood has been consumed or how thick it is. Because if it didn't burn right around here, then it's ready to. And because this is higher elevation, you could have embers kind of drift down if the wind was coming from the east. If there were some sort of a north wind, then it could come down. I didn't see that one scheduled or anything. Forecast, you know. So we look back at the more accurate watch duty. It looks like Dove Canyon's level 2. I don't think anybody has to leave today, but I'm not there. Unless they're told to. So mostly the west winds are going to pick up, and there's a lot of Riverside County over here that'll be in the main target of where the fire wants to go. It'll want to go over the ridgeline and sweep down. That's why they're all on notice. So what I'm concerned about the spread for is even San Juan Hot Springs are on notice because there's no road that crosses here where they could really stop it. I don't think they could create this trail, turn it into a proper road or dozer line. I think this is a trail, right? Watch duty is a bad map. Because it could try to climb here pretty immediately. And we saw a lot of retardant being dropped by the airplanes. And what could have happened to explain the extraordinary whoosh of what happened here is it could have been that it was corralled in by retardant and it chewed through it suddenly. That's like a burst. Like when retardant lines fail because they get too dry, too hot, you know, they're just a speed bump for fires. They're suddenly no longer viable. Like they suddenly just don't work anymore. It's like a dam collapsing. Like it's whatever remains of it doesn't matter. So when we saw the crazy flare up where I didn't go to bed, that retardant lines being chewed through could have explained that. Let's go back to the original, like 6 hour here. And we suddenly saw that occur, and it found brand new virgin fuel. I think that these neighborhoods need to be on alert and everybody needs to be ready because there's a fire at elevation above you. Some freak change in the wind, even if it was only for 20 minutes, could rain embers down to the west. What if a thunderstorm forms or something like that, like the unexpected? They may want to go in there and structure prep or do other things and just want people out of there for a bit, out of the way. They don't have to be concerned about, saving people's lives. They may call level 3 for that reason, but they would have done it already if there's an imminent threat in the next couple of hours. It was a very calm night otherwise, but when it did go to the other section, the other ridge, it made its own draft, like it made its own wind into the canyon and fed itself pretty good like a blast furnace, Rose says it's a very thick vegetation next to a nature reserve, the Audubon, California Star Rim Sanctuary. Oh, God. So it's probably just tangled as crap and ungroomed and jungly, right? Nacho Mama says, I mean, is it groomed like a park or is it like a jungle? You tell me, because that makes a huge difference. Like, how thick is the brush? How tall is it?
Division Foxtrot from Patrol 602. On tech.
Because this is the thickest vegetation it's been in 15 to 20 years with the super wet spring and the super wet spring and the crazy flooding and hurricane remnants and stuff that hit in December. So the thicker the vegetation there, if it's oily bushes and stuff, is it trees though? Is it just bushes or are there fully grown big trees? Like tall stuff? Is there any eucalyptus? That makes a difference. A couple times I saw properties from the air and I thought, oh, that's trees lining a driveway, like a big ranch driveway. Oh, that's cute. That's oak, so they'll be fine. And then I used a little gold man, to look at Street View. And I went, oh, God, because it was eucalyptus and not oaks. I just assumed oaks, right? Let's go down there and I'll ask you if it looks the same or similar to what Street View has to say about it. Now, if there's absolutely no roads, thick brush, thick trees, and all that has not seen fire in a long time, hold on to your butts. It's risky. Oh, this is a perfect shelter-in-place place. If there's a traffic jam, I'd park right there and write it out. Set up a tent for the night or whatever. It's a perfect place right there. Be a good staging area for fire crews and whatnot. There's a golf courses. Those are great for shelter-in-place options. But there's no little gold man. There's no Street View over there. As long as there's, wet. Yeah, and wet. I mean, living, green type grass. Oh God, these homes are so close together. What? I would never buy a house that close. Okay, if one of the houses goes, the other ones will because of proximity. This is criminal. Developers creating death traps. God. I think building codes in California used to be better because nothing was like this when I was growing up. I kind of noticed it in the 90s and went, are you kidding me? Like, as I'm growing up, I'm like, wait, all the older neighborhoods from, my parents' time, they didn't just like that. Wow. Okay. So that's the challenge. Right, let's look to the east. Audubon, California Star Ranch Sanctuary. Oh my god. That's 2017, but oh look, cactus. That's sweet. Oh, eucalyptus. Okay. Okay. Gasoline trees. And the way that they start the crazy Australian bushfires is every one of their paper-thin leaves gets impregnated with sap, gets on fire, and just long distance wind travel, and they constantly bleed sap, and their paper bark is sap impregnated. It's like that's why they're called gasoline trees. Wow. Wow. And this building is on borrowed time if these aren't removed. Everywhere there's a eucalyptus, there should be a native oak, providing acorns and food for wildlife. You can't have a bird sanctuary with eucalyptus. You know why? In Australia, birds evolved longer beaks because insects constantly are getting stuck in the sap. So they feast on it. The Australian birds, they have long beaks to fish the insects out of the sap safely. North American birds have short little cone beaks. So when they land on there and they get a bug, they glue their beak shut. And it goes and clogs their nostril.
C5
And they,
Lima, Division Bravo on command. How do you copy?
this kills millions of birds. These damn trees. You'll find a bird graveyard, bird bones at the base of all of them, as well as a whole bunch of papery leaves in giant piles, unless you constantly rake it and burn it. My friend had eucalyptus all over her yard, and I'm like, why? As a kid, we were supposed to go out there and rake it up. I thought it'd be fun to play in it. Like, the leaves made huge piles like hay, and we would like jump into it, right? Well, I came out of the pile, and they laughed at me because all the leaves were stuck to me everywhere. Just my scalp, my face, you know, my butt, my hands, the back of my arms, because all the leaves have sap. I learned my lesson. Don't do that. Yeah, this sucks. I'm sorry. This sucks. Oh my god. Yes, that's very thick. This is not a sanctuary. This is some sort of a ungroomed jungle. Unless they make some changes. That's nice. That's a good fire break, whatever this is. I mean, that's nice. I'm gonna give props where it's due. That's cool. Those cactuses can be like 300 years old. That's not. No, it's yikes. I think this is a bunch of invasive stuff. That's invasive right there. Can't remember what these are called, but we have them in Oregon. Well, this would move fast. The fire would move fast here. Very fast. So I can see why they're on alert. But without direct wind blowing that way, I would think that they're.
Orco 86 Midglade at 11671 Frederick Drive. Or Mike is 0634.
It would take some serious winds pointing that direction to be a big threat.
Airport
But
communications. Irvine Elevate, my command.
they should all be ready. Level 2 means you should already be ready to go at a moment's notice. Level 1 is get ready to be ready to go at a moment's notice. Level 2 should be you're already at the point where you wear your shoes on, even in the house. All you have to do is grab your keys, start the car, and go. That's what level 2 is. Be ready already. That's what I think I should call it. And that's just prudent right now. There is a fire above an elevation.
Orco engine 157 with medic 57 Midglade at Belmont Village Senior Living 300 Freedom Lane. Unit 118 5 Delta. Orco truck 81 Midglade 1.
Airport communications. Irvine Elevate, my command.
At least there's multiple ways out, sort of. Is this... Wait, does this not connect? Oh, developers should not be able to do this. How many homes are there? Hundreds. It's basically one road out. Oh my god. I mean, there's bodies of water.
Fire. Irvine Elevate on fire SC.
if everybody left at
Irvine,
once.
Hellbase, go for Orange County Fire.
If
Orange County Fire, Irvine Hellbase is open and operational, 0630. Irvine Hellbase, Orange County Fire, copy.
Sorry, I had two of the radios going. I just turned off one, doing that. Kathleen Danford says, like the poems are like Roman candles, yeah. Rose Barnhill says, thank you so much for the detailed work you're doing. You're very welcome. Yeah, I'm glad you are safe, Nacho, are you? Good. So, how are you going to get evac warnings, same as flash flood warnings? Well, you probably have to sign up. I'm remiss in this. I should have figured that out. So for Orange County, sign up for emergency alerts. I should have said this about the Davis Fire too, because I know about Washoe County. You have to mainly sign up for this stuff. So, 211 now or whatever. It's hit and miss if your phone's going to be what? Sorry, the page doesn't exist. Orange County. What? What? Oh my God. This is not a time to have your Office of Emergency Alerts website go down.
Division Foxtrot, operations on command.
Oh.
Go for Division Foxtrot. Neil, what's the access again? It's not Maple Springs. What's the access you recommend up there?
I'd recommend Bedford Canyon, but it's looking like today, probably in about 2 hours, that'll be impacted also. So I'm going to work with AirTac first thing this morning to start painting it via the viable route in and out.
Wait, what canyon? What did you say?
Bedford from the 15 side?
Going up Maple Springs, I don't think you're going to get Type 3s and crew buggies up. There's a washout quite a ways up that I don't think the Type 3s can get around. Patrols or Type 6s and pickup trucks can make it, but I would be concerned about Type 3s or crew buggies.
Wow. Okay, what canyon was going to be impacted? Did they name the canyon? I just didn't catch that. Yeah, they need to be started in 1989. Really? Yeah, that's about when they changed the stupid rules, I think. But then again, Northern California and Southern are different. They're like different worlds, and I only really seen most of Northern California in the 90s. But even the older neighborhoods of Oregon and the Portland area, they just have a decent space between them, and then they began the development craze after most of the Californians moved out of California and went to Oregon, right? And I saw units being built where, hey, if you run out of toilet paper, don't worry. Just reach out with your right hand and rap on the bathroom window of your neighbor, and they'll hand you some toilet paper, you know? But I couldn't believe it. I thought, okay, they're going to get fined, and that's going to get torn down, right? Right? Oh, God, no. Just continue. So, they're saying...
Foxtrot, just confirming Harding won't support traffic.
I have not been up Harding, and that might be a good option, actually. And instead of going all the way out to Bedford, we can try Harding.
Okay, we're going to make a call to our crews here, crews and equipment, to see what they know up there, too.
If you want to check with them, they've probably been up Harding and would have a pretty good idea. That might be a really good option for us.
A good wake-up call for, yes, the area is generally threatened, yes, is what happened last night after things were pretty calm. Now, it looks like the helibase is back open, so the helicopters will be functional again really quick. There are two nighttime helicopters, a Chinook and something else going on at night. which helped out tremendously. But that happened after things had calmed down for hours. It was a mushroom cloud fallout-esque kind of nuclear-looking thing. So if the wind blows from, say, the east or something, or if I don't think it can create its own weather. Not like the forest fires do. Not like it created a pyrocumulus, but that's the way that all clouds look. They look like mushroom clouds and a lot of heat rises. It was brief compared to what a forest fire does. But it still can send stuff very high that falls back down. So if the wind had changed for a bit up at this altitude, that still could have brought flaming debris down towards the west. I don't know the entirety of the area. If it's all just bushes, this will be a pretty brief affair that might be mostly a done deal by Thursday or Friday if the weather is correct and it's much cooler and wetter, more humid and stuff, because the bushes just don't burn forever. It has to move to survive. It has to move on to thicker stuff, to trees, to maintain itself. If they can just corral it, brushy stuff is gone in like 24 hours. So they'll slam it with retardant if they can, but everybody will be screwed if new fires break out, especially in the red flag zone. So fingers crossed, the red flag's over here, the bridge to, way over there, but sort of reaching for Santa Barbara, right? So if something happens out here, something new, especially this zone, they're already maximum, stretched thin. There's no extra people to be sending between the line, airport, Robler, and whatever new pops up, like the daily stuff in the cities, right? So anything goes if something crazy new happens today, it gets out of hand. So Pete Garcia says there's so many changes we have to fight for through our state and local governments. Absolutely. We're going to have to work as a collective. Where to begin? The White House. But the funny thing is there's going to be, a debate tonight? They will not mention wildfires. In no presidential debate, they haven't mentioned any of them.
Irvine, Helibase, 9150 Charlie.
It would be best to reach out to the candidates, both of them.
9150 Charlie, Irvine, Helibase on command.
Convince them.
What time are we going to be able to get some rotors up to Division Bravo?
Hang on. We have to convince politicians that wildfires are
9150 Charlie, I'll keep you advised. We're currently waiting on aircraft to arrive. Would you like us to have you be a priority? Copy, you were, I cut off on the last bit. Can you repeat? 9150 Charlie, around 0800 is when we can expect aircraft. Yep, I copy. When you guys do get them up, we look for some buckets on Division Bravo. 9150 Charlie, I copy that. Division Bravo, looking for water drop.
I'm watching that windsock. Okay, we would have to convince our politicians that here's the challenge, that wildfires are a big voter issue. California is the most populated state. However, you can win the presidential election without California at all. There's very few candidates that even go to the West Coast for any reason, because it's all about East Coast, whatever, because the Electoral College is a bunch of crap. So California issues don't freaking matter to anyone back east. What is New Hampshire doing? Okay, New Hampshire, I'm sorry, doesn't really contribute to the nation much, except for like whatever they grow. Was it the Garden State or something? But they've got an unequal amount of voting power and stuff early in elections and blah blah blah. So everybody will focus on that. I mean, you compare it to California, which is itself one of the largest economies in the entire planet. If you take the Bay Area by itself, and if you call it a country, it's the 9th richest country on earth. And it's got the most population, but nobody gives a crap because you can win the presidential election without even mentioning the state's name. So out west here, we're forgotten. We're the Wild West. We're occasionally thought about as a tourist destination by the East Coasters, but we're not important to them. They care and stuff, but it's a brief. Okay, back to our other more pressing issues out here. It sucks. It sucks a lot. A state that feeds the world and it provides probably most of the generated tax revenue that's federal. Who knows? I mean, New York does that too, but flip a coin, okay? Nobody cares. Nobody's campaigns out here for a reason. The last time that you saw a lot of campaigning by presidential electoral electees, was RFK hanging out. He got killed here. JFK went to Portland, so did RFK, and then RFK left Portland, flew to LA, and got shot there, killed. But that's about the last time a politician ever really came out here to speak at school gyms and stuff like they used to. It's all different now. So the idea that the best place to start would be convince presidential candidates that they could get a lot of votes by having a wildfire freaking plan. But they probably won't. They'll probably consult their people and say, what's the bigger voting issue? Oh, well, since the media said all the wildfires were about global warming, that's all you have to say. My plan to fight global warming is better, and that'll help the wildfires. They'll go, okay, that's fine. So they won't increase the budget. They won't want to do fire access roads. They won't do what actually matters, even though climate change is real. This is why we have to change things. This is why we have to improve. We have to have more fire access roads. We have to have better equipment. We have to have more staff. We have to have more airplanes. We have to have nighttime craft. Because sometimes during the day it's too fierce to even get in front of it. You just run away. But no, they'll just say we'll tax cow farts and that takes care of the problem. That's the issue we have with the current political rhetoric. Because guess what? Taxing cow farts gives revenue to Washington, D.C., but actual helping the wildfire situation would cost money. And they just that won't compute in their heads. Having this plan to raise taxes to fight wildfire, whatever it was, that does not sell. And it's unfortunate because it would save the country a hell of a lot of money. We can't have billion-dollar wildfires every damn year and lose the entirety of California to it. But we are about to. I mean, you look at this is wildfire history. How much of California is left that hasn't just been totally devastated here? These wildfires and desertification causes climate change. You can't just lose your forests and expect it to stay lush. That's called desertification. But addressing the 35 major reasons for wildfires being this bad, including that we'd have to declare war on invasive weeds, especially stuff like eucalyptus and cheatgrass, which caused the park fire to go so crazy. Scotch broom and the others that promote fire. When the truth is complicated, people believe a simple lie. And that is, oh, we really don't have to pay that much attention to it. We just need to have a tax on something. We're good. Or we just have to make people switch to electric vehicles. We're good. Or whatever simple and stupid and ineffective solution politicians push. So that's a big tall order. Convince the politicians at the very top that that's important to do something. However, more and more people will demand it. As more and more people are affected, California's the most populated state. So there are very few people now who have not been impacted by wildfire in the state. I mean, there's people in the intense, urban jungles, but I mean, it's visible out your window. This is out your window last night, right? Millions of people saw that maybe they were probably asleep. This was 2 a.m. But you know what I'm saying. That was in full display of millions of people. Oh yeah, Kate Garcia. Newsom gave $1 billion, got $1 billion from the feds. Instead of making renewable energy or something with it, that would have been a lot of rooftop solar stuff for free for the poor, That would have been great. Give the poor free rooftop solar in a path to home ownership if they pay into the system diligently and keep their home in good repair, and then sell energy back to the grid to get ahead in life, right? That could finance the home. That would have been great. That's what you do with $1 billion. Pilot programs like that. But no, PG's got him in their pocket. So he hands him $1 billion to keep open the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, which is vulnerable to tsunami, which will cause a nuclear meltdown in the event of the inevitable Cascadia quake, or any other thing that happens in the Pacific. They needed to shut it down because it will be California's Fukushima. Like, California's ready to become another Chernobyl. We can't have a disaster like that. Chernobyl broke the Soviet Union's economy. That it was just broken down. It was like, we're done. It completely drained everything they had, even for the foreseeable decades. We had to spend billions of our own money to put a patch on Chernobyl so that the world didn't die. But it's a big lesson that the nation can go completely bankrupt by having a lot of wildfires like this because they're too big to fix. You can't just replant your forests and wait 75 to 150 years for them to come back like they were, and not lose species like salmon, that spawn up there. You can't have that. So it is a crisis, but nobody's addressing it really. But as more and more people wake up to this, and we know that mostly this is caused by a lack of fire access roads to do something about this. It held where they had roads last night. The fires stay very small where they do have very quick, fast access, and when aircraft can scramble and help, and when they have enough aircraft and nighttime aircraft, these are small affairs. These get out of control where you can't get to them quickly. We all heartbreakingly watched what happened by Placerville, high up in the mountains north of it, with the Crozier fire. It was a very mild fire of a couple acres for hours, but they couldn't access it. They were just a couple 100 feet away with their fire trucks. And by the time they could access it, it jumped a canyon in the wind. It became a huge thing. So it went from being a couple $1,000 fire response to add a few zeros for no reason. They just had no road access right there. It turned into a trail, and the quickest way to get to it, the bridge was out. So the firefighters had a 1-hour detour. So there you go. They could have used a nighttime helicopter, but one was not available. So you just increase the budget, these problems don't happen. We need to do that in the age of the already here climate change, guys. But that's okay. We spread the word, and then you demand it. What people just need to do is not vote for anybody who doesn't have a wildfire plan. Period. It starts at the local level. You stand up at your town hall meetings. You do write your candidates. You write your congressman and say, what is your plan? If they're like, well, we tax the cow farts and the methane, we make sure everybody's in electric vehicles. Wrong. What's your real plan? What about the staffing? Why do people flip burgers at McDonald's and make more money than the wildland firefighters, you know? Like, retain the best and the brightest with decent pay and, for God's sake, health care for our heroes. You know, what's your real plan? Ban eucalyptus in our area? Ding, 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 ding. That's a step. Have a plan to reforest our native plants, you know? Like bring back the oaks, which are fire resistant. Ding, 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 ding. Awesome. Good idea. We will make pre-made fire breaks. Like around Chico, that would have been nice if they had just dragged tractors around in the grass and made fire breaks. The fire that started by the guy's car, the park fire, the massive, you know, like multi-million-dollar park fire, would not have occurred. Yeah, the grass would have been on fire till it hit the fire break and it would have stopped. You know, if they had burned off the vegetation like they're supposed to do every year on the levee, where the car caught fire, it wouldn't even have happened. If they had locked the gates to car access, vehicle access, it wouldn't have happened. But mainly, if we can't kill all of the invasive weeds everywhere, that would be a tall order. But you can do it next to the backyards of people's developments and areas. You should not be able to develop right up next to the hills. You have to have a pre-made fire access road break thing, a shield, a big fire break in between the communities and the mountains. And the need for this was already recognized, and they made the Ponderosa Way. And part of the reason why in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s we didn't have giant town erasing fires coming out of the Sierras, for example, because there was a fire break approved by FDR, God bless him. It went from Shasta, like the mountain, all the way down to Bakersfield. It was 600 plus miles long. And it was a huge 60-foot wide to 200-foot wide, basically a dirt road in between the mountains and the foothill communities. It protected the mountains from fires below, from getting up in there. It protected the communities below from fires up in the mountains. It was a quick access road, and then after the 60s or 70s come along, feds defunded it, handed it to all the counties and said, why don't you guys do the maintenance? So nobody wanted to, so it was left to rot. It still exists in portions, but not a shadow of its former self. We need to convince politicians that something like that, you know, these poor counties can't freaking afford it. It's just true. These are the poor counties, the mountains. They've been poor for a long time, since World War II, when all gold mining was shut down in the United States. They never really started up again. So they've been hurting for revenue for quite some time. So yes, they need help from the feds. You could change FEMA, so like you give a mandate. You do stuff like this, and as down here in the LA region, do the same thing. Make it not legal, okay? Like FEMA, take a look at this stuff. If you put a neighborhood and design as a death trap with one way out and millions of houses right next to each other, and you keep building this stuff, we will not help you with FEMA money afterwards. No more of this. This is insanity. Dead end, dead end, dead end. What happens when everybody tries to evacuate at once? Is that going to happen? Yeah, right. So, quit having evacuation at a moment's notice as even a plan. That's stupid. in between the developments, there needs to be a fire break, quick fire access roads of pavement, so that stuff can't race up in the mountains and the mountains can't race down to there, and then we just won't have these problems. Don't develop up here and let fire run. Let it go. Let it go. Some fire access roads do the prescribed burns. After the prescribed burn, replant only native vegetation and take the opportunity to rip out the stupid weeds. Start taking steps like that. So the communities that obey, they get pre-approved for money. Once the project is done, they get the money. And they get, in case something goes wrong, they get federal help like FEMA money if there's a freak occurrence and something goes wrong. But keep being stupid and just wait with your hands out. Like, part of the reason these death trap neighborhoods exist is they're sure that when they get obliterated, the feds will just rebuild it. Can't do that anymore. A flood comes and wipes out areas. Don't rebuild that if it's going to happen again and again. Relocate. Get a new plan. It's just that we can't. The federal, what do you call that? The Treasury is not endless. It just can't be what all the states decide to rely upon. Now, the thing with Newsom that part of people have as or any California governor is placed with the same kind of attitude is he has no incentive even to reduce fire risk in the state, because with the massive Dixie, which was caused by PG, and the Keller, which was caused by arson, PG&E didn't pay for it. PG&E's insurance company didn't pay for it. 75% of it was paid for by the Treasury, by the taxpayers of everywhere else. So it didn't bankrupt California. I mean, something else did. So we had no incentive to actually bring the hammer down on PG&E. Even though PG&E keeps causing $1 trillion disasters. You had no incentive. Somebody else will pay for that. In fact, get tons of free money if a disaster happens, and some might even say, hey, that's an incentive to allow it. Or yeah, we could totally redecorate, man. We could have brand new buildings and screw history, man. Brand new stuff. I don't know how politicians think, but it makes you wonder. We have to have a system where actually preventing disasters is what pays, not allowing them. A virtual tourist, welcome, says, wrong, there will never be enough money so long as people continue to deny the corporate hoarding of money. The biggest threat to our existence. You have all the money, tax them now. Hell yeah. I just don't understand how a corporation like PG&E can cause trillions of dollars of disasters, back-to-back ones. Like the one that killed my friend. Nearly killed my brother a year later. And then they're allowed to make a profit for some reason. Like, no. Paying my brother for his property and the other victims, you beeps. But hey, that's why I say the bright side of all this. We have to have righteous anger, the kind that is productive. There's destructive anger. The bitter kind. The one that paralyzes and makes you drink a lot. And then there's the attitude of, hey, we can do this. The pen's mightier than the sword. Most of our wildfire problems here are of our own making. We can solve, if there's 36 reasons for them, with climate change being one. Well, we can't solve that. Not you and me. We can solve the other. We have to adapt to overcome. We have made some positive changes. We have to encourage those that have occurred. Like we have to pat Newsom on the head for doing the good things that he did. such as increasing CAL FIRE's budget by a couple percent, something this year. It's way too slow, but at least he did approve like nighttime helicopter programs and such like that. These are good steps. Man, fighting wildfires will be trivial if we put the money into a technology where we can slam them all day and all night. Fight them at night like we do during the day, because fires are weak at night. You can get critical hits on them, like if it's a video game. So the more that we take responsibility, like, hey, we have not been holding our officials accountable. We've not been demanding this. We've not. Well, it's human nature. I never wanted to look at wildfires ever. I hate fire. So until I was personally affected, I was content with just getting a nightly news roundup for 2 minutes or less and thinking somebody else has that. Well, hey, I was part of the problem. Because I wasn't somebody demanding change, I was just hoping somebody else did it. But hey, a lot of people are affected now. A lot of people are ready to demand the change. We have to convince them now. We're all together on the same side. We all want to see this end. There's a time before these happened, and there will be a time afterwards. If we want. We better get our asses in gear, though. Excuse my language. It's no longer after midnight. It's now in the morning. We better get ourselves in gear, though, before we lose too much. Some things are irreplaceable. The sequoias, like the lives, history. Can never get it back. But California and other states, if they actually looked at the landscape in a little bit different way, and you look at it, design it for fire, and allow it to run as free as it wants in designated areas, and do what the Indians did. They got the hang of it. They did this for like 28,000 years or so. They grew concerned when they saw a fire load build up, so they lit their own fires to reduce it all the time. They did that to groom their landscape that they depended on, and it benefited man and beast. Fire does fertilize. A lot of these bushes, they have oil in them because they're trying to benefit themselves. They want to burn. They want to fertilize themselves and their babies. It's natural. They evolved in a dry Mediterranean climate with lightning and storms that occur. That's natural for California. So we could change our thinking and just think that fire is inevitable. So when lightning strikes, what do we want to happen? And maybe it's building a lot more towery kind of stuff, because you can't sprawl forever. Otherwise you realize, oh crap, our population can't increase and tax revenue can't increase. And the next generation will leave, causing economic damage, of course, if your youth leave. That's how a ghost town happens if there's no freaking housing. So just stop suburbia in general. And what if you had like tall towers on some of these peaks with epic commanding views, awesomeness, with defensible space around them, and whenever fires happen, people just sipped their tea and looked out the window and said, man, that's kind of scary but kind of beautiful, isn't it? You see this out the window and you're not concerned. There's fire access roads, there's a gridded landscape, and with heavy brush growth, at least checkerboard, and burn certain squares next to each other so that wildlife has something to eat. You can't burn it all at once. That sucks for the wildlife. But you only have, you've really reduced how quickly they can run and get out of hand. We can control a lot of this, just like natives did. They did it on foot, man. They had to be very accurate with what they were doing. They really knew what they were doing. because they couldn't even grab a horse to run and away from the situation. Their survival depended on, does the land produce things we can eat, hunter-gatherers. So they watched lightning hit, and then things rushed back the next spring, like totally fertilized and revitalized, and the flourishing of the animals and everything. And they went, yeah, when there's frequent low-key fires, that's what happens. So they knew that there's danger to people and everybody else, and that's just pure destruction if you let the landscape overgrow too much. And if a couple years go by without fire, you better introduce one after about the second year, because you just don't want a huge fire load. We should ask them and teach us. Okay, we've been very arrogant. Sorry. But some tribes are taking the power back, and that's another step in the right direction. Is just allow them to do it. A lot of the ranchers that owned a lot of the land married into Indian tribes, just depended on where, and they adopted the same ways, and they were told to stop in the 30s. Let's just suppress all forest fires, man. Many of them still kept lobbying, and some of the super old timers, remember, some of them were able to continue doing it, especially in the Sierras, and then in the 60s are like, absolutely no longer. And so I read a whole lot of bitter articles, like especially after the Dixie, where one rancher was told they couldn't do prescribed fire on his own land, and then he lost 300 cattle that ran off a cliff because the fire chased them off a cliff. And he wrote a pretty compelling thing. I don't know if I saved it as an article, but it may have even been on Facebook. It was like, let us handle it, man. And he had a family portrait from where he had his grandparents, one of them was half Native American. And it's like, this is the way it was the way it should continue. So we can use the past as a guidebook. What actually worked in the past? Continue it, strengthen it. But these are all optional. In the future, this will be trivial. It'll be so trivial to fight fires with new technology, especially when, like, pilots don't even have to be at risk. So they can sit remote control in an air-conditioned room, kind of like the military does with their Predator drones and whatnot, and joystick or use AI or whatever, pre-programmed flights like they do with like little drones. This is our current view, the Santiago area. And as long as we had enough aircraft, they could just back-to-back, non-stop, slam the fires with retardants, water, whatever has to happen. And especially the moment that fires break out. As soon as lightning strikes, just dispatch one. Right now, we're limited by the pilots timing out. Like, they are human, they need rest. So the mosquito fire of 2022 in Northern California was a PG&E thing. Power line goes down, or trees on it, or I don't know, whatever it was. And it was next to a lake. So the helicopter pilot said a couple more drops, he could have pretty much taken care of the situation up on the hillside. He was told to return to base because he timed out. Pilots are only allowed to work so many hours in a day before they have to take another day off, and so they wanted him to be available for the next day and told him, don't make the next couple of drops. But 15 more minutes, he probably could have prevented a mosquito fire from getting big. Virtual Tourist says there's new tech, some kind of sound wave tech that disrupts a fire. Oh, there's all sorts of new tech, yeah. Let's see. Okay, let me look back up there. Well, the climate is always changing, so I don't think anybody debates whether or not it has or not. We don't allow a general debate on it because it's not productive. But hey, this is different right now than my grandma's time. Not sure. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket science to see a lot of this coming. Not too well. Yeah. So let's go back down to that. Rose Barnhills is live in Arkansas, and our governor is a prehistoric prima donna that's taking us back to the dark ages. Oh God. Oh, I pray for you. I'll pray for you. We only talk about politics and so much as we have to. We have to. I'd like to never mention them. But hey, let's talk about the best case scenario. What if we do reach out with say a petition and other things and say there needs to be a fire czar? There's a drug czar, an ultimate figurehead who makes a grand plan for a giant war. This is a war on wildfire. That I would like to use an analogy. Zeke Lunder would probably shake his fist angrily at me hearing that. He doesn't like the war analogy, but it's perfect. He says people think wildfire is bad. Okay, yes, it is bad, Zeke. Controlled fire is not bad. Wild means out of freaking control. It doesn't mean that that'll make people hate prescribed burns. But he's like, no, it's not like a war. No, it is exactly like a war. We fight it with aircraft, ground troopers, and it does the same devastation as war. People die, things burn up, towns and cities disappear. It's a damn war. Drug war is not a war. Drugs are just drugs. It's ridiculous. But mega fires, the mega huge ones that are just destructive, they're man-made. It's very rare that nature has something like that. I mean, it does occur, but under unusual circumstances. Once in a lifetime weather events and whatnot. But just the frequency that we have these is totally unnatural because of our 35 reasons for everything from suppressing it for too long. The reasons explained. The invasive weeds, which people really underestimate. Staffing shortages. We no longer pay firefighters worth a damn, and the like. Budget cuts and blah blah blah. So let's paint a good scenario though. We do convince people at the upper echelons of the political sphere that this is a big political voter issue, right? That this will get you votes, this will get you loyalty, this does matter, it's vital to the economy to stop this crap from happening. Convince them that it is possible to stop this from happening, because I don't know about you, but I would vote for somebody who is sincere and smart and said, hey, we're going to stop these mega fires. Not just out west, but it's like Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, too. It's Canada, too. It's not just out here. And here's the plan. Everybody would like to be the fire savior, right? So appoint a fire czar, because right now the biggest problem is the red tape and the millions of stupid bureaucratic organizations where there's BLM firefighters and there's Forest Service firefighters and then there's state firefighters, there's county firefighters. There's too many freaking agencies vying for power, jockeying and fighting for the funds, and then different communication with each other, different strategies. Okay, cut it. Cut that red tape. The fire czar calls the shots, has the plan, and everybody shuts up and gets busy. I mean, remember that Polson Aviation was told that the Caldor fire was a federal fire. So the feds, we're going to pay you. It's our fire. And then Cal Fire said, no, it started on state land. So we're going to pay you. You're ours. You're going to contract with Cal Fire, the state agency. And the feds said, no, don't you dare. It's us. It's federal land. If you contract with Cal Fire, you won't get paid at all. So Colson Aviation goes on 60 Minutes, explains that they walked away from the Caldor fire when they could have helped easily put it out. 2 Chinooks left the area. This has to be cut. The red tape has to be cut. And I don't know about you, but I would vote for somebody very sincere, very smart, who had a serious plan to end this situation. But the western states just don't matter. It's an electoral college. It's a hard slog there. But hey, what the rest of the states need to learn out here is they're paying for our fires, and then maybe it'll matter a lot more to them. They woke up when the Statue of Liberty couldn't even be seen through the smoke a couple of years ago with the Dixie and the Caldor fire smoke drifting over there. So they just need to know how much they're paying out of their own pockets for this out here. Be a lot more interested in a solution. Virtual tour says, I hear some kind of a sound wave tech that disrupts it. That's right. I was going to look at some of the tech. I'm really tired. We're an hour 10 and a half. I've been live 10 and a half hours. I got to try to sleep to get up by at least 3, because that's when the wind is picking up. That's when serious stuff is going to happen. Rose Barnhill says, I guess I was trying to say that the change deniers want to only look at the local effects of climate change, not the overarching effects that you and or we are discussing here, and that's confusing. My bad. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry about that. It's all right. But I'm uniting the left and the right and the center. We're an endangered species as centrists, right? And it's like herding cats, but in a way, it's kind of easy. Like, that's why I don't allow divisive type talk or debates that don't go anywhere. We all want to see an end to it. There is nobody who likes what's happening except for devilish, psychopathic types, and the corporations getting away with murder and laughing all the way to the bank. They don't even want to cause murder, but they just don't care that they do. They're just happy that, oh wow, for some reason we're still allowed to make huge profits, have jets, and the corporation got convicted of manslaughter, not us who made the decisions that made people die. Ha 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 ha. And my friend who died in the Cascade Fire in 2017 to PG&E's stuff, he was an attorney. Oh my God, they're so lucky that he died, because he was sued the living crap out of them. Just so unfair. I wish he was around and survived. I'm sure he'd be in our team. Guiding me a lot better. I would love to have it. Some sort of an attorney we consult with all this. But we can draft our own legislation. We can have our own petitions. We can have our own protests. There was a protest against PG&E at the Capitol last week or the week before. Wish I could have been there in California. I am getting nervous. There's all these things that are causing a delay for me to get down there and to even get the laptop in my hands. I haven't even acquired one yet. The one that is going to be given to me for free flaked out. So I'm scrambling back to the basics. My plan was take that as a go-between laptop, like there are new video cards about to come out called the 50s class cards. The 40s class cards are in current laptops, and they are 2-year-old technology. So if you ever think about a car, the last year model that's still on the lot, and yet another year is going to pass by, and its value is just, even though it has 0 miles on it, it's crap, right? I don't want to spend for a big purchase just to have most of its value disappear in the first 4 months of ownership. It's trying to, it's 4 months from now, I'm sure, that maybe even by Christmas, they'll have the 50s cards in the new laptops, which are going to be way more powerful. And it's a video card on a laptop that allows me to stream. The amount of RAM in the video card is basically it. So, oh yeah, the sound wave tech. Sorry, I was about to look at that. Not everything is a money problem. It's just a priority problem. There's plenty of money to go around, and the thing is, we'll start saving a whole lot of money, just the billions and the trillions, the moment that we have some of this in place. It's like you devote a penny to fire prevention, and you save $1,000 for every penny. The scale is money minutes like that. States would start having surpluses again. Woo. Okay, yeah, sound wave tech for firefighting. Then I gotta go to bed. Sound wave tech. There's a lot of new tech. There's even some old tech that should be revitalized. Let's see what this is. Every time I show a demonstration video, though, I get a copyright hit and have to edit it out of my video because they'll like these YouTube channels, just automatic troll, copyright crap. Even if they're demo videos. There's some. Oh God, that was loud. I'm sorry. Jeez. I don't care. Videos should start muted. It is 100%. It's too late to tax. The economy is being allowed to tank. We have to keep it positive. Ouch, the radio. That's cool. So, I don't dare turn on the sound out.
Basically, a funnel.
This collimator is able to
generate. That is how you put out a fire with sound. The wave extinguisher generates sound from a typical stereo speaker and amplifies that sound through something called a collimator. Basically, a funnel.
This collimator is able to direct the sound to wherever we want it to go.
We'd like to see this in like maybe space stations where you have a limited supply of breathable air.
Another place this device could be used as we approach 2050 is with wildfires. As this tech gets smaller and more...
We're approaching 2050. Sir? Never mind.
More efficient, it could take to the air on drones.
Yeah.
It's called swarm robotics.
Yeah.
Imagine thousands of drones like these, each one outfitted with a small extinguisher, flying in tandem over a fire.
That's what I said. I already had this idea. I'm so tickled right now. Remember how I kept saying that we should revitalize and reopen all the fire lookout towers? Because they could be drone battery charging stations and relay stations. The moment they see, detect lightning, send the drones out, and the drones put it out while it's still just one tree is affected. And I was saying you could use a variety of things, dry chem, at least send out a scout drone to look at it with thermal imaging and see whether or not the strike even caused a fire. Right now, they just circle around with airplanes, circle around, and the fire has to be big enough to produce enough smoke to see from the air. Then you've already lost the precious moments of fighting it. Holy crap, they're taking my ideas. I love this.
And blasting it with sound.
It would be seen as like a bunch of ants working together to a common goal. We wouldn't have to sacrifice firefighters to these, dangerous fires.
Yeah. Oh, I can, but there's always going to be some limitations where we have to read about what is, this would already be happening if there weren't some limitations. The oxygen is being pushed out. Why do their models work where others failed? Because their invention hit on the right sound frequency. Turns out that bass tones generate more energy. Now, when that energy is focused and directed at a fire, it blows away the oxygen needed to feed the blaze, and in less than 1 second, it's out. Wow. As the oxygen tries to return, we push it back out. Tries to return again, push it back out, until it's separated from the fuel source. They could soon be on stovetops in kitchens around the world. And since most house fires start in the kitchen, untold lives could be saved. Yeah, laundry too. So the thing about chemical fire suppression is it's so dangerous for human beings. Like you could put, like firefighters could cut a hole in somebody's roof if somebody's house burning down and stick in a hose and put CO2 in there. It's heavier than air and deprives the fire of oxygen. But wow, would that be a lot of CO2? And as soon as you open the front door, it spills out to the street, and all of a sudden the firefighters are killing over dead, and all the rats in the sewer are dead too. And well, just there's dangers involved. But if it's a sound that you just click on and off, it can't push all the oxygen away from your lungs, so you could just breathe again. Fire can't, but you can. Wow. Okay. There's a bunch of chemicals like halon that it's just a powder, and you put it near a fire, and it goes out. In fact, I have a little story about halon in Paradise, California. But the point is about halon is it destroys the environment so freaking bad that I don't believe they're allowed to make it anymore. It's like crazy. Aircraft is still occasionally allowed to be used in for hazardous cargo or rare circumstance, but they used to put halon in gas stations, and in case the pumps had a fire, car drove into them. So what halon did, and I'll have to be at the risk of a copyright thing again. The halon gas station. There's press resist. It's a treat to watch. I don't know if this is halon though. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay. Oh man, show the whole thing going out. Man, seriously? Show the whole thing. This is not the video I usually use, but so in Paradise, I'll show a different video. There were a bunch of gas pumps that kept surviving, but the store for the gas station would burn down, right? So everybody was like, hey, why did the gas pumps fail to ignite and explode and burn down? That's one of the most flammable things ever. So this just proves that they targeted certain buildings, and it was either lasers or individual arsonists or something, or it was this or that, Let's see, where the halon demonstration? I hope they didn't take the video down. It was a CCTV. But anyway, halon's a white, fluffy, powdery gas thing. It's just very environmentally destructive, but no, fire cannot live in there. One thing that the drones could carry, if they can't make a sound frequency like that, like those little, I bet they meant, bigger drones, and they showed the little bee sting ones. Oh, this is not the explainer video. Explained halon. What? A woman sparks a fire trying to unfreeze her gas pump with the lighter. She lit the pump. Oh, for God. Oh, man. Oh, she drives. Oh, she was granted a driver's license. I'm so afraid. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, so she was hoping there'd be a better example of halon. That video is taken down. See, shoot, it is not handy. But the older gas stations have it because halon was legal back then. I don't know how new it is or what. But so what happened during Paradise is if any flaming debris had been by the gas pumps, the halon would have discharged and automatically extinguished it. It just doesn't take a lot of this fluffy white stuff to be in its vicinity to put it out. So yeah, of course the older gas station survived. And the older stations had the stores closer to the pumps in general. So some of those survived. I can't remember which one now. But it was one of the easiest ways to shoot down that conspiracy theory was, dude, they have halon. But what about other things? We can invent new chemicals. Fire can't survive without oxygen. It can't hold its breath. So we come up with stuff, wreck the environment. Or what if we could come up with a way that you could send out drones to put out, say, a lightning-struck tree with halon? And because it's just one tree, you just focus on doing a complete cleanup, like a 100% good job, extraordinary cleanup. As long as there's very little use, right? We got our options. That sound thing is pretty cool. But did you see the huge thing he was holding behind him to generate the electric power needed for that thing? How were they powering it? Yeah, there's a lot of cords back there. I'm not even sure what that is he's holding in his hand.
That is how you put out a fire.
Okay, is it, because the speaker's in here. I don't know what that is supposed to be. But I'm sure this takes tremendous power. So I'd like to know more. So let's look back at our fires. I check on Nevada too. I haven't looked at Davis in a bit. Oh. Huh. Well, that's huh. Okay. That's the alphabet. That's the alphabet. F 12 B F. Okay. Hey, watch duty. I found an interesting bug. All right. GQ says I remember Halon 1301 or something training at work. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I hope you have fun. Rafting or canoeing, boating. Yeah, if you're not already gone, Rose, have a lovely time. Probably are that. Whoops. This is all right. All right, I'm gonna refresh. There we go. I'm not sure what Halon does to the environment. Was it an atmospheric issue? If so, then gosh, there may not be a way to do a cleanup. Maybe why they discontinued it for the most part. 45% containment on the Bear fire. No new updates to. Well, really yesterday. 4 hour ago update on Davis. Okay. What was updated? Acreage? Says 5,000. It doesn't explain what was updated. Okay, let's look at some images. Somebody said most people missed a plume today unless you went back to a bigger time lapse. Check that out. 24 hour. Yeah, well. Dang. But, that was terrifying. How can anybody like relax and camp right now? On one hand, it's like warm weather. It's a warmer than usual September. How lovely. And then you're like, oh God, things are on fire though. It's one of the worst years ever to camp. Or do the Pacific Crest Trail for dang sure. Yeah, what a year. It went by super fast for me. And again, I lose all track of time. And being so sleep deprived because of fires. Okay. Yeah, somebody had a push broom that extinguished fire that I saw in a very old 80s or early 90s documentary. They had an auto shop. They spilled some oil or something on the floor. And they let it spread out, right? And then lit it on one corner, and it kind of went from across the room a bit. And so very slowly this push broom was pushed over it. And it was like a potato, not a potato peeler. The peeler that you have looks like a slingshot in the kitchen. The little string on the end, yeah. It's not like a vegetable peeler, but a similar idea. But imagine it being on the floor about 2 inches off the ground. It had only 2 inches of clearance. It was like a rod. This guy was pushing around. There's like a handle, and at the very bottom of the floor, it branched off into 2 bits. And had little wheels at the extreme edge, I think. And he started pushing it around, and right over the fire, it went out. So he was just slowly coming up behind it, and conveniently, very conveniently, the flames were really low to the ground, and in kind of a straight line. Like they didn't make it like a circle on the ground. It was like an I shape, like the letter I. So he could cover it from side to side, with the push broom, and it went out the moment he went over it. And I think there was a gas that was piped into it, and it had like the bottom rod of this push broom apparatus thing had like little holes in it, just like your barbecue grill. You lift up the lid, and there it is. So the something else, but I'm so happy at it not climbing higher than that already. It's depleting its fuel. It may try to back down here a little bit and then go up ski slope that way. Be a little difficult because I don't think they have good road access over there, but that will be where it will slam retardant. And just like they did yesterday. The Blanco Lirio video, I definitely recommend you guys see. Maybe I should link that for you, actually. He did a cool. He does wildfire sometimes. I'm proud of him when he does. He's a pilot that does aircraft disaster investigation. He's beloved. He's a local celebrity out of pilot out of Grass Valley. Wait, that is what I wanted to click on. His friend in Nevada goes and films some like epic drops. So here's the link. I guess you check him out. You won't regret the sub. He's got Cal Fire guys he's buddies with, and shows the planes up close and all kinds of cool stuff. This is the actual Davis fire that being fought day before yesterday, I suppose, or early in the morning. So if you're thinking, is that a DC-10? Yes, you are correct. That is a DC-10. It may be Tanker 10. Could be Tinker 911. I don't know. 911. We'll see. They look very similar. They got different tail numbers. So some of the last DC-10s flying out here. But my favorite, though, is the MD-87s. Two Mad Dogs. Man, those are cool. McDonnell Douglas. I think they are the last of their kind flying. Even some aviation channels say, hey, there are no more flying MD-87s. No. They fight fires in the West all the time. Slowly saved most of Orville, man. They're the Thompson fire. Oh, God. I've got to do a reaction video to... that reminds me. I got to do a reaction video to the arrest made in the Thompson fire, the one that just about burned down most of Orville. Extremely difficult to save it. Other towns like Cherokee and whatnot. That was straight up arson, and they made an arrest. Oh man, we gotta watch that together, guys. We gotta watch that together. It's a doozy, man. You have to watch it to the end. It's one of those wow things. It's a very soft-spoken district attorney, so you might be tempted to scroll on or change that channel. But then you tell he's a man of understatement. You're like, oh, holy crap. This is the Davis fire cameras. What deja vu from the old CEO of the old ranch, or whatever they ended up calling it fire. Does that feel like a million years ago? Just weeks ago. This year, the Earth's tilting more rapidly, I think. I think time went faster this year. I don't know. Maybe it's proof I've been too sleep deprived. You're supposed to laugh at that, right? I should cue the laugh track, dude. Oh man, I can't watch a lot of classic TV because of the laugh tracks, I gotta admit. But it would be an occasional funny sound effect. What a beautiful dawn it was. Wow. Okay, friends, we're at the 11th hour of streaming. 57 minutes and 20. 10 hours, 57 minutes and 20.
Vision Foxtrot, Fire OC.
27 seconds. Okay. That's a nice bridge, by the way. I mean, that there's pretty cool, Reno, Washoe. That's neat. I like what you've done.
Foxtrot, this is Oracle Battalion 7 answering in place of operations. He's still on a briefing. Can I pass anything along to him?
Yeah, Battalion 7 from Division Foxtrot. Fire's creeping around to the west. Going to make another run up to the antennas. Looking to get Type 1 copters to help with water dropping to slow this thing down while we prepare for structure defense.
Oh dear.
Alright, copy that. Aircraft will be on scene at 0800, and I'll go direct with him and make sure he understands that request.
Oh wow. Okay, so they prevented the burnover. Burnover prevented, but at this again. Oh, did I leave this up the whole night to ignore that? I'm such a fool. Oh, you know, we had a car chase in the middle of the night. If you want to, you can write this down on a sticky note. You can hear about it, but it's kind of like clickbaiting you. I'm sorry. I just try to explain. We had quite an exciting night. If you're wondering why I'm awake, the airport fire was dying down and then it became nuclear. That was a little bit difficult to go to sleep to. So yeah. I mean, it was very surprising that occurred. I think it chewed through retardant and just explosively burst out the other side of the hill. The retardant holding for quite some time today. That may explain why it didn't move that much. Before everybody went to bed. But yeah, like 1:50 in the morning, all hell broke loose up there. And thank God, they had already burned most of the area around the towers, but right now they're saying they're being threatened again. So it's not 100% done. Yeah, some of these bushes right there, they're not preparing for structure defense. So that is what's currently just happened, just came over the radio. Structure defense of the towers. They're calling in for reinforcements, and they're wondering if they can get the helicopters real soon. He goes, yeah, you get them at 8. That's what just said. Wow, the radio is pretty exciting here. There's really not a lot that they say on it though. Let's timestamp this. It's frustrating to just listen to, and then so much time goes by you forget it's on, and the radio frightens you to death. Okay, so wow, fire's making a run. They just said up for the Santiago Towers. West, immediate helicopter. Yes, you get it at 8. Now AM, parentheses here. Thanks. We can't see down there, so meaning we saw most of the. I see that's the south side bird. Like, yeah. I just zoom out. Right. Yeah, south. Southwest. Much of that is burned already, but it can creep around this other side. Looks like it already violated the ridge, kind of. Or if they're fighting it there, it's pushing hard, but it's, the footprint's interesting.
Division Foxtrot, operations, gun command.
Occur.
For Division Foxtrot.
Hey, for a ride-in, you're going to be getting Patrol 18, and then I heard some traffic earlier about the towers. Can you give me a quick update on your division?
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Officer Division Foxtrot. The fire's been creeping around to the west all night, and now with the sun coming up, it's going to make some runs from the south-southwest back up to the antennas. And so we're looking to get that Type 1 copter up to help put it in check while we are brushing out. And the plan will be when the fire makes a run, we'll do a defensive firing operation. How do you copy?
Wow.
Okay, copy. Yeah, just go through your checklist earlier, and then if everything's in place, we'll work on approvals at that point. I also have a division hotel that we might put in later today. He'll be tying in with you. He's going to take the more towards the four corners at Blue Jay and work over towards Ortega. So I'll let you guys work out division break. How do you copy?
Copy. And I'm just speaking with 9312 Charlie. Is he going to take Foxtrot today?
That Bernadino, so we're going to make him the qualified and see if you were still able to work the training, or we can pull you off.
100%, that works. I'll tie in with him when he gets up here.
Okay, copy. Break, Irvine Helibase, operations on command.
Operations, Irvine Helibase. Go ahead.
This is amazing. This is great.
You're looking for status availability for the Type 1 aircraft?
Big boy. Helicopter. Zoom.
Yeah, Chief, I got a Type 1 coming in right now. Stand by about 15, 20 minutes. Get you a better update.
Yeah.
Copy. Just advise when they've been briefed and ready to fly for today. Thanks.
All right, so the fire's been wrapping around to the west, and so they have a pocket of unburned That's the data reported us. And a pocket of unburned fuel right here in between the tower and down here where it is. So it's going to find the new fuel and race up to the tower because it's virgin, thick, dry grass. So they're not as protected as I thought. They're absolutely vulnerable on their southwest flank. So yeah, they're calling in as much help as they can get. Land, sea, and air. A Type 1 helicopter will be a Chinook. They'll need something big. So hopefully they get it real soon. Chino Helibase is online. Has been since 6 in the morning. They said they can launch at 8. It's now 7:57 a.m. Godspeed. All I can say. All right. I wonder if that is the media.
Division X-ray or X-ray training, command.
Did I mention? There was a car chase last night. Yeah, bleeding into
X-ray, go.
our channel, a car chase.
Can I get an update on your division, and have you had anybody able to get up to the top of Bell Canyon on the south side, north side? Yeah, update for X-ray. We are able to punch line and hand crew work all the way and tied in at the top on that north end where the dozer line hits the back side of Bell Canyon there, or top side of Bell Canyon. We are assessing a pump platform because we've maxed out from the bottom. Good work, all holding up through that Stevenson's Ranch area. A lot of work will need to be done today, waiting to see what today's day plan is. Okay, copy.
Okay, I need to know about today's day plan. Okay, so they've been pre-approved to do aggressive backfiring. Because yeah, just go ahead and do your calculation. So that's desperate, but it's brave. You know, it's stout. You know, so they got this as long as they stand their ground. You gotta have serious guts. This is flight radar, so it's not gonna give us heat. You know, it uses the same maps as Google, and the same textures put in the screen. But what is it now? An update on shoot Wildfire. Okay, the organ is set, and I can hardly even mention him.
28 Lima, Division Bravo on Fire OC. How do you copy?
There's been so much lightning from like Bend to Fossil to Paisley.
Orange County Fire Tag 310 off Hammond en route to the airport incident is 0805.
Tag Alpha 310, what's your copy?
They are prepping for structure defense. They are going to defend Santiago Tower, and they are expecting a run. They're expecting.
Bravo 20 Lima on command. Yeah, I'm leaving the ICP now. Hey, now that it's daylight, where you guys stopped before, there looks like there's a ridge just off to the left of there. Can you guys scout that and see if we could take that ridge? It looks like it goes all the way to Santiago Peak. It's not direct, it'll be indirect line, but then we could get a firing plan and clean that up with some fire.
Wow. There you have it. That is.
Morgan, we can take a look at it. I'm on X-ray today, not on Bravo. I think you're thinking of 35 Lima on the other side, or you help looking at it.
Sorry, I was looking for 9420
Cal Topo is freaking out.
Let me know if you need anything else.
Dang.
Bravo 9428 Lima.
No, prepping circuit.
9428 Lima, Division Bravo. How do you copy on command?
Copy loud and clear. Understand your traffic. We'll be going out to do the shift swap. Yeah, we'll get a look at that. I'll tie in with the other strike team leader and get a plan going for that.
I copy that. I talked to Foxtrot Actual, and looks like on the map anyway, there's a ridge that goes across that had dozer line on there before, and we could take that to Santiago Peak. It's going to be indirect, but at least we can get a line in there.
I copy. Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Get about to the line now.
Can't figure out why there's the highlighting on some roads. Must have. Oh, I hit one of the draw buttons. Okay. That's right. It's expecting me to measure along roads or something. How do I get out of this tool? I don't mean to be using the line tool. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're at. Okay. Let's see here. Outdoors has got some strange yellow shading on this stuff. Goodness, very sun it's the phone, but it's going insane. Wow. Okay, so the battle for the towers are not over. I can't believe this. This is after 11 hours and 11 minutes after the stream began. So I think we should continue watching this. That's Davis, you know, it's beat up 1 to 3, like that's when winds will occur, affect it, and then at the same time that the onshores are supposed to affect the airport. I am trying to get sleep. I want to. And be back here as early as possible. Hey, Sister Golden Hair, how you doing? Hey, Patricia. How you doing? Good morning. Yeah. Brendan Banning says lots of black smoke there out there.
Tuesday, September 10th at 8:03 a.m. This is a Sigler traffic bulletin. The California Highway Patrol reports that the northbound 5 freeway north of Oso Parkway, the HOV at number 1 lanes are blocked. Repeating, northbound 5 freeway north of Oso Parkway, the HOV and number 1 lanes are blocked. This is due to a traffic collision. Motors are advised alternate routes for 30 minutes.
Oh, damn it. Remember that. Yeah. Red flag is issued. Gusty winds and humidity. Hold on to your butt. Effective 11 a.m. Tuesday, 8 p.m. Wednesday. On Tuesday, southwest winds of 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts of 40. On Wednesday, west to southwest winds 15 to 30 with gusts of 40. Yeah. Godspeed, our heroes. Make ready your preparation. Your final preparation. Yes. Avoid activities that could spark fires. Yes. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Do you? Right. Be a Chad. Prevent wildfire. All right. It's some sort of press conference event. First day of the Davis fire. Keep fire west. Galena Bridge out of Flint. Today, man. $22 hours ago. Anchorage. Davis with 4700. Yeah. Oh, updated 5 minutes ago. Maybe not Anchorage. Oh, it hasn't met. It's now 55. Oh, 5,596 acres. No containment, of course. Forest Service reports that fire crews will continue to work on perimeter control today, especially in areas of high fire activity. All evacuations remain in place, and areas under evacuation orders are closed to the public. There are no public escorts into the evacuated areas at this time due to the fire activity. A public information map of the incident has also been released. Okay. That's let's find map there. Pretty decent job there.
Division Foxtrot, 6-1 training on command.
The words are tiny, but other
Go
than
for
that.
Division Foxtrot.
Alright, what's going on with the towers?
Yeah, we got about 15 and certain places 30 feet around these towers up here. Do you want us to continue to improve? We're getting some pretty large flash files right now. I don't know where to really put it. Or do you want us to bump over to the Majestica?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and bump over and be advised that the comm plan for Day Foxtrot has changed and they're going to be on B-Fire 24. So why don't we start moving everybody over to B-Fire 24. They left base about 10 minutes ago and they're going to be heading up Harding to us. So it's going to be a little bit, but let's move over to B-Fire 24. I'll meet you guys over there.
Okay, copy that. I'll tie in with 31 Charlie, let them know. We'll be Fire 24, and we're just going to go ahead and bring our whole strike team over to Majestica.
Okay, perfect. You have Anaheim 601 and 602 with you.
Duffer, they're here. Do you want us to bring them with us?
I'll have you guys all stick together, and you can knock. There's a RAW station over there and the two towers. You can take care of that real quick. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, copy.
Wow. Even the trail is overgrown. Okay, the question, did I sleep last night? No, look at that. Look what happened. This happened. It was very touch and go. The tower mostly had fire moving away from it. But boy, when it burst through, I think a retardant line kind of explains this. With a pretty intense ferocity.
Orco 3, Air Attack 310 on Fire OC.
I mean, doing that when it was supposed to be 8-mile-an-hour wind.
Traffic for Orco Copter 3 on Fire OC.
Actually,
Affirmative, this is Air Attack 310 just getting overhead the airport incident. Confirming you have the day frequency.
Airport air attack, that's a negative. We didn't get the updated. We're working on yesterday's comm package. I'll take those if you have them.
Affirmative, clear to copy.
That's affirmative, clear to copy.
Air Tactics 168.3520. Rotor Victor 118.8250. CDF air to ground 6. And we also have a brief. It's 133.2250 on Fire OC for the commander.
Airport air attack, I copy that. Just confirming air tactics is 168.3520.
Affirmative.
Copy that, work on jamming those in. We're going to land and offload our medics, reconfigure for water dropping, and we were told priority is going to be X-ray.
Copy, priority is X-ray, and if you could hold outside the FTA until you get those plugged in.
Orca Cop 3 copies, will do, and we'll get you on air tactics when we get it in.
Tech 310 copies, break. Orange County Fire, Air Tech 310 overhead the airport incident, assuming airport air attack.
Air Attack 10-4.
Well, please don't switch frequency. I don't want to chase you down. I want to go to bed. Morning is when I have to get my rest because the afternoon is when I pick up. Yeah.
Orcocopter 3 operations on command.
Yeah, I need to. We have to
Go
restart.
ahead for Orcocopter 3 on command.
Okay, what?
Ensure you guys go to the helibase, get a briefing before you guys are ready for the day, please.
Gentlemen, the air show is here.
And airport operations confirming you want us to report back to the helibase.
Affirmative.
Great copy.
And guy calling the shots, he sounds a little stressed, but determined. It's also, not easy to fly a helicopter. There's that, but Godspeed are here. Some of these private craft and everything. Got an altitude limiter for this, so that there is firefighting. They're asking for type 1. I don't know if it's both fixed wing and helicopter. I would assume helicopter first, but heck, I could be wrong. They may be requesting everything they can get. So, see what occurs here. We're at the 11th hour and 21st minute of the stream. Please hit that like button if you forgot about it. I didn't
Orange County Fire Airport air attack on Fire OC.
Airport attack, go ahead.
Forgot to restart.
For the TFR, we'll need to update the TFR frequency to 118.8250.
Orange County back copy is updated TFR frequency 118.8250.
Okay. That doesn't really help us. We can't choose the frequency to broadcast by. We only have what every guys can offer us. God darn it. I hope we're not going to lose them. We need to hear about it.
Orange County Fire Airport air attack on Fire OC. Additionally, can you confirm the air tactics frequency? We were given 168.3520. Not able to get that plugged in. If you can confirm.
Air tag 10-4, stand by 1.
Yeah, that's not the frequency, man. It's 118.2. 18.250. Yeah, I gotta be pro about that. Man, what? That ironic thing, they tried to close a road because of the fire danger, and the bulldozer struck a boulder. It tried to put boulders there to block it. It made a spark. What happened? The safety crew accident. Oh man. Some things are just sad. Some things are just pure Greek tragedy. But yeah, we had leading into the channel. If you wanted to go back, you could, when you like scroll through a video, timestamp
Air attack, Orange County Fire.
on the.
Go ahead.
Air attack, Orange County Fire. The air tactics frequency is 168.3250.
Airport air attack copies. If you could correct that on the 106.
10-4.
Wow. Okay. Dispatch to the rescue. He confirms. Oh man. The battle for the tower is just beginning, guys. So this is a desperate. They're going to start lighting fires right now. You'll see them go boom, 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 boom. Because they have to burn off some of this vegetation that's still what we didn't see last night. It's still up there. It's there's a little area that didn't burn up at Santiago Towers right here. So this pocket is going to catch, and so it'll just absolutely blitz, roar, and race up to the towers here. especially as more and more the wind picks up. So before it does, you're like, can we aggressively light backfires? They're going to go along the road and they're just going to start lighting. Because that's going to be the best defense is to put
Airport operations, airport air attack on fire SC.
all the really big helicopters, but
Airport operations. Be able to meet me on air ground 6.
that's what happened last night. 1:15 in the morning. Like, doesn't jolt you awake like that. That was. Oh, this was.
Air attack operation is standby 1.
See which one looks southwest. Oh, it's just too far away. But we're gonna have a good view of that. Hell, the equipment is in the way right. Crikey. All right. Well, I guess this works. We can even do a time lapse. Let's see if it can work. You missed pretty exciting. 6 to 12 hours. The longer it's up, the less it behaves. Yeah, right. Come on, do it. There you go. Yeah, it was very exciting, friends. But they did a great, wonderful job. A couple of times, like you can see, charged hoses and lines, and bushes kind of exploded with like sap and burning pieces all over the hoses. So somebody had to go squirt it off and kick it off. Kind of surreal. They patrolled and they had it. Quite a lot of our heroes up there doing defense for these towers. They're determined to defend them right now. And they know a storm is coming right down the hill to the right. It's like having poured gunpowder on the ground and somebody's going to light the fuse at the bottom. That's what it will be like. It's a true powder keg scenario, so you can't withstand it if it's right up next to you, so they will try to burn everything right around the road. But can't burn no more. And man, that kind of courage, dude. This is better than a war movie. Because this is real. And they are really putting their lives on the line. Hey, I feel corny or something saying this, but they actually are risking everything. Of course, we gotta be the best cheerleaders, man. We do. Man, we offer our love. And we cheer you on. It's just so hilarious. They're hanging out on the bumper of that truck. Did you notice that? LOS. Oh, that is great. Which one? And OES, Santiago Peak. Yes. Yeah, they're just hanging out, just chilling on this. I feel like a voyeur, sorry. Don't mean to pry. Enjoy your lunch, boys. Enjoy your lunch. We're just enthusiastic, that's all. We just We just want to be a part of your lives as much as possible. You know, because we adore. That's all. Please take it as like a, you know, bashful flirtation, you know. Man, there's nothing sexy about firecracker guys, right? I want to order a calendar. All right, so you can see that I'm very, very tired. We're at the 11th hour and 30th minute of the stream. What tonight it has been. There is still assault on the this very place. Coming up down below, and they're authorized to use aggressive fire. I fear, though, we have lost the frequency. We hear nothing. Okay, well, the radio just queued up. Maybe this covers more than one. I hope so. Let's see what we could be looking at. We would have to restart because, you know, YouTube does not send video goes over 12 hours. I'd like that to be there for the historical record. So, why we have to restart it. It's going to be very difficult for a lot of people to find us again. We'll go back down to the bottom of the search results, but hey, find us, you know how. Hit the like button, boost us back when we do. I think I should put on the audio.
Ops, North 25.
Because this is pretty...
Operations.
Ops, North 25, confirming you want all incoming units to stage at O'Neill Park.
Okay, so what to do.
That's affirmative. We'll continue to use O'Neill Park as staging.
10-4.
Maybe there's another Orange County. Do you think there would be an Orange? Could there be an adjacent one like LA County Evac or something like that? I should be looking for. Hey, we have any mods up and at? Mods reported. Metronet Central Attack 3 and 6 people are listening to that one. Okay, let's try. We don't hear pilots. Okay, we tuned in. What is that? All right, we'll explore this for a minute.
Go ahead. Please let us see Metronet. You now have all your units in route. Copy that.
I'll play the OCFA fire. OCFA.
Hazel IC for VSR 42. Do you want additional ambulance?
This might be medical.
Copy that. Let's go ahead and get a second ET assigned to this incident, Metronet, for a total of 2 ambulances.
Attack operations on command.
Operations Air Tech, right?
There might be confusion on the air-ground assignment. South Ops trying to work it out. If you got 2 minutes, I'll just brief you on command.
Affirmative, go ahead. I'm just getting my second orbit, getting oriented with the fire. I was not here yesterday. I do have the map that was on FTP. Clear to copy.
Yeah, copy.
Okay, the big risk is from the west, southwest. Little pocket of unburned stuff there. That did not burn off in the cool tonight.
Airport operations, airport air attack. I'm clear to copy the brief when you're ready.
Now they're in trouble.
Okay, the main drainage with Trabuco Canyon, looking at your map, kind of up the left side, Bravo. Just looking to continue to make sure it's holding with retardant. They did a lot of work yesterday. We're going to try to work dozers to cut it out all the way up to the top of main divide break. Division Foxtrot, we have the Santiago Peak Towers, significant infrastructure, a lot of retardant work done. I do have some crews up there still providing structure defense, need to ensure fire's not going to sneak around somewhere and impact those towers. Coming across main divide through branch 5 into branch 10, we're looking into putting a new division into Jaeger Mesa break. Coming down the bottom side, branch 10 is really a little bit of unknown what that fire perimeter looks like through Bell Canyon, predominant canyon through there, real steep. Division X-ray will remain the priority flank for today. I'm looking to see what we can do with retardant through Division X-ray, Division Tango in branch 10.
Copy. So Division X-ray and Division Tango in branch 10 are the priorities for today.
Affirmative. We do have dozers down at the where you see all the structures. That's Robinson Ranch, and then to the south, Dove Canyon. We're looking to reinforce any structure defense efforts through there. But Division X-ray, Division Tango, looking to see what we can do retardant and opportunities to find new control objectives on that side.
Air attack, copy.
Additionally, on the plan today was CDF air to ground 1. We're going to use that as the air to ground since it was briefed to this morning. If you could make that change, and I'll advise if something changes.
I was given CDF air to ground 6. I think they usually keep air to ground 1 for IA. For the extended, they'll change it for you.
Okay. Hear about the priorities.
Air attack, 125.
Orange County Fire, airport air attack, good.
Air attack for southbound, the air ground of CDF, air ground 6, 159.2850. Transmit received, tone 16.
Airport air attack copies, break airport operations, you copy that.
Yeah, copy. I just heard the same.
Orange County Fire, helitank 47, fire OC.
Tanker 47, go ahead.
Tanker 47 off Chino en route to Lake Irvine. We got 3 souls on board, 2 hours 30 minutes of fuel. We should be at Irvine in about 5 minutes.
Oh God.
Tanker 47, try copy. Break air attack, do you copy?
Oh, that headset. That's ghastly. Ow. My ears too. I'm sorry, Fred. Sorry to put you through this. Oh my God. Okay, so we're coming up on the 12th hour of the stream, so we have to reset. We have to restart. So.
All divisions on the airport fire, stand by for a frequency change on air to ground.
Oh man. Really? There is a frequency change.
All divisions on the airport fire, be advised we are going to be changing the air to ground to CDF air to ground 6. Division Bravo.
Here to ground. Changes. 6. All right.
Division Bravo operation.
Take it. Thanks, bye, man.
Division Foxtrot.
Operations Foxtrot copies, change in air to ground 2, CDF air to ground 6.
Yeah, today will be pretty challenging.
Division Tango.
Route 2. Oh my god, I feel so guilty. Go to sleep. I actually must.
9428 Lehman, command.
You want to see.
Copy change, relay to Division Bravo.
Excuse me. If you want to know about the car chase, go to 6 hours and 35 minutes in the video. Like you can scrub backwards, you know, that red line thing. But you know, spoiler alert, they switched to channels we
Division
don't know.
X-ray. Division X-ray trainee copies, air to ground change.
I mean, the helicopter is chasing the car.
X-ray actual copies.
Division Bravo, operations on command.
Come in, Bravo. Yeah, I bet Big Bear's a ghost town now by then. Jeez. It's a bad time to be in the hills. Just gotta get through the autumn season. That's the most terrifying of California. Just wait for the Santa Anas. These are not the Santa Anas. But just you wait. Now here's one of the cool things. As tremendously horrifying as this is, if they can wrestle us to the ground and not get, don't let it get destructive on the buildings, right?
Division Bravo, 9428 Lima on command.
This fire will help protect you from Santa Anas later. Because, hey, a lot of this will just be already gone. So, steady as she goes, this could turn out positive mostly. I don't know if there were any structures lost so far, I don't think so, but, and, you know, it's not a done deal yet or anything, but if they can be 100% successful and protect all the structures, you have got a little barrier between you and when the Santa Anas do start to blow, which is October through January generally. So, you know, we can have our fingers crossed here. There might be a positive at least.
Bravo, 9428 Lima on command.
At least somewhere in here, right? But we do have to restart the stream, and I think I'll be turning the chat off. The mods were exhausted. I don't see you have to turn, and so am I. So I'll turn. So I'll just keep on these cameras here, and gotta rest, guys. This is what an exciting night. But man, I do need rest. I'll reappear when I can. Thank you all for being here. Hit the like button on your way up, and I will restart the stream. It's not over. Restarting it. We'll be back in just a minute. Thank you, everybody who contributed, all the watchers, the likers. Yeah, you hit that like button. We had 17,260 views. So, still have 132 people listening, and I thank you all for being here. So, we're going to just restart this because YouTube does not save videos that go over 12 hours. We've been live for 11 hours and 44 minutes, so we're getting real close. We restart it with a new title. Hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell, and it'll just tell you when it has restarted, and you come right back. But either way, thank you for tuning in. You donors who have made us ad-free. Thanks everybody who's contributed their knowledge and had us on the head with encouragement and contributed your cool ideas. See you just now on the flip side. Restart. I'll take a few minutes. Be right back.